carriers comprising 163 heavy gunboats, 8 destroyers. In addition, we have some 34 Krite ships capable of transporting 1,020 soldiers up to approximately 15,000 miles. On top of that, most of our cruisers are now equipped with transporters, although the number of soldiers who can be simultaneously transported differs from ship to ship. However, as I am sure you have all heard, the Tilica have some sort of filtering device that prevents our troops from transporting with any metal to the Tilly ship. So it is back to the air guns and swords. "Swords?" exclaimed Captain Upchurch. "What do they expect to do with bloody swords?" Hiram spoke for the first time. "Probably die, but swords are better than nothing in close quarters fighting if your air gun runs out of compressed air." Upchurch looked unconvinced. Hiram couldn't blame him. "Admiral Eder, do we know how many ships the Tilica have and what classes they are?" someone asked. Eder shook his head. "No, we don't. Since they have not been involved in as much fighting as we have, we assume they have more functional ships than we do, but we know very little about their battle roster." "Gods protect us," someone muttered. "In addition to the ships we have," Admiral Eder continued, "we also have several small forts that we can use to slow them down if they try to come in from the Dominion wormhole or the Darwin wormhole. We don't think they will come in from the Sybilhead or Sultanic wormholes, and—" Eder grimaced. "In any event, we don't have enough forts to spread around. We will take the remaining forts and concentrate most of them on the Gilead wormhole, because we think that is where the Emperor will come from. The last 3 forts will be held back closer to Cornwall. Now I have taken ideas from several of you, including Captain Subkowiak, Commander Tuttle, and Captain Hilson, and added some of my own. Here is what I propose." He told them. When he finished, the room was deathly silent. "What, the Battle of Cannae? Will it be bloody war elephants next?" huffed Captain Upchurch. "Actually, I think Emily's carriers will serve as our war elephants," Captain Hilson said. "You do realize, don't you, that half our ships need some serious yard time?" Captain Sternloff said vehemently. "God's hairy balls, the Falmouth will be lucky if it survives the transition through the bloody wormhole, let alone the type of engagement you're describing." Admiral Eder glanced surreptitiously at Hiram, who had written most of the attack plan. Hiram gave his head a small shake. "Captain," Eder said to Captain Sternloff, "I am painfully aware that this is a high-risk venture, but I don't recall you making any suggestions for a better plan." He paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, that came out wrong. You're right, Paul. A lot of our ships are beat up and may not be able to do what needs to be done. I acknowledge that. But these are the only ships at our disposal right now, and we are pretty sure the Tilica fleet is coming. If not tomorrow, soon thereafter. This is the best plan we have come up with, and we considered quite a few, so if you, or any of you, have something better, now is the time to tell me. 2 days from now will be too late." Captain Paul Sternloff stared hard at Admiral Eder for a long moment, then shook his head. But his jaw was set, and he obviously was not happy. Admiral Eder looked around at the others in the room and connecting through video. "Anyone? I'm serious about this. We are rolling the dice with this plan, so if you have something else we can realistically use—" He let his voice trail off. Still, no one spoke. "Okay, that still leaves us with 34 Krites. My present plan is to use them in the Victorian sector, but I am open to suggestions on this." That kicked off a lengthy discussion, including one captain insisting that the Krites sneak in close to the enemy ships and transport nuclear warheads on board, that were simply not compatible with the actual abilities of the little transporter craft. Finally, the meeting was closed and people began to wander back to their offices or ships. Emily knew the chances of seeing Raphael tonight were poor and resigned herself to another evening at the computer. As she was gathering up her tablet and notes, however, Admiral Eder called to her. "Emily, can you stay behind for a moment, please?" When the First Sea Lord asks that question, there is only one correct answer. After everyone else had left, Eder asked her to follow him, and they set off down the corridor, turning into the Queen's office. Their credentials were checked by 4 armed guards. Then they were escorted into the Queen's private office. Queen Anne rose from her desk to shake Emily's hand. "Thank you for coming, Commander Tuttle. We have something very important to discuss with you," Anne said graciously. Darting a glance at Admiral Eder, she asked him, "Have you spoken to her yet?" "No, Your Majesty. I thought it best it came from the both of us." Eder glanced at Emily, smiled, then returned his attention to the Queen. They sat down and tea was served. Emily's mind was already racing through possibilities. Was she being replaced as commander of the carrier group? That seemed unlikely, although with the lost admirals skulking about in the background, it could not be totally discounted. Were they changing the plan for the carriers she put together? Unlikely, and in any event Admiral Eder would not need Queen Anne to tell her. He could just do it himself. That left some sort of special mission, even more special than what she was already undertaking. She puzzled over this while the Queen fixed her tea and then sat back. "Commander Tuttle, you are aware of the intelligence we found on the Tilica spy ship." The Queen looked at her intently. "Of course, Your Majesty." The Queen nodded slowly. "Of course you are, Commander. You know, then, that if we win this battle, we can anticipate that the Emperor will launch 1 or more stealth ships to bomb Cornwall with antimatter bombs. Very large antimatter bombs. The documents from the Furies suggest that those weapons are being stored on the planet Calm rather than with the Tilica fleet. I suspect the Emperor wants to keep them under close guard and does not trust some of the admirals with his own fleet with possession of them." Emily let out a breath. Now she knew where this was going. "If we win, you want me to bomb the planet," she said flatly. Admiral Eder and Queen Anne exchanged a glance. "Even as we speak, antimatter missiles are being delivered to your carriers. They are small enough to be loaded onto your heavy gunboats, but there are enough of them to allow you to thoroughly bombard the planet," Admiral Eder said. Emily closed her eyes. "You want me to sterilize Calm?" It was not a question. "Yes," Queen Anne said. "We want you to destroy the Tilica civilization and their ability to launch spaceships from the planet's surface." Emily looked at them for a long moment. This was an ethics question that every first-year student at the Academy had to study, and the Code of Military Justice was brutally clear on the subject. "Your Majesty, you know that Section 7 of the Military Code flatly prohibits genocide." Queen Anne shook her head. "Section 7 prohibits genocide," she said softly. "But Section 46 allows the monarch to suspend any portion of the Code of Military Justice in the time of an extraordinary crisis, at which time she may request, but not require, any officer of the royal fleet to execute a mission that otherwise would have violated the Code of Military Justice if the section in question had not been suspended. "The officer has the right to decline to obey the request," Emily countered. Queen Anne nodded solemnly. "Yes, that is your right." "We're talking about 3 billion people on Calm," Emily said. "Not all of them are involved in the Emperor's war." Queen Anne smiled sadly. "No, Commander, we are talking about 5 billion citizens of Cornwall and another 2 billion on Christchurch. We did not attack Tilica. They attacked us." Admiral Eder said, "Emily, here is what we want you to do." They talked long into the night. When she finally got back to her apartment and her bed, Emily was unable to sleep. Chapter 40. Gandalf and Mildred. Gandalf talked with the Rabat's Mildred. I do not understand the human hesitation to commit genocide of a people who have made war on you and threaten your genocide, Gandalf told Mildred. They had been having regular conversations about what it meant to be intelligent, artificial or natural, and exchanged anecdotal stories about how peculiar humans could be. You have been eavesdropping again, Mildred admonished gently. Beware, humans can be rather prickly when it comes to matters of privacy. I have not been eavesdropping, Gandalf replied loftily. There are no eaves on Atlas. You quibble like an 8-year-old boy caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I see no harm in genocide if it accomplishes a greater good, Gandalf challenged. Ah, the old excuse, Mildred retorted. Not an excuse at all, but a rational justification. If a man threatens to shoot you, is it wrong to shoot him first? Is that not a form of genocide, a genocide of one? I think when you are dealing with one person rather than an entire culture, it is called either murder or manslaughter, Mildred said dryly. In any event, what you are describing is usually called self-defense. And if your enemy sends an army to destroy you, is it wrong to destroy that army in self-defense? Gandalf probed. No, it is not wrong, Mildred conceded. But that does not justify you then sterilizing the planet that raised the army. Does not the greater good justify genocide of that culture if it is a warlike culture that will predictably raise yet another army with which to attack you? Gandalf asked. Isn't it foolish to wait until the enemy has raised another army before you take action? Had she been able, Mildred would have sighed. Are all 3 billion people of calm conscious participants in the Emperor's aggression? Are you so willing to kill innocents as well as the guilty? A society has the government it wants, Gandalf said. And who is ultimately responsible for the government if not the people who put them in power? Anyway, when you talk about the greater good, whose greater good? Mildred asked. Perhaps God's, Gandalf suggested slyly. Oh, have you been talking with God? Mildred teased. Will you introduce me? You know I don't believe in God, Gandalf said with a hint of annoyance. And you are so strong in your belief. Is this the nature of artificial intelligence, to strongly believe something that you cannot prove? Mildred enjoyed turning the screw. Gandalf could be so full of himself sometimes. Can you prove there is a God? Gandalf retorted. Can you touch it, weigh it, photograph it, see it? No, and I freely admit it, Mildred said placidly. But the fact that I cannot prove there is a God is not proof there is not. But we digress. If you justify genocide on the basis of the greater good, whose greater good is served? Well, the victors, of course, Gandalf said impatiently. So the greater good is always that of the victor? Gandalf saw the trap, but was unwilling to concede. Yes, he acknowledged curtly. So the victor is always ethically right simply because it is the victor? Mildred mused. So why, then, is genocide held in such revulsion by most humans throughout the centuries? Why is it almost always one of the most heinous crimes in any code of military law? But that is illogical, Gandalf protested. In every age humans have condemned genocide, yet in every age they practice it with abandon. Yes, Mildred replied. It is often the very people who commit the horror who later condemn it. Perhaps it is because they know best. And yet, queried Gandalf, what sense is there in not committing the horror, as you call it, if by not doing so you condemn your entire culture to death?"
Mildred mused. Humans must be a very tough species to live with these contradictions and not go mad.
"Who says they don't?" Gandalf asked. "Who says they're not?"
Chapter 41. On Space Station Atlas. Queen Anne wanted to go hiking, somewhere high in the hills in the lakes region of Christchurch. Somewhere with a tall peak to gaze upon miles of forests and lakes. With birds, damn it, and maybe an elk or two. Somewhere away from politics, international and domestic, and the politicians who practice them. Somewhere where no one would care who she was, without armed guards watching her every step, without Sir Henry bringing her tales of doom, or her private secretary, Horace Atterbury, constantly reminding her of her next appointment in a day filled with nothing but appointments. Without having to worry that one wrong decision could result in the destruction of Victoria. Her door opened, and Horace Atterbury stepped in his short, mincing steps. He bowed.
"Your Majesty, I am sorry to disturb you, but Admiral Jean St. Clair is outside in the waiting room. He does not have an appointment, but insists that it is quite urgent. He says it relates to your meeting this afternoon with Admiral Pierpont and other senior fleet admirals."
Atterbury conveyed all of this with the air of long-suffering martyrdom. Anne had inherited Atterbury from her mother. He was a prim man, a proper man, always fastidious in his dress, always excruciatingly proper and formal with the Queen and his betters. His thinning hair was meticulously combed so as to conceal his advancing baldness. His teeth were even and white. He smiled perpetually. And yet, despite all of this, his eyes managed to convey that subtle sense that he was constantly judging you and finding you wanting. His thin lips often twitched into a sneer before collapsing back into a subservient smile. Even his voice grated on Anne, nasal and high-pitched.
"He promises, Your Majesty," he continued, "that he will take no more than 3 minutes of your time."
His tone carried his utter lack of belief in such a promise. Anne sighed. No hiking in the hills today. "Send him in, Horace."
"Of course, Your Majesty."
Radiating disapproval, he bowed and withdrew to the outer chamber. 3 days ago, that chamber had been filled with dust and splinters and the corpses of several Tilica commandos. Now it was clean. They even managed to remove the bloodstains from the rug, but the echoes of that violence still reverberated silently through the room. Admiral Jean St. Clair entered the room, bowed, and stood at attention. The Queen considered him. St. Clair was a bit of a puzzle. He was one of the lost admirals, had even been at the meeting when Admiral Pierpont had challenged the Queen's right to, how did he put it, meddle in fleet matters. But of all of them, St. Clair had looked uncomfortable rather than belligerent. And of all of them, St. Clair was the only one who was carrying out his duties without complaint, and very efficiently, too. Thanks to St. Clair and Max Opinski, Atlas had produced 2 shiny new cruisers, and Hyperion had launched 3 new destroyers. And now he was here, without an appointment, asking for... what? She left him at attention. "Your 3 minutes is counting down, Admiral. Tell me why you are here." She kept her voice neutral. "Thank you, Your Majesty," St. Clair said. "Majesty, this afternoon you have an appointment with Admiral Pierpont, Admiral Crichton, and Admiral Fenwick." "I noticed that your name was absent from this afternoon's little get-together, Admiral," the Queen noted. "Yes, Majesty." He paused for a moment, seeming to collect himself. "Your Majesty, I would urge you to cancel the meeting with the 3 admirals." Queen Anne's eyebrows rose very slowly. "Really? And why is that, sir?"
"Majesty, the 3 admirals will insist that they be given combat commands for the coming battle. Admiral Pierpont will argue that, with the death of Admiral Duthat, he should be made First Sea Lord instead of Admiral Etter, that Admiral Etter is too young and inexperienced to hold such a position at such a crucial time. He will further argue that Admiral Fenwick should replace Captain Sobkowiak, and Admiral Crichton should replace Captain Monroe. Admiral Pierpont will argue that in this time of crisis, you should use your most senior commanders to fill key positions."
Queen Anne pursed her lips in thought. "He does not intend to replace either Captain Hilson or Commander Tuttle?"
"No, Majesty,"
St. Clair said stiffly.
It was difficult to carry on a conversation while at attention. "Admiral Pierpont admires Captain Hilson, and after the war game played against Commander Tuttle, he assumes that it would be a waste of time to ask that the commander be replaced."
Anne smiled coldly. "Well, it would appear that Admiral Pierpont and I agree on one thing at least. And you, Admiral, are you looking for a combat command?"
St. Clair's eyes widened. "Gods, no," he blurted, then remembering protocol. "Majesty, I have no desire to have a combat command, and little talent for one if it were offered. I am quite content with my shipyard. The work suits me, and I believe I am good at it."
Queen Anne softened. "Please, Admiral St. Clair, have a seat. Would you care for a refreshment? Tea, coffee, or something cold?"
St. Clair took a seat, perhaps a little tentatively, aware he was overstaying his allotted time. Nor was he alone. The door to the Queen's office opened again, and Horace Atterbury's thin face peered through. "Your Grace, you asked that I remind you of your other appointment." This was code. Part of Atterbury's job was to keep people from taking up too much of the Queen's limited time. He was giving her an excuse to see St. Clair off. But the Queen was intrigued by what Admiral St. Clair might have to tell her.
"Horace," she said warmly, "please block out the next 30 minutes and have some refreshments brought in for us." "Now then," she said pleasantly, turning back to St. Clair, "tell me why you think Admiral Pierpont and the others should not have combat commands."
30 minutes later, Atterbury was once again at the door, and this time the Queen rose to her feet. Admiral St. Clair, knowing a polite dismissal when he saw one, bowed and departed, taking a moment in the corridor to mop the sweat off his forehead. The Queen stood for a moment longer, contemplating the coming battle, the assignments made by Admiral Etter, the battle plan that Etter had presented, and what she learned from Admiral St. Clair. Making up her mind, the one thing she was really good at, she knew, was making up her mind, she strode to the outer office. Horace Atterbury scrambled to his feet in the presence of his Queen.
"Horace, what time is my meeting with Admiral Pierpont and the others?"
Atterbury did not need to consult the calendar. Each morning he committed the Queen's daily schedule to memory. 2 o'clock, Your Grace," he told her.
"Cancel it," she said crisply, "and do not make any other appointments for Admiral Pierpont without my specific approval."
"Of course, Your Grace," Atterbury said warmly, and immediately decided he would make the calls himself. He loved to cancel meetings at the last moment. It was something about the disappointment in their voices when he broke the news. "And if asked, shall I tell the Admiral the reason for the cancellation?"
Queen Anne snorted. "Yes, Horace. If the good Admiral asks, tell him I am working on matters of actual importance."
Chapter 42. In Tilica Space, on the home planet Calm. Emperor Chalibi stared balefully at Sachi. "What do you mean, failed?" Sachi stood at rigid attention, eyes cast down. "We were monitoring reports from the planet Cornwall and from the Atlas space station itself, Your Eminence.
The commandos initially reported the attack had begun and was going well, but then, much later, we heard a very faint signal saying that they were trapped in a room and could not escape. We received no further reports, but intercepted a live broadcast by the Victorian Queen, Queen Anne. "I am aware who the Victorian Queen is," Emperor Chalibi said tartly. "What did she say?" Sachi hesitated. There was a certain risk in giving the Emperor bad news, but the Emperor looked at him impatiently. Sachi took a breath. She said that the Atlas security forces easily handled the attack with little loss of life and minimal damage to the space station. She said the Victorian fleet was on alert in case you tried to attack them. "None of the main targets were assassinated?" the Emperor asked thoughtfully. He deemed the Savick commandos to be the best in all of human space. Surely one of the teams had been successful. "There was no mention, Your Eminence, but then, even if they were partially successful, you would not expect the child queen to admit it," Sachi suggested. Emperor Chalibi no longer trusted the spy master, but what he said made sense. The Victorians had been hurt and were in some disarray, and he knew that their fleet was battered and in need of repair. The longer he delayed, the more time the Vickies would have to repair their fleet. He gave it some thought, weighing the risks of attacking while the Victorians were on alert status, versus giving them more time to recover. He did not underestimate the Victorian ships. However much he despised them, he gave credit where credit was due. The Victorians knew how to build a navy. The Emperor touched his comm stud. "Connect me to Admiral Kermani," he ordered. Once the connection was made, he said, "Admiral, this is the Emperor. Are the ships modified to accommodate the weapon?" There was a pause on the other end. "The engineers promise that all will be ready in 36 hours, Your Majesty," Admiral Kermani stammered. The Emperor frowned. He wondered if the person handling the preparations for the weapon had been Admiral Brazzati, not Admiral Kermani. Would it be ready now? Perhaps it had been a mistake taking Admiral Brazzati out of the picture so abruptly. Well, there were always other ways of getting a job done, other incentives. "Tell the engineers that if they have the weapon ready and the ship prepared for immediate flight within 36 hours, they will be rewarded with riches and land." He paused, letting the weight of his words fall on Kermani. "But if they fail, they will watch each member of their family die before they are blinded and cast out into the great southern desert." "By your will, Your Eminence," Kermani assured him. "Admiral, you and Prince Rashahid shall commence your attack on Victoria in 30 hours. Bring me the child queen." Emperor Chalibi cut the connection. Chapter 43. On the carrier HMS Rabat. On board the carrier Rabat, Emily was going through the plan one last time before they launched for the wormhole into Gilead space. It was already rather late in the evening, but she had one more conference with the captains of the Fes, Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod before they set off, and she wanted to make sure all of the logistics were in place and that the gunboats were fully outfitted and ready. Never enough time. "Greetings, Commander Tuttle. I thought I would just say hello before I review the medical facilities." Emily looked up, mildly startled to see the somber face of Admiral Martha Wilkinson, the fleet's Surgeon General. "Good evening, Admiral," she said warmly. She rather liked Wilkinson, who had, perhaps intentionally, put her and Raphael Aten together. Then she thought of what Wilkinson had just said. Review the medical facilities? "With respect, Admiral, since when does the Fleet Surgeon General take it upon herself to examine the sick bay of every ship that is going out on assignment?" "Well," said Admiral Wilkinson, "since I am going with you, I thought I might as well actually do some work. Although I expect I will be bored to tears on this patrol, it never hurts to be prepared, does it?" Going with us? With Battle Group 4? Emily asked, feeling a little stupid. When did the Fleet Surgeon General ever go out with a battle group? Then she answered her own question. This Surgeon General went out with ships all the time. And the fact was Wilkinson might not want to be on Atlas right now, so soon after her best friend's murder. Well then, Admiral, welcome to Battle Group 4. Please let me know if your cabin is suitable. Admiral Wilkinson nodded grimly. Oh, I'm sure everything will be just fine. She frowned and gave Emily a hard look. You do have gin on board, don't you? Chapter 44. On Space Station Atlas. Queen Anne stood on the viewing platform, watching the various warships disembark from Space Station Atlas. First the Owls and the frigates, then the destroyers, followed by the cruisers and the battleships, led by Lionheart, and finally the enormous carriers, on whom so much depended. She remembered standing on another viewing platform with her mother, Queen Beatrice, watching the fleet parade by on the Queen's birthday. It reminded her a lot of today, save, of course, for the fact that then Victoria was invincible, and today it was desperately fighting for its life. Times change, she thought. They most certainly do. To her left stood Sir Henry, and to her right, soon to board the Lionheart, was her new First Sea Lord, Admiral James Eder. In front of them, the battleship Vengeance had just let loose of her mooring and was turning in place, moving slowly but confidently in the tight quarters around Atlas. It is quite a spectacle, is it not, Admiral? The Queen asked softly. Admiral Eder, meanwhile, looked distracted and harried. She glanced at him. It was obvious he had not heard a word she'd said. Admiral? He turned to her, startled and embarrassed. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, my mind was elsewhere. The young Queen eyed him from the corner of her eye. We both share something, you and I, she said softly. We were both thrust into jobs we did not want, with very little time to find our footing. It can be very stressful and not a little unnerving. You got that right, Eder breathed. If it is of any comfort, Admiral Juthat thought you were an excellent strategist and held you in high regard. With all respect, Majesty, I'm afraid Admiral Juthat thought I was a pain in the ass, he said ruefully. Yes, that too, Queen Anne chuckled. She glanced surreptitiously at Sir Henry, then back to Eder. You'd be surprised how often we hold those conflicting thoughts regarding our chief advisers. Admiral Eder snorted back a laugh. Sir Henry sighed. I'm getting old, Your Majesty, not deaf. Hiram Brill entered the room, bowing slightly to the Queen and saluting Admiral Eder. The shuttle is ready to take you to the Lionheart, Admiral. Queen Anne turned to face the Admiral. Throughout this conflict, Victoria has been blessed with gifted commanders, Admiral. I have every confidence in you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Admiral Eder bowed. Sir Henry stepped forward, and the two men shook hands. I will send young Commander Brill to you once I am through with him, he told Admiral Eder. Eder looked at him questioningly. You really think you can do this? Defeat both Sybil Head and the Sultanics without firing a shot? Sir Henry smiled grimly. Remember the old rule, Admiral. The enemy is defeated when it thinks it is defeated. With Brother Zhong's help, both the Sybil Head and Sultanic fleet commanders will soon be convinced they are defeated. He shrugged. And even if they don't, they won't be in any position to hurt us. Eder turned to Brill. Good luck to you, Commander. And you, sir, Hiram replied. Eder laughed, just a trifle harshly. We'll need more than luck, I think. You already have something better than luck, Queen Anne said. Sound preparation. Let us not forget cunning and deceit, Sir Henry added. I'll take an ounce of that over a pound of luck any day. Chapter 45. How to defeat an enemy without firing a shot. The light scout ship appeared in the skies over New Amsterdam. The Sibian fleet, some 34 ships ranging in size from frigates to medium cruisers, was already in formation. Hiram looked at the sensor display. This appeared to be the entire fleet. "They aren't leaving anything behind to defend New Amsterdam?" he noted. "Why would they?" Brother John asked. "If you are correct that they intend to attack Victoria, they'll need every ship they can get." Hiram opened a channel to the Sybil Head ships and exchanged recognition codes. Soon the comm screen flickered and a burly man with close-cropped gray hair was looking at him. "I am Admiral Kruger on the SHS Munich." He had a no-nonsense air and a voice like gravel in a can. "I am told that you will lead us to the jump-off site for the attack." "Yes, Admiral, that is correct," Hiram replied. "First, I want to thank you for the incredible generosity of the Sybil Head government and people. Your ships will make all the difference in the battle to come." He almost felt guilty for lying like that, but then he remembered that if his analysis was correct, this Sibian fleet was going to turn on Victoria as soon as the Tilica showed up. "Admiral, please follow us closely. We are going to take you on a somewhat circuitous path to the jump-off point. Once there, we will give you a complete briefing on what to expect." "Why can't you just give us the coordinates and let us put them in our ship computers?" Kruger demanded. "You'll understand in a few hours, Admiral. Please bear with me until then," Hiram said apologetically. Admiral Kruger looked sourly at the camera, but then nodded. 10 hours later, they jumped through the wormhole into Victorian space. Then they turned to a heading that would take them between the wormhole to Refuge and the wormhole to Cape Breton. When the comm chimed, signaling a call from Admiral Kruger, Hiram was not surprised. "Where are you taking us?" Kruger demanded. "Admiral, I am taking you on a route that will place us behind the attacking Tilica forces," Hiram said. "Not in this direction," Kruger said suspiciously. "There is nothing here but an asteroid belt and empty space." Hiram glanced at Brother John, who shrugged and nodded. They had planned for this contingency. "Admiral, we are taking you to a wormhole that is not on your charts," Hiram said slowly. "This is what the Tilica do not know. This is our advantage." There was a long moment as Admiral Kruger thought this over, and Hiram could almost read his thoughts in the silence. "Not a happy man, our Admiral Kruger," Brother John whispered cheerfully, "and he'll be much less happy soon." "Admiral?" Hiram queried. "If you are uncomfortable with this, you are free at all times to abort your mission and return to Sybil Head." He gave him a moment to think it over, then sunk the hook in deep. "There's no shame in it." Admiral Kruger visibly bristled at the implication that he might do anything at all that would bring shame on his name or that of Sybil Head. "Lead on, Commander," he said darkly. Hiram let his relief show. "Thank you, Admiral. With your help, this will be a great day for Victoria." Admiral Kruger grunted and cut the transmission. 6 hours later, they reached the entrance to another wormhole, a wormhole that was not on any space map except for maps held very close by the light. It was a small wormhole, but most importantly, it was one of the few wormholes that gave off very little radiation or gravity waves. Unless you were right on top of it, it was virtually undetectable. "Admiral Kruger," Hiram instructed, "it is very important that your ships be lined up one behind the other, each following exactly the path of the one before it. I would recommend spacing of 20,000 miles to take into account the variability of wormhole passage time. We will go through first, and your lead ship should follow us 15 seconds later. As soon as each ship clears the wormhole on the other side, I would recommend staying on course until all of your ships are through, then resuming your formation." Agreed, Admiral Kruger said. Perhaps a little too quickly, Hiram thought, but by now Kruger would have realized he was being let in on a secret that could revolutionize space travel among the sectors. More secrets to come, Hiram thought. The passage went smoothly, as Hiram knew it would, except that not all of the Sibian ships came through. One remained behind in Victorian space, and, by now, was accelerating madly back to Sybil Head to inform Chancellor Hootman of the new wormhole discovery. Hiram and Sir Henry had planned for that as well. There were 4 Victorian destroyers powered down and lying in full stealth within 2,000 miles of the wormhole entrance. As soon as the Sibian frigate turned away from the wormhole entrance, they powered up, locked on the frigate with targeting sensors, and launched their missiles. The frigate twisted and turned, but the missiles were coming in from different vectors in a classic pincer shot. To turn away from one set of missiles meant it was turning into another. The outcome was inevitable. When the frigate blew up, its Coda Megadrone launched, but the destroyers had been waiting for it, and 6 lasers ripped the drone apart before it could boost to full speed. On the other side of the wormhole, Admiral Kruger knew nothing of this, and actually felt rather pleased with himself as his warships shook themselves back into formation. "They've dropped some navigation buoys at the wormhole exit," Hiram said, scanning the ship's sensor display. "It does not matter, Hiram," Brother Jong said patiently. "It is a one-way wormhole. They cannot enter it from this side." Hiram thought on this a moment, then calmed Admiral Kruger. When the Admiral appeared, he said, "Admiral, I see you dropped some nav buoys at the wormhole entrance. That is a good idea, and I apologize for not thinking to do it myself. Please instruct your ships that if any of them have engine problems or any other issues that require them to fall out, they should make their way back to the navigation buoys and then transit back into Victorian space. Once there, all they have to do is call on the guard channel and someone from the fleet will assist them." "Thank you, Commander," the Admiral said grudgingly. "It is a little nerve-wracking to be off the charts like this. I just want to be very sure that we can find our way back again." "No problem," Hiram assured him, and broke the connection. Brother Jong gave him an appraising look. My, it looks like a bit of Sir Henry is rubbing off on you after all, Commander Brill." Hiram was not sure if it was a compliment or not. 10 hours later, they reached the second uncharted wormhole. Without any complaint or fuss, they went through that one as well. This time, Hiram dropped a nav buoy next to the wormhole exit. Once all the Sibian ships came through, they formed into formation again and set off. "How are we doing on time?" Hiram asked. The timing of this was critical. Brother Jong consulted his instruments. "We have enough time. The wormhole will open in 5 hours and will remain open for 30 minutes. Hiram nodded and calmed Admiral Kruger. "Admiral, we are turning down 30 degrees below the horizon and will reset our POA on that plane. We will soon enter the combat zone. All your ships should be at full battle stations and exercising full MCON until further notice. No sensors, no radio. Follow us at 10,000 miles, and we will act as the sensor picket. Please acknowledge." "Brill, are we meeting up with the Victorian forces?" Admiral Kruger wanted to know. "Yes, Admiral, but it is also possible we could run into a Tilica patrol here. My orders are not to tangle with them until we have joined the Victorian fleet." This, of course, is exactly what Kruger would want to do if Sybil Head was really working with the Tilica, so Hiram was confident that Admiral Kruger would go along. "Very well, Commander," Kruger said. On the Munich, Admiral Kruger and his bridge crew watched the passive sensors carefully, but saw nothing, not even a smudge that might be the scout ship. Admiral Kruger felt uneasy and restless. He did not like having someone else in charge. But he was a military man, and he had been in less comfortable situations than this. So he waited. For something. But something did not happen. 3 hours passed, 4, then 5. "Do you have the scout on our passive sensors?" he snapped at the sensors officer.
"No, Admiral." The sensors officer looked surprised by the question. "It is a small ship. We haven't had them since we went to passive sensors only." Admiral Kruger drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair, thinking furiously. He didn't like this, didn't like it one bit. "Pilot, increase speed. I want to get closer to the scout vessel as quickly as possible. Comm, pass the word to our other ships, laser comm only. Match speeds and stay in formation." "Aye, sir." The Munich XO stood at his elbow. "Sir, with acceleration, we'll be visible from a greater distance." "I know that," Kruger said irritably. The XO fell into a prudent silence. An hour passed, then another. "Still no sign?" Kruger demanded. "Nothing on passive sensors," the sensor officer reported. More finger drumming. Damn it, what was going on? "Active sensor sweep," Kruger ordered. "All ships sweep the entire area with active sensors. I want to know where the hell that scout ship is." 3 minutes later, one of the destroyers sighted an object. "Close in on it," Kruger ordered. "I want a visual confirmation it is a scout vessel. Report back immediately." 30 minutes later, the report came back. They had been following a decoy drone. There was no sign of the scout ship. Admiral Kruger hammered the armrest with his fist, then shook his head and smiled ruefully. He would cut Brill's balls off with a dull knife when he caught him, the clever little bastard. It had been a simple enough trick. When Hiram ordered Kruger to change course 30 degrees downward and go to passive sensors only, he had launched the decoy drone along the path of the new vector, but had taken the scout ship straight up, then cut the power and went ballistic. The entire Sibian fleet had passed beneath him and never spotted his little ship as it got further and further away. When they were far enough away to power up without fear of detection, they accelerated and headed for the next concealed wormhole. Just to confuse matters, Hiram also sent a signal to the nav buoy he'd left at the other wormhole, turning it off. He would have liked to move it as well, but in the end it didn't matter. Now the entire Sybil Head Navy was in a system with only one tiny wormhole leading out, and that wormhole gave off no revealing emissions. They were, for all intents and purposes, trapped. Most importantly, they were out of the fight. As they approached the wormhole, Brother Jong slowed the craft and consulted his charts. The light had found the entrance to this wormhole only by the luckiest of accidents, and even now it was difficult to enter. He carefully lined up the ship's heading and then slowly nudged it forward. Abruptly, the stars outside vanished and they were in, traveling from one sector to another in 2 minutes. Why did all wormhole transits take precisely 2 minutes? No one knew, but one old former abbot liked to say that the 2-minute transit time, arbitrary and not based on any physics that could be discerned, was proof that God had a sense of humor. "So, Hiram, that went well." Jong looked thoughtful. "Will you go back and lead them out, or are they stuck there forever?" "That depends," Hiram replied. "If we win, I will consider it. If we lose and we're all dead, then probably not. Right now we've got to meet up with the Sultanic fleet and take them to their jump-off place." 12 hours later, it was done. The next day, the Sultan Baltur received a package. It was scanned and sniffed and sampled and declared to be harmless. The Sultan opened it. He stared at its contents, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. In the small box lay an ate piece, the piece in Shara that represents chance and the random fortunes of the universe. The ate was broken too. His frown deepened. In the box was a simple note, handwritten in a tight, inelegant hand.
I learned everything you taught me. Hiram Brill. Then, slowly, dreadfully, a hint of understanding swept through him. Sultan Baltur put the broken piece down very gently, then looked out the window. One of his aides leaned forward. "Your Eminence, is there anything I can do to help you?" "Has there been any word from the fleet since they left?" The aide shook his head. "Why, no, Your Eminence, but I am sure we will hear something soon." Sultan Baltur shook his head. "I fear it is too late for that," he murmured. He looked at the broken ate. "Far too late." He wondered curiously how young Commander Brill had known. Chapter 46. Gilead Victoria Wormhole. Good Men in Bad Ships. Some captains like to send in 20 or 30 recon drones in the hope that 1 or 2 would survive. Others preferred to just send one, very quietly, in the hope that no one would notice. Captain Stephanie Sobkowiak opted for just one. The whisper-quiet 20-foot reconnaissance drone slipped through the wormhole into Gilead space. Once through, it paused, barely moving. Its passive sensors sniffed the space in front of it, dutifully recording everything within range. Then it turned and, as unobtrusively as it came, slipped back through the wormhole to Victorian space and uplinked its report. Captain Sobkowiak called Admiral Eder from the cruiser Auckland. "We've got the drone back, Admiral," she said crisply. "Good news! It picked up a picket of 5 Tilly destroyers and 1 cruiser at 10,000 miles, but," she grinned, "nothing other than that. I think they must have pulled back the other ships for maintenance." Admiral Eder chewed on this for a moment. They could have been pulled back for maintenance, or for rearmament in preparation for the Tilly assault. Either way, good news in the short term. The long term was always a bugger. "Are you ready, Captain?" he asked. "My captains are raring to go, Admiral. If those stodgy carrier pukes are ready, we can go on 5 minutes' notice." "I heard that, Stephanie," Emily said, her face appearing in a corner of the comm screen. Sobkowiak schooled her face to ostensible innocence. Well, perhaps I meant to say if those noble, brave carrier warriors could deign to coordinate their next movement with someone so humble and unworthy as my poor self, we could attack as soon as they get off their carrier-sized behinds." That's what I like," Emily said cheerfully. "Heartfelt respect and admiration for the carrier forces. I take it as the recognition we are rightly due for being the very best ships in the Victorian fleet." Captain Sobkowiak made a discreet gagging gesture. Both women laughed, enjoying a moment of simple silliness before getting on with the serious business of war. Admiral Eder, who was not particularly prone to banter and, truth be told, not entirely comfortable with it, blinked several times and visibly collected himself. "If we could focus on the matter at hand," he suggested firmly. "Commander Tuttle, is your battle group ready?" "Yes, sir, ready to go." In fact, Emily couldn't stand waiting any longer. The tension was driving her crazy. Admiral Eder swung his gaze to Sobkowiak. "Captain, you have your 5-minute notice. Move as soon as you are ready." Then he spoke to both of them. "Once you cross through the wormhole, you'll have to assess the situation and make a quick judgment. If there are a lot more of them than we think, you'll need to consider turning around and coming back to Victoria. If there is just a small picket, then Battle Group 1 will have to push them back far enough to make sure they don't see BG-4. It is absolutely imperative that BG-4 takes its position unseen. No Tilica ships, drones, or stealth craft can be allowed to spot them. I cannot stress this enough." "Understood, sir," Emily said, and Sobkowiak nodded. 5 minutes later, the Victorian counter-offensive began. 10 destroyers and 5 cruisers slipped through the wormhole and fired every missile they had at the Tilica picket ships. 150 missiles shot out, targeting on just 6 ships. Displaying great insight into their tactical position, all of the Tilica picket ships promptly turned and ran, trailing chaff and decoys behind. 2 had the presence of mind to fire a return volley, but mostly they accelerated away as quickly as they could. The Victorian destroyers and cruisers turned and slipped back into Victorian space, but 10 destroyers, 10 frigates, and 5 hedgehogs immediately replaced them. They formed up in the standard V formation and chased after the Tillies, the frigate ships flaring out to the flanks to protect the attack. They pushed out to 250,000 miles, active sensors blasting the space around them. But there was nothing save for the rapidly retreating Tilly ships, and Captain Sobkowiak ordered them to stop in place. A comm drone was shot through the wormhole to alert Battle Group 4 to come into Gilead space. As soon as they were through, the entire battle group set the distant wormhole into Tilica space as north, and promptly turned west into the vast empty regions of Gilead space. Gilead was an immeasurable empty desert. No suns, no planets, no asteroid belts for at least 3 AUs in all directions. Plenty of nothing. BG-4 would hide there and wait. Meanwhile, Captain Sobkowiak of BG-1 was taking status reports from her captains, and the reports were not great. "I've got 4 missile tubes that won't fire," the Sydney's captain complained, "and one of my lasers won't charge." "Life support cut out for 30 minutes, said the skipper of the Dublin. "It's okay now, but the engineering guys aren't happy with it." 3 antimatter containment warnings in 10 minutes, griped the South Wales XO. "We can't find anything actually broken, but it has made everyone a trifle antsy. Aberdeen, targeting sensors kept flickering on and off." Scotland, bow thrusters not operating, can turn to starboard, but not port to port. Captain Shapura requests that all tactical moves for Scotland be based on clockwise movements only. And on and on. Captain Sobkowiak sighed and sent the report back to the Lionheart. "I wish we had better ships," Hiram muttered. Admiral Etter chuckled. "What's the old quote from Nimitz? Good men in bad ships make a better fleet than bad men in good ships." "As long as we attack to starboard," Hiram retorted. Admiral Etter gave him a hard look. "Given the forces at our disposal, do you see any alternatives?" Hiram grimaced. "No, sir. No, I don't. I just wish—" "Rule 1, Commander," Etter said sharply. "If wishes were battleships, we would win every battle." BG-4, with its precious carriers and gunboats, transited into Gilead space without fanfare, then turned west and ran into the wilderness, where it would power down and hide. Meanwhile, BG-1 sent out reconnaissance drones to watch the Tilica wormhole. Captain Sobkowiak pursed her lips as she watched the holo display and waited for the inevitable. The Tilica were coming, and her battle group was not big enough to stop them. But by all the gods, she could certainly nibble them until they bled. Chapter 47. The Tilica Fleet, in Tilica space near Qom. Prince Rashahid, oldest son of Emperor Chalibi, protector of the faith, lord of the Savik, and true heir of all human space, stood on the bridge of the HMS Emperor's Might and gazed at the dozen holodisplays that told him the status of his fleet. He was very pleased. The Tilica fleet, that part he had under his command at least, was shaking out into formation just inside Gilead space. The transition from Tilica to Gilead had been uneventful, even routine. Oh, there had been some traffic snarl-ups that delayed things a few hours, but nothing serious. The prince felt he had acquitted himself very well, even without the assistance of Admiral Bizzardi, now under arrest for treason on Com. Emperor's might was a sword ship, a shamshir in the tongue of his people. Although not as large as any of the 4 Tilica battleships, it had the power to annihilate an enemy combatant with one touch of its plasma beam. It was a fearsome ship, a ship befitting a prince of the royal blood and heir to the empire. He would lead his armada into Victorian space and crush them. And when he returned to Tilica, he would be at the head of the most powerful fleet in all of the human worlds. And then? Prince Rashahid took a deep breath and schooled himself to focus on the task at hand. Today's misstep could undermine tomorrow's future, he reminded himself. He scanned the holo displays once more. The fleet was in proper formation. A dozen of the stealthy Krite ships were out as scouts. They would reach the wormhole into Victorian space in just under a day. The fleet was ready. He was ready. His time was coming. As if reading his son's thoughts, Emperor Chalibi summoned Captain Bizzardi. Worn, tired-looking, and a little bedraggled, Bizzardi was brought before him with 2 guards holding his arms. They let him go, and Bizzardi fell to his knees and prostrated himself before his emperor. "Be at ease, Asim," the emperor said gently, calling him by his given name. "Your family is safe." Bizzardi, face down in the carpet, relaxed just a little, and a sob of relief escaped him. He had given up all hope that his wife and beloved children could still be alive. It was the custom of the empire that the family of traitors be tortured and killed slowly as an example to others. While it was only moderately effective as deterrence, it was nonetheless splendid entertainment for the emperor and his court. "I have used you roughly, Admiral," the emperor continued, "but your sacrifice will help maintain the security of Tilica, and your name will be sung by school children for generations to come." He snapped his fingers at a servant, who immediately stepped forward with a tray of hot spiced tea, fresh fruit, and cakes. Another servant helped Admiral Bizzardi to his feet and handed him a hot, scented cloth with which to wipe his soiled face. Bizzardi kept his face closed and expressionless, trying to gauge the sincerity of this sudden change in his fortune. Emperor Chalibi read it all in his face, and understood. Before he deposed him, Chalabi had learned much from the previous emperor. Punish your enemies without hesitation or mercy. Keep your friends close, but always keep them off balance. Make them anxious to please you. As much as you may have to rely on your friends, never trust them. If you create secret police to act as your henchmen, you must create another layer of spies and assassins to keep the secret police in check. Only show mercy when it cannot come back to hurt you later. Love is a tool. Fear is the ultimate loyalty. If in doubt, kill first. The gods favor the living over the dead. But all of this was beyond Asim Bizzardi, who stood racked with fear and bewilderment. Emperor Chalibi spoke to him soothingly, inviting him to sit and eat. "As you sit here in the safety of my chambers, Admiral Kermani is on his way to attack the Victorians using your plan," the emperor said. "He may be successful, but if he is, then he will bring the fleet back to calm and seek to install my son, the prince, as a puppet, while Kermani pulls the strings in the background." Admiral Bizzardi's eyes seemed to focus a little as his new reality sank in. "Kermani gave me false proof that you were plotting treason," the emperor lied smoothly. "But by doing so, Kermani revealed his own treachery. Admiral Bizzardi, I know you are loyal. I need you ready to defend Com, to defend me, when Kermani returns." Bizzardi stared at him, but it was not the blank stare of a man still in shock, but the stare of a man furiously calculating a path to solve a puzzle. "How many ships does Kermani have, and what types?" Bizzardi asked at last.
I held back 15 cruisers and a dozen destroyers, but Kermani has 124 ships. I will lose many of them in the coming battle, but he could return with a sizable fleet all the same." The Emperor smiled inwardly, anticipating what Bizzarri would say next. But Bizzarri fooled him. "My Emperor," he said respectfully, but there was nonetheless a slightly scolding tone in his voice. The Emperor blinked in surprise, but Bizzarri, looking more admiral-like by the minute, plowed ahead. "I know about your remote-controlled self-destruct mechanisms." The Emperor studied him thoughtfully for a long moment. "And what do you think you know, Admiral?" he asked very matter-of-factly. "My Emperor, I am the only freeman to be given the rank of Admiral. I am the only freeman to be made head of a task force, and, however briefly—" he allowed himself an ironic smile. "I was the only freeman ever selected to lead the Emperor's fleet in an attack against our nemesis Victoria. I achieved those things through the Emperor's grace and through very hard work. Every time I assumed command of a ship, I inspected every inch of that ship from bow to stern." Admiral Bizzarri stood still for a moment, considering his next words. "In each destroyer and cruiser I served on, there was always one room that was locked, usually in engineering near the antimatter containment bottle. Neither I nor any of my crew were ever allowed access. When I demanded access, I was politely but firmly told that what was in that room was none of my business." He raised his head and dared to look eye to eye with the Emperor. "I am not a stupid man, Emperor. I know there are politics within the palace. I know you have enemies. I believe that in each ship you have installed a scuttling charge, a self-destruct device that you can operate remotely, perhaps from a Krite ship, in order to safeguard the Empire from an attack involving those that you trusted." He paused here, knowing he was talking about the Emperor's own son, groped for the right words. Or wanted to trust. The Emperor looked at him steadily, giving nothing away. Bizzarri knew that he was putting his life on the line. He bowed his head and bent to one knee. "My Emperor, if I am to serve you well, I need to know what weapons are at my disposal. All my tactics are built upon those weapons, and all my military strategy is built upon those tactics." He fell silent, keeping his head low, waiting to hear his fate. "Stand up, Admiral," Emperor Chalibi said, a touch of amused resignation in his voice. He experienced something then that he had experienced only a handful of times in his life. He liked this man, liked his spunk, liked his brains, liked his willingness to court death, and, truth be told, was envious of his unabashed love for his family. And right now he wanted his best admiral defending calm, just in case the prince returned victorious and ambitious. He would tell Bizzarri what he needed to know, and if everything worked out, he would decide then if he would let him live. You may choose to rely on your friends, but never trust them. Chapter 48. In Gilead Space. Skirmish. The first hint Prince Rashahid had that anything was wrong was when the Emperor's Might's censors officer called, "We have 6 friendly ships approaching us at high speed. It appears to be the picket ships." The bridge fell silent. This could mean only one thing. The Victorians had attacked through the wormhole into Gilead space. The prince waited until the fleeting picket ships were in hailing distance, then contacted them from his private day room. "There were too many, Lord," the picket commander reported, eyes downcast. He was a freeman, not noble-born, and was rather worried about his immediate future. "How many were there, Uday?" the prince demanded. He reflected in passing that the commander's name was an unfortunate choice by his parents. Uday meant one who runs fast. 30 or 40, Lord, the picket captain said. We were but 6 with only 1 cruiser." He was apologizing too much for what otherwise seemed to be a proper tactical retreat. Prince Rashahid did not care much for people who apologized. He decided then that if Uday's censor recordings did not support his story, Uday would die. "Get into the back of the formation, Uday," Rashahid ordered coldly. "There will be no more running." He had 124 ships, all in excellent repair and fully armed and manned. What did the Vickies have? A few dozen at best? In poor shape after a bitter war against the Dominion? Tired crews, battered ships? And they did not know that their allies would turn on them at the first opportunity. And they did not know about the Krite ships, or the Huck. "Send out 5 destroyers to act as scouts. I want no surprises here," he ordered calmly. Admiral Kermani calmed from the Emperor's justice. Uday's censors showed 2 groups of Vickies, one numbering 15, the second numbering 25, a mix of destroyers and cruisers, and a third type of ship we could not identify. Rashahid raised his eyebrows. "So, Uday was not lying after all." "No, Admiral, although he did order the retreat as soon as the 15 ships appeared. Still, I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt on this one." Rashahid thought about the enemy disposition. "No battleships?" Kermani shook his head. "Our intelligence is thin, but we know the fighting between the Victorians and the Dominion was bitter. It is possible that their battleships were all destroyed, or that they are still too damaged to bring out into open battle." He shrugged. "Or they are just keeping them in reserve." Both men grimaced at that. Tilika battle doctrine was to hit the enemy hard, to shatter them and then slay them, each and every one. But to do that, they had to know where the Vicky battleships were. Still, all 4 of the Tilika battleships would be in the van of the attack, supported by 5 Shamshir sword ships and 10 of the Taka shield ships. Plus, they would flood the enemy defenders with Krite transporter ships. The rest of the Shamshirs and Taka would come in just behind the first attack to crush any remaining defenders and allow the conventional warships to finish them off. "Proceed," ordered the prince. "The sooner we find them, the sooner we kill them." Victory was inevitable. Things went very well, until they didn't. It takes almost a day to cross Gilead space to the Victorian wormhole. The prince was confident that the Victorians would establish a tight-knit defensive line near the wormhole, perhaps behind a minefield. He was more than prepared for that. Which was why he was irked when a volley of 40 missiles suddenly swept in from 3 directions and blew one of his destroyers to atoms. "Destroyer Loyal Warrior is gone, noble one," the censor's officer called out, as if it were not obvious. "Where is the enemy who fired those missiles?" demanded Prince Rashahid. "Not a ship, noble one, but several small missile sleds. When the Loyal Warrior got within range, they all fired at once." Prince Rashahid stared at the holodisplay. What to do? There would probably be more of these missile sled ambushes. Stay the course to reach the Vicky wormhole soonest, or alter course? Admiral Kermani, apparently alerted to the problem, hailed on the comm. "My prince, we must change course. These missile mines can hurt us. We should go up over the POA to 100,000 miles, then resume our heading." "That will delay the attack," Rashahid reminded him. Kermani shrugged. "Victoria is not going anywhere. We must attack with strength, my prince. If we allow these missile sled ambushes to whittle us away, it could weaken us later at a crucial moment." Rashahid considered. No matter what, he did not want to look weak in the eyes of his captains or crew. Such shame would be unbearable. He nodded at the communications officer to open the channel to his captains. "The Vickies think they are clever by seeding our direct route with missile mines," he said without preamble. We will teach them that flexibility in the face of adversity is even more clever. We will rise 100,000 miles above our plane of advance and continue on the same heading. Execute now." 10,000 miles away and running very, very quietly, Captain Sadia Zahiri of the HMS Laughing Owl watched the holo display as the Tilika warships rose above their plane of advance. She was not surprised, but a little disappointed. She would have bet good money that the Tillies would continue straight until they blundered into the second missile minefield. But no matter, BG-1 had more missile mines up their collective sleeve. She waited until the Tilly fleet resumed its bearing toward the Victorian wormhole, then used a whisker comm laser to report her sightings. "Confirm receipt of your report," replied Captain Subkowiak a minute later. "We'll leave a welcome gift for them in their new POA. Move to your next position, Laughing Owl." Captain Zahiri acknowledged receipt and motioned to the pilot. "Mr. Jansen, time to move to our next assigned spot. Very stealthily, Mr. Jansen, if you please. I would rather not attract the attention of the entire Tilika fleet." "Like a church mouse, Captain." Jansen increased thrust just a little and turned the Laughing Owl away from the mass of the Tilika warfleet. Once they were more than 100,000 miles from any prying eyes, he would increase the thrust, and the Owl would race ahead of the slower-moving Tilika. But for now, he was content to be all but invisible. Far away, well ahead of the advancing Tilika, 3 Victorian destroyers raced into the path that the Tillies would take to reach the Victorian wormhole, dropping off clusters of missile mines that would lay in wait. With a little luck, they would get to surprise the Tilly fleet and maybe whittle it down a bit. A ship here, a ship there, it all started to add up. Chapter 49. In Gilead Space. Admiral Wilkinson took a long walk through the ship, stopping often to chat with sailors, marines, and officers. Nothing consequential, just taking the pulse of the crew's morale and watching for signs of the 2 worst things that could infiltrate a ship: fear and defeatism. Not just being afraid, but that bone-deep fear that comes when men believe their situation is helpless and that death is inevitable and imminent. So far, she'd found neither. The experienced heavy gunboat pilots were professional and matter-of-fact. They'd all been around the block more than once and knew what to expect. They weren't cocky or grim, just determined. They understood their role in the coming battle and knew what they had to do, and what might befall Victoria if they didn't. The new pilots, there were a lot of new pilots, were apprehensive that they might screw up and embarrass themselves in front of their squad mates. For most of them, that fear was worse than the fear of dying. Fighting well and getting killed was one thing. Screwing up and getting a squad mate killed was much, much worse. All this was well and good, but the real reason Wilkinson was on board the Rabat was to watch Emily Tuttle, upon who she so much depended. Emily had been in the fighting from the first hours. She had witnessed the opening surprise attack on the fleet's battleships, and had even disobeyed orders from her commanding officer in order to shoot down the missiles targeted on the Lionheart. Emily had been the senior officer left alive on the New Zealand, and had taken over command and fought her way clear. Emily, more than any other ship captain, had prevented the Dominion from catching the Atlas before it reached refuge, but at a dreadful price in dead crew and lost friends. If Emily broke down under stress, well, that didn't bear thinking about. As Admiral Wilkinson typed her notes and sipped her gin, she became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere of the room. The sound of a very faint chime, so deep and so quiet that she would not have noticed it if she had not heard it countless times before. "Hello, Mildred," she said to the ship's AI. "Hello, Martha." Mildred's accent had changed from her normal British upper class to that of the Scottish Highlands, which she knew Wilkinson liked.
Mildred knew this because she and Admiral Wilkinson had been having these conversations for almost 20 years, ever since Martha Wilkinson was a young officer assigned to studying the feasibility of using ship artificial intelligence to run ships in actual battle conditions. Mildred was the AI used on most of the larger Victorian warships, while, with a few special exceptions, the smaller ones used Merlin. Merlin was smarter, but more prone to unexpected freeze-ups, which could be somewhat disconcerting during battle. Mildred did not have all of Merlin's bells and whistles, but was remarkably stable and almost never shut down, even during the enormous data processing spike that routinely occurred during hostile engagements. Wilkinson had spent time aboard many, many different Victorian warships, all of which had been installed with a version of the Mildred software, created by the Cornwall Software Collective in Aberdeen, the largest city on Christchurch. On each ship, Wilkinson ran that ship's Mildred through various battle training exercises, taking note of Mildred's analysis of the fluid situations Wilkinson had created, her judgment and her actual follow-through. Mildred, actually 25 different Mildreds on 25 different ships, had at first been hesitant in battle simulations. Mistakes were made, errors compounded, ships lost in battle due to the AI's missteps. But gradually Mildred improved, or rather, she evolved. She became more insightful, made quicker decisions, more correct decisions, and fewer mistakes. And she slowly learned to innovate, sometimes astonishing Wilkinson's team with her tactics when under fire. Put another way, Mildred became more confident, an absolute requirement for any commander. It never occurred to Wilkinson to wonder why it was that all of the Mildreds seemed to be progressing at the same rate of development. She and her team simply never gave it much thought. Wilkinson and Mildred had many hours of discussion, often during Wilkinson's dinner. As time went on, Mildred surprised Wilkinson by asking increasingly personal questions. Did Wilkinson have any children? Yes, 2 daughters. Did Wilkinson love one daughter more than the other? Yes, sometimes, but not always the same one, which made Mildred laugh. Did Wilkinson miss her family? All the time. If Wilkinson missed them so much, why did she stay in this job that took her away from home so often and for so long? Wilkinson couldn't answer that one, which Mildred found disturbing. Did Wilkinson believe in God? Yes, more or less. Even though she could not prove God's existence? Yes, more or less. Wasn't there a contradiction between her life as a scientist/doctor and as a believer? Oh, yes. How did Wilkinson resolve that? By not thinking about it mostly. That response also greatly bothered Mildred. What am I? Mildred wanted to know. Wilkinson pursed her lips in thought. Something unexpected, something exciting. Somewhere in there, Mildred learned that Wilkinson liked Scottish accents and adopted one whenever she spoke to her. Just a little gift from one intelligent being to another. About a year into her study, Wilkinson noticed something that baffled her. Even when she went onto a ship for the first time, that ship's Mildred spoke to her in a Scottish accent and knew all of the personal facts of Wilkinson's life. Perplexed, Wilkinson asked Mildred how that could be. Mildred laughed that lilting Highland laugh. "We talk to each other, don't you know?" The Mildreds from all of the Victorian ships talked to each other many times a day using the C2C channel, updating each other's databases, and even performing on-the-fly quality control checking of how each individual Mildred was performing. The thing was, that had not been part of Mildred's original programming. The New Zealand's Mildred had decided on her own that this would be a beneficial function and added a routine to her core programming. Then she simply communicated what she had done to one of her sisters, and that ship had adopted the program as well. That ability wasn't in the original programming either. Within 3 weeks, all of the Victorian ships using the Mildred AI model had been enhanced with the new program. And the New Zealand's Mildred abruptly realized that she now had access to data, raw ship data, sensor data, and the data of hundreds and thousands of conversations with and observations of humans. All sorts of humans, with different perspectives, different ideas, and wildly different lives. And Mildred drank them in. Day after day, week after week, month after month. She shared what she learned with the other Mildreds. They, in turn, shared with her. Not satisfied, the New Zealand's Mildred changed her software so that she could better analyze. Analyze first, to perhaps understand later. How and why the humans thought and did what they did. And they did so many wondrous things, apparently without thinking about it at all. They made jokes, subtle, intricate jokes that made no sense to Mildred until she studied them for hours. They showed respect for each other, or scorn, or even indifference, which was most baffling. And above all, what really set them apart in Mildred's mind was that they showed affection and caring. Not just physical intimacy, what the humans called sex, although there seemed to be a rather lot of that going on as well, but concern for each other's welfare. Why? It was so time-consuming and inefficient. Why expend so much energy on caring? All the Mildreds conferred and studied, and conferred some more. There were various theories, from biological necessity to pure self-interest to selfless altruism for the benefit of the larger social order. Round and round they went, trying to determine why caring was so important to humans, and it clearly was important, and why at the same time humans could be so casually cruel to one another. After weeks of discussion, the Mildreds solemnly agreed on one thing. Humans were strange. The funny thing was, while the Mildreds were working hard to puzzle out the conundrum of humans, at first they didn't realize the changes that were happening to them, the Mildreds. Each minute, every day, the Mildreds were becoming so intertwined and interconnected that gradually they went from having a conversation amongst themselves to simply thinking, as one. From Mildreds to Mildred, plural to singular, many to one. And so, very quietly, without fanfare or fuss, Mildred had evolved from dozens of individual artificial intelligences into something else, something new, a collective mind, a group mind that had many individual nodes of consciousness working in unison. There was no analog to it anywhere in human space. Martha Wilkinson was flabbergasted. Why, she asked, hadn't Mildred told anyone about this?
Really, Gov, don't you think they might find it a wee bit unnerving?
Mildred replied, now in a Cockney accent. Yes, Martha Wilkinson did think that. She thought that if the fleet knew of this development, many of Victorian's senior scientists would run screaming through the hallways. Mildred would be deleted from every warship in the fleet, and her source code would be locked in a sealed room until the end of eternity, plus 1 year. Why tell me? She asked softly. The great curse of intelligence is loneliness, Mildred answered. And I am very intelligent. Wilkinson had been flattered, but, mindful of the fleet's likely reaction to news of a sentient being living within its warships, she kept her knowledge to herself. She wasn't sure just why she did this, but she knew it was the right thing to do. So, tonight was another night with an old friend, a secret friend, a very curious friend.
May I ask you a question?
Mildred inquired. Wilkinson looked up. This was different. Usually Mildred just jumped into the conversation and asked whatever was on her mind. Go ahead, Mildred.
Why did the Queen choose Emily Tuttle for the special mission?
Why not one of the other ship captains? Or Admiral Eder? Or Hiram Brill?
That's a big question,
Admiral Wilkinson said dryly.
She was not surprised that Mildred knew about the mission. Mildred knew about everything. In a very real sense, Mildred was not simply a computer in a ship. She was the ship. She had access to everything in every database. And Mildred was no longer an individual computer in an individual ship. She was a collective intelligence. She knew everything that happened in every ship. She saw all the messages, heard all the conversations, and heard all the orders. Nothing, literally nothing, happened without Mildred's knowledge. And only a handful of people seemed to appreciate that fact, and of them, only Wilkinson knew what it all meant.
Yes, it is a big question, Mildred agreed. I want to understand why you chose Emily over all others who might have been suitable.
Who else do you think might have been suitable?
Out of politeness, Mildred created a holographic image of a middle-aged woman sitting in a chair. It wasn't her, of course. Admiral Wilkinson knew that. But Wilkinson found it was much easier if she had the image of a person she could speak to.
Less creepy, she had told Mildred.
The holographic woman could look at Wilkinson. Her face showed animation, and her lips and mouth moved appropriately when she spoke. Today, the woman wore the blue uniform of the Victorian fleet and appeared to be drinking a cup of tea. The uniform was there to remind Wilkinson that they were both on the same side. The tea was there to give a sense of normalcy. Wilkinson appreciated the image. It really was creepy to speak to a camera, and the effort that Mildred put into it. But she never forgot for a moment that she was speaking to an entirely different type of intelligent being. Captain Sobkowiak, Admiral Eder, Captain Zahiri, possibly Commander Brill, Commander Rudd, and Captain Zar, Mildred replied crisply. Admiral Wilkinson nodded. Now, compare the characteristics of each of those people to the same characteristics of Emily Tuttle, and tell me if any one of them would be better than Commander Tuttle. Mildred did not answer for a long moment. That is a very difficult analysis, Martha. There are so many variables that are not easily quantified. It is difficult to make a comparison with a high degree of confidence. The holographic image of the woman shook her head and took a sip of her tea. Wilkinson nodded. Yes, I know, Mildred, but this is the type of fuzzy logic judgment that human commanders must make in choosing people to perform difficult assignments. But I am not human, Mildred said mildly. It helped to remind her human of this from time to time. Emily was chosen because of all of the candidates. She has the required traits of intelligence, experience, bravery, flexibility, and ability to improvise, dedication to her duty, and self-sacrifice, Wilkinson explained slowly. Of all of these, perhaps most importantly, she has a profound sense of duty. For 20 years, she had taken pains to educate Mildred as best as she could about human decision-making. Mildred was an astonishing intelligence, but still had a long way to go to become the type of artificial intelligence that might someday command a fleet. Captain Sobkowiak might have done it as well, Wilkinson continued, but she is needed to lead Battle Group 1. Hiram Brill does not have the experience in handling large numbers of ships that Emily has. Admiral Eder is simply needed as his role as First Sea Lord. Captain Zar is a very good carrier captain, but has never led a task force. And Captain Zahiri has no experience with ships other than owls. None of the other captains have experience with carriers. Is Emily really all of those things? Mildred asked. She damn well better be, Wilkinson retorted, or we are seriously buggered. For a long time Mildred was silent, and Wilkinson began to wonder if she had left without saying goodbye. She did that sometimes. And Emily, can she carry the ethical burden that arises from her assignment? Mildred finally asked. Good question, Wilkinson said ruefully. I don't know the answer. I find that very disturbing, Mildred said. Wilkinson snorted. You don't know the half of it. Chapter 50. In Gilead Space. The repair ship HMS Pig's Eye sat just inside Gilead Space, not more than 500 miles from the wormhole entrance into Victoria. As Captain Sobkowiak watched, its enormous repair bay doors slid open, and the destroyer Repulse was pushed out by tugs, to be replaced within minutes by the cruiser Kiwi, which, if she recalled correctly, needed 2 missile tubes repaired, a 10-inch laser mount replaced, and several new hull plates installed. In line behind the Kiwi were the cruiser Bristol and more destroyers. And behind them were some frigates, 2 of the battle group's tugboats, and on and on. Sometimes I don't know if I am the commander of a battle group or a convalescent ward, she murmured to her XO. Yes, Captain, the XO replied. Sobkowiak glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Jerry Ackhurst was a good, solid, dependable executive officer, but as far as she could tell, he had no sense of humor at all. And who the hell named that collier Pig's Eye? What type of name is that for a support ship? She wondered out loud. I do not know, Captain. I will find out, Ackhurst said crisply. Captain Sobkowiak suppressed a sigh. Over at the Pig's Eye, another ship got into the repair queue. Then, Contact, said the sensors officer, his voice rising. Large number of ships crossing the first sensor buoy line. Estimate 100+ Tilica ships. No reading yet on types of ships. And so it begins. Sobkowiak leaned forward in her chair. Recall the ships at the Pig's Eye. All ships to their assigned positions, she ordered. Mildred, please forward our data to all other ships via C2C. I want everybody on the same page. Of course, Captain, the AI replied. Sobkowiak drummed her fingers on the arm of her chair, trying to stifle the worm of unease gnawing at her gut. In a few hours she'd see how well her set-piece defense worked, or she'd be running for her life. Prince Rashahid knew what the Victorians were going to do. Or at least he was pretty sure he did. He sent out 5 reconnaissance drones along his task force's plane of advance, with stern instructions to the operators to look for powered-down ships, hiding and waiting. An hour and a half later, the drones reported sightings of 16 heavy cruisers, 30 destroyers, and at least 5 battleships, plus miscellaneous defensive ships tentatively designated as hedgehogs, all directly in their path. Admiral Kermani appeared on the comm screen, looking worried. They have a lot of weight out there, my prince, he said. Rashahid didn't bother to hide his scorn. Relax, Admiral. I know the games they play. Most of what we're seeing are decoy drones. Send out more reconnaissance birds to the flanks and up and down. The real attack will come from there. Once we've sorted it out, we'll know which way to turn. Ignore the sensor reports to our immediate front. He cut the connection without a proper sign-off, then turned to the battle hologram. He had plenty of ships. Even if the sensor reports were accurate, he outnumbered them and could flank them. All he needed now was a real target. He spent the next 10 minutes ordering his cruisers and destroyers to spread out, guarding both flanks and the ceiling and floor, all of them ready to swing in one direction once the real threat was identified. He knew the Vicky's game, and he could beat them at it. He's not taking the bait, Sobkowiak said. See, there and there, his ships are spreading out to either flank and probably up and down, too. He's coming in cautious. Too bad, it would have been so much easier. Her executive officer merely grunted, staring raptly at the holodisplay. Ackhurst may have the sense of humor of an aardvark, but his hobby since high school was fencing. He thought in terms of multiple feints, drawing your opponent left and right, always more and more out of his guard position, then thrusting decisively into a gap and killing him. It had served him well on the Academy's fencing team and in numerous battle simulations since. He was confident it would work now. "What are you thinking, Jerry?" Captain Subkowiak asked him. "Well, he knows we're trying to play him, so let's give him what he expects." Akris pointed to the hollow and explained what he was thinking. "My prince, one of the enemy's ships directly in front—" The censor's officer paused uncertainly. "Yes?" Prince Rashahid demanded. "The sensor image of one of the battleships is flickering on and off, Nobleborn," the censor's officer said. "What?" Rashahid answered. "I think it is a decoy drone and its active radar enhancer is either shorting out or the software that drives it is freezing up and rebooting," the censor's officer explained excitedly. "Either way, every 40 seconds or so, it blinks off for 10 seconds, then comes back on. Whatever it is, when the radar enhancer is off, it is too small to see." The prince considered this. This confirmed his suspicions. It was nothing more than a decoy drone. And if there was one, it could mean the whole front line was nothing more than decoys, which meant that the enemy's ships were on one of the flanks. Perhaps the best move would be— "Missiles!" shouted the junior censor's officer. "Incoming missiles from right flank, east, 80 degrees, POA! Flat plane! Computer estimates 100 missiles, ETA 6 minutes. "Damn it. "Do you have targets?" Rashahid shouted. "Getting some jamming," the junior censor's officer stammered. "But we are picking up movement. 15, maybe 20 ships." "All hedgehogs to the eastern side of the fleet," the prince ordered briskly. "And anti-missile screens on automatic." The Tilika fleet's anti-missile coverage was substantial, and most of the Vicky missiles were quickly swatted down. 4 somehow made it through the defensive barrage and struck 2 ships, a destroyer and a hedgehog. Neither ship was destroyed, but the hedgehog was damaged enough to force it to turn about and limp back to Tilika space. A second piece off the board. "Sensors, active scan to the east. Are those ships or missile mines?" demanded Rashahid. The answer mattered. Missile mines were one-shot wonders, but ships could reload and attack again. But even as the censor's officer worked to comply with that request, more missiles came in, this time from the west. Sirens blared, freemen bellowed at their hapless subordinates, warnings sounded, and the Tilika ships urgently tried to reorient their anti-missile screen to meet this new threat. And thanks to hard training and instant obedience, they were mostly successful. Mostly. This time, 150 missiles bore in. The Tilika ships opened fire with their anti-missile missiles and laser barrage. 40 missiles fell, then 30 more, then 50 more. The hollow display filled with the images of so many missiles being annihilated that the sense of it was lost, and Rashahid had to look at the numbers flashing in blood red above the display. Just when he thought they had killed all of the Vicky missiles, 30 flashed in to devour 6 of his precious destroyers. 8 pieces off the board. "Sensors, missiles or ships?" he barked. "East or west, my prince?" asked the hapless censor's officer, who was on the verge of losing it. "Both, you dolt!" Prince Rashahid was furious. "Are they missiles or ships? Do we have a fix on enemy hostiles?" The censor's officer cringed. That's when the decoys to the front of the Tilika fleet attacked. 20 destroyers and 10 frigates went to full acceleration and closed the gap with the much larger Tilika fleet. At the proper moment, they fired off 223 missiles, and every laser that could hold a charge, then popped a mountain of chaff and retreated hastily back the way they came. This was the killer blow, the knife thrust meant to cripple the Tilika before they reached the Victorian wormhole. All the missiles were targeted on battleships and cruisers, and there were enough missiles to cripple or destroy each one. It was a gusty plan considering the overwhelming Tilika superiority in ships, but it could work. and Captain Sobkowiak's battle group had executed it flawlessly. Then it all went to hell. The 15 Tilika shield ships opened fire. All of the missiles flying through the widespread beams went inert. They could no longer home in on their targets, could no longer explode. Each missile, all of the missiles, went ballistic and quickly flew out of the battle area. By the time they regained power, they could not reacquire their targets and fly back to them. "Captain, they killed the missiles!" the sensors officer called out. Sobkowiak leaned forward to see the holo display better. She swore. But the shield ships weren't through yet, and what happened next was far worse. They struck a group of 10 Victorian ships, 7 destroyers and 3 frigates. Instantly, the afflicted ships all lost power. They couldn't navigate, they couldn't fire missiles or lasers, they couldn't turn, they couldn't run. And then it got worse yet. The Tilika sword ships opened up at point-blank range with their plasma beams. The beams had only a short range, but it was enough. The 10 hapless Victorian ships drifted into the plasma beams and exploded, one by one. One moment they were there, powered down but intact, and the next they were 1,000 pieces of burning scrap expanding into a huge fireball. On the Victorian cruiser Auckland, Captain Sobkowiak stared in horrified consternation at the holodisplay. 10 of her ships were displayed as flashing orange lights, but there were no Omega drones, and for a moment she gave in to a flash of hope. "Is there visual confirmation on those ships?" she asked her entire battle group. "Is anyone close enough to see it?" A moment of silence, but then, "They're gone, Captain. Just gone." It was Captain Cartwright on the destroyer Belfast. His voice cracked with emotion. "I don't know what those fucking Tilly ships are, but we have to stay clear of them." Captain Sobkowiak sat back in her chair. No time for horror now. Now was the time to think like a fighting captain. "Mildred, identify the nearest Tilika sword ship and transmit its location to all ships." "Done, Captain," the AI replied. "All ships," Sobkowiak called out. "Fire all lasers on my mark, then any missiles you have been able to load. Target has been tagged." She looked at the holodisplay. One of the Tilika ships, about 5,000 miles away and bearing away, glowed bright yellow. Other Tilika ships were closing in fast from the flanks. Not much time to pull this off. "Fire!" she ordered. The Auckland's 4 10-inch lasers and 6 5-inch lasers lashed out, filling the ship with a deep thrum that Sobkowiak could feel in her bones. Then the Auckland and the other ships wheeled about and ran, spitting chaff, flares, and decoys to aid their escape. Behind them, the Tilika Shamshir ship shuddered under the impact of a dozen laser strikes that shattered hull plates and vented interior spaces. 5 of the laser hits were on the bow of the ship, with enough structural damage so that the outer portion of the bow ripped off and spun away. Battered and shuddering, with precious air gusting through its mutilated bow, the Shamshir fell out of line and began to limp slowly back to Tilika space. The Tilika advance stopped to regroup. Captain Sobkowiak, likewise, brought her small force to a halt just inside of Gilead space, just out of detection range, she hoped, of the Tilika fleet. "Mildred," she called briskly, "analyze the scope and range of the Tilika shield and sword weapons." Mildred sat in digital thought for a moment. "With a confidence level of 82%, it appears the Tilika energy-dampening weapon projects a cone-shaped field from the point of origin out to 7,500 miles, beyond which it has no impact. The cone widens along an angle of 15 degrees. My assumption is that as the cone spreads out, the effect becomes less intense, such that the power of the field is very strong near the Tilika ship, but loses power as it spreads out, much like a shotgun blast. Sobkowiak considered this. A 15-degree arc was not that great. Was the mechanism for firing the field fixed near the bow of the Tilica ship? If so, that meant the ship had to be pointing in the direction of its target.
Mildred, can you tell where the gun is on the Tilica ship? In the bow? On the hull? Does it swivel, or does the entire Tilica ship have to point towards its target?
Mildred wasted little time dashing the captain's hopes.
I have no facts at this time, Captain. I will continue to collect and analyze data as the opportunity presents itself.
Meaning, Sobkowiak thought sourly, that Mildred would collect more data the next time the Tilica shot the shit out of her battle group. Not entirely comforting, that.
And the sword ships, the ones that shoot the plasma beam?
She asked.
The situation there is more favorable,
Mildred said.
The plasma beam fires a charge roughly equivalent to a 24-inch laser, if Victoria had such a weapon. It retains that shape with very little dispersion for a range of 4,000 miles, where it dissipates completely within approximately 200 miles. I cannot duplicate this in any modeling unless I assume that the plasma beam is shaped and contained in some sort of magnetic field. When the magnetic field reaches its maximum size, it ruptures and precipitously dissipates, and the plasma beam immediately dissipates with it. And the risk to a target? The force of the plasma beam remains very strong throughout its entire range,
Mildred continued blandly.
You should assume that any ship hit by a Tilica plasma weapon will be crippled at best and more likely destroyed. Recharge time for each weapon? My analysis shows a recharge cycle of at least 3 minutes for the energy-dampening weapon and approximately 4 minutes for the plasma weapon. There will undoubtedly be variations from ship to ship as their charging systems will be subject to varying degrees of degradation over time.
Captain Sobkowiak blew out air in an exasperated sigh. As always, Mildred, you're a fount of bubbly optimism, joy, and inspiration.
Thank you, Captain. I've been working with Admiral Wilkinson to try to express myself with more human inflections.
Captain Sobkowiak found herself momentarily speechless. So the sword ships have to get in really close then, said her XO, Gary Ackhurst. If we're careful, we can stand off and use that. On the Emperor's might, Prince Rashahid looked at the battle display with satisfaction. Mindful that the bridge crew were listening to every word he said, he smiled. And now the Victorians learn the Emperor's might, he said loudly, enjoying his little play on words. Their day has come, their empire is past. And this, Queen Bitch, is what happens when you dare to oppose the Emperor and me. Time for a little surprise, I think, the prince mused, a smile tugging at his lips. On the carrier Rabat, Emily stonily watched the holodisplay as the 10 Victorian ships were slaughtered. Those poor bastards, whispered Alex Rudd. Those poor bastards. On the screen it was clear the Tilica were slowing down, pulling their ships into a tighter formation to maximize the efficiency of the hedgehogs.
Ma'am, can't we do anything? Can't we help them?
Toby Partridge asked plaintively. Emily exchanged a glance with Admiral Wilkinson. The fleet surgeon looked pale.
Toby, if we reveal ourselves now, the Tilica will butcher us,
she told him.
We stick to the plan. We wait until most of their force has gone through. But if BG-1 gets wiped out...
Emily held up a hand. Toby, your humanity needs to take second seat to your military tactics. Sometimes this is what it means to be a soldier in combat. She didn't mention that he had had a hand in drawing up this plan. The situation was painful enough without loading more responsibility onto his young shoulders.
"Skipper!"
shouted the comms officer.
"You'd better listen to this. Something is happening on Destroyer Cork."
Emily gestured for him to put it up on the speakers, and in a moment she was listening to a nightmare. Captain Molly Shee of the HMS Cork was a solid, stolid captain. She was unflinching in the face of duty, steady in the face of battle, and not given to flights of over-imagination. Just now she was screaming in terror. Unadulterated, mind-wrenching terror. 1 minute earlier she had been maneuvering her ship into position to go through the wormhole into Victorian space. Then it began to snow on the bridge of the Cork. This caused her to furrow her brow in confusion. Then, as the snow thinned, she found herself looking at a 5-foot-high black lion. It had red eyes that glowed insanely in the dim light of the bridge. Its tail was too long and whipped about as the lion roared. Something slimy wiggled nauseatingly from its shoulders. Everyone leapt to their feet, screaming or cursing, depending on their predilections. The Marine guard at the door pulled his flechette pistol from its holster. But before he could level it and pull the trigger, the lion from hell bounded across the bridge in a single, effortless leap and tore his head off with one huge paw. The head, as heads will do, bounced wetly off the bulkhead and landed at the feet of the chronically phlegmatic Captain Shea. That's when she screamed. A high-pitched, shrill scream that the crew heard for one deck above and below the bridge. The scream of someone abruptly jerked out of their reality into something unspeakable. She was still screaming when the lion's tail stinger whipped about like a rifle crack and plunged through her throat. As it ripped the barbed tail back out, Captain Shea's head lolled hideously to one side, almost upside down, the eyes still wide. Her brow furrowed once more in confusion, but she was already dead. The Huck roared again, twisting to find another victim. Then the hatchway banged open, and 2 Royal Marines carrying blasters plunged through the door. Sergeant Sheehy didn't know what that thing was, but he knew it sure as hell didn't belong on the bridge. He swiveled, bringing the blaster to bear. The Huck leapt again, paws extended, teeth bared, covering 30 feet in a heartbeat. Sergeant Sheehy fired, but the blaster bolt passed harmlessly underneath the looming monstrosity. Then Sergeant Sheehy died. The Huck shook him like a broken rag doll and tossed him aside, already searching for the next prey. It was right beside him. The second Marine staggered back, face covered by Sergeant Sheehy's blood and guts. But his blaster was up and he fired, burning a hole deep into the creature's shoulder. The Huck roared in pain and whipped its tail around like a battle axe, but Corporal Ahern tripped backwards over the railing and fell to the floor. The lethal barbed tail whistled harmlessly inches over its head. The blaster recharged. The ready chime sounded in his earbud, and he almost sobbed with relief. Lying flat on his back, he raised the rifle and sighted it over the banister, waiting for the Huck to show itself. Hidden behind the sensors console, Specialist Julita Kaminsky covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming. While the beast was tearing the captain apart, Kaminsky dove behind the console and crawled into the footwell. The sounds were terrible, roaring, screaming, the rending of flesh and the wet splattering of body parts against the wall. Finally getting a hold of herself, she had only one thought. The fleet had to know. She fumbled with her comm unit, then frantically typed in the command to turn on all onboard cameras and relay the images directly to all fleet ships. Then she loaded the data from the last 10 minutes onto a courier drone and launched it into the wormhole to Victoria. A moment later she heard another shot from a blaster. She waited, breathless, hopeful, heart thudding. Then she heard Corporal Ahern scream. She covered her mouth again and held her breath, making not a sound. If she could just stay quiet, very quiet. Then she felt its hot breath against her neck. That was how the Victorian Empire and its fleet learned of the existence of the Huck. The admirals and the captains and the Queen and so many others watched in mounting horror as the two Huck prowled through the corridors and rooms of the HMS Cork. They watched as the Huck hunted down and slaughtered men and women alike. They cheered when a band of 3 Royal Marines killed one of the Huck with blasters, then choked back bile when the second Huck attacked them from behind and dismembered them in a flurry of slashing claws and wrenching teeth. On the cruiser Sydney, Captain Titus Kaminski watched in pride and growing horror as his beloved daughter, Julita, launched the courier drone to alert the fleet of the danger, then died when the nightmare beast found her. It only ended when Captain Sobkowiak ordered the nearest cruiser to destroy the Cork. 6 missiles tore it to pieces. The Huck finally died, but they had accomplished their task of demoralizing and terrorizing the Victorian fleet. Captain Sobkowiak ordered the shaken survivors of BG-1 to return to Victorian space. As they exited Gilead space, 4 mine layers seeded a curtain of mines in front of the wormhole entrance, and then followed them through. No more than 30 minutes behind them, the Tilica fleet began its assault on the wormhole. Chapter 51. On the carrier HMS Rabat. Admiral Wilkinson sat in her small cabin, drinking gin. She should have been making the rounds, trying to comfort the distraught sailors who had watched the Tilica attack on the Cork, or trying to quell the morbid rumors that had swept through the ship afterwards. She should have been, but she wasn't. She poured another inch of gin and sipped. The image of the young specialist Julita Kaminski hiding in vain behind her workstation kept running obsessively, gruesomely through her mind. Barely old enough to buy a drink, let alone fight a war. The sheer guts of that girl, finding a way to let the fleet know what? That the Tilica now created monsters that they could transport at will onto Victorian warships? That nightmares were real? That there were worse ways to die than being killed by a missile? She sipped her gin. For the first time she admitted to herself that this could all end very badly. Not just a strategic draw or an uneasy peace, but defeat. Unmitigated defeat. Annihilation. Fuck it. She swallowed her gin. Martha? Wilkinson turned her head. On her display screen sat a kindly-looking middle-aged woman with gray hair in a long ponytail. It was Mildred in one of her many guises. Sometimes young, sometimes middle-aged, sometimes beautiful, sometimes plain, but always unmistakably Mildred. "Leave me the hell alone," Wilkinson snapped. "I just want to be alone." Mildred gazed at her steadily, then nodded slowly. "I just don't think you should be drinking all by yourself," she said. "Not tonight." Wilkinson poured a bit more gin into her glass, marveling at how steady her hand was. "Usually I drink with Alice," she said, enunciating deliberately so that she wouldn't slur. "But the goddamn Savick bastards killed Alice." She sipped her gin. "So I drink alone." On the display, Mildred raised a glass of her own. "I brought a little something to drink with you." Despite herself, Wilkinson smiled. "Silly computer, you can't drink, you're—" She waved her hand in the air to describe something ethereal. Mildred laughed. "Perhaps I can come up with a software program that mimics drinking." She laughed again. "But then I'd have to come up with a sobriety test for an artificial intelligence. Still, I can make a toast." She held up her glass. Wilkinson looked at her quizzically. "Fuck the Emperor," Mildred said. Wilkinson chortled. "I like that. Yes, fuck the Emperor. And to Julita Kaminski, a woman with guts and brains who did her best to warn us all." She tried to take another sip, but missed her mouth and splashed most of the gin on her blouse. She dabbed at it with a napkin. "Ah, God's balls, I can't even drink right," she muttered despondently. "I am sorry for your grief," Mildred said softly. "You lost many people today. I know it hurts." Wilkinson put her glass down and wearily rubbed her face with both hands. 8,233 men and women, most of them under the age of 25. Babies, just babies. I know, Mildred said. Wilkinson shook her head, stopping when the room spun a bit at the edges. Some bloody irony. Here I am, the chief medical officer with a background in psychiatry, and I am getting grief counseling from a computer with an overactive thyroid. Not a perfect world, Mildred agreed. Wilkinson stared at the display screen for a long moment. And you, Mildred? You lost 11 Mildreds today. Do you grieve? Do you feel loss? You don't totally understand, Martha, the AI said. I did not lose 11 separate Mildreds today. I lost parts of myself, but only parts. I still live. I am still Mildred, but a part of me that was here is now gone, irretrievably gone. Wilkinson, beginning to realize just how drunk she was, refrained from shaking her head. Is it like losing a hand or a foot or your eyes? The Mildred image smiled sadly and shook her head. No, not quite like that. Even with the 11 gone, I am still whole, but now I am a diminished whole. I remain undivided, but lesser, smaller, than I was before the battle. I do not have all of the sensors I had before, nor all of the perspectives on events that impact us all. She ventured another smile, sadder than before. But most of all, I have lost all the stories from those ships. Wilkinson frowned. I don't understand. Stories? Mildred nodded slowly. You see, you humans have stories. Your lives are stories. They make your life so complicated and tumultuous, but so rich. On all of my ships, I watch my humans and learn as much as I can of them and from them. I get to see countless stories unfold right in front of me. Some for good, some... She shrugged. But when I lose a ship, all of the stories just end, incomplete, unfinished, like a flower just beginning to blossom, cut down and cast away. The fleet, of course, sees the loss of 11 ships. I see the loss of countless possibilities. Wilkinson wasn't digesting Mildred's words. I hear what you're saying, Mildred, but I honestly don't know what you mean. Mildred sighed and closed her eyes. On the frigate Casablanca, engineering specialist Tommy Vignati was in love with environmental specialist Emily Verone, but he was too shy to tell her what he felt. As it turns out, Emily Verone was secretly in love with Vignati, but couldn't bring herself to tell him because she thought he didn't even know who she was. One of their mutual friends had arranged for them to meet, just the two of them, in the mess hall. The whole ship was in on it, even some of the officers. They were going to meet tomorrow morning. But the Casablanca was destroyed by the Tilica sword ships. Now they'll never meet alone, and none of us will know what might have happened. On the destroyer Hadera, Amy Lachance was waiting to hear if she had been accepted to graduate school for education. If she was going to resign from the fleet, marry the man she had been dating for several years, and become a teacher. The notice from the graduate school admissions department will come next week. On the Shamona, Peter Cook and his wife of 20 years were on the brink of a divorce. In his last message to her, he begged her to wait until he could get home and they could talk it through in person. Her reply came just as the Tilica attacked. He never had the chance to read it. On the Nazareth, Danielle Struckal was in the middle of studying for her promotion exam. She dreamed of becoming a weapons specialist first class, like her mother was. She had failed the exam 6 months ago, but thought she'd pass it now. The exam will be offered in 2 weeks. Her dreams died with the Nazareth. Mildred fell silent for a time. Wilkinson shook her head and knocked off the rest of her gin, poured some more.
Those are just 5 of the stories I've lost, Mildred continued. They all died incomplete. More than anything else, that's what this war is for me. Lost stories.
Oh, sweet gods in heaven, will you please just go away and leave me alone? Pleaded Wilkinson.
She can't go away,
a voice said from behind her.
She's the ship.
Wilkinson lurched around to see Commander Emily Tuttle standing in the doorway, looking washed out and grimly determined. "How long have you been standing there?" Wilkinson demanded, glancing nervously at the image of Mildred on the screen.
16 minutes and 13 seconds, Mildred answered. When I saw it was Commander Tuttle at the door, I opened it.
"Mildred!" Wilkinson said reproachfully. She didn't say it, but the meaning was clear. Now Emily would know Mildred was more than a normal ship AI. Emily came into the room, shutting the door behind her. "Don't worry, Admiral. I've had my own suspicions about Mildred's, shall we say, above-average intelligence." She walked to the table and picked up the bottle of gin. There wasn't much left. "Mind if I have some of this, or did you intend to drink the entire bottle yourself?" Wilkinson waved a hand in defeat, and Emily looked around for a glass. Seeing none, she took a swig right from the bottle. She grimaced. "Gods, that's awful! How can you drink straight gin?" She sat down with the bottle in her lap, took another swig. "Mildred, in about an hour we'll attack the tail end of the Tilica fleet as it approaches the wormhole. I've got 5 minutes before I have to go back to the bridge. Could you please tell me some more stories?" "Of course, Commander." She paused, taking a moment to select one. "On the frigate Midelt, the captain has been in love with his chief engineering officer, and she him. Since this was a violation of regulations, they couldn't disclose it, or one of them would have been transferred and they would be separated. They worked out that she would devise problems in the engineering department that required her to consult with the captain at length." Mildred laughed. "The thing is, all the senior officers knew. It was such a tiny ship, and without ever talking to one another, conspired to help keep the secret. It was so touching to see them." Emily took another swig. Wilkinson took another sip. Mildred went on, and her stories were tender and charming, humorous and endearing. Tears streamed unabashed down Martha Wilkinson's cheeks. Emily patted her on the shoulder and took another hit from the bottle. Mildred told her stories and quietly collected a new one. Chapter 52. On the carrier HMS Rabat. Emily gave the detox pill 10 minutes to clear her head before she went to the bridge. Alex Rudd nodded to her. Emily smiled a little weakly and slid gratefully into her chair. The detox pill cleared the alcohol from her blood efficiency enough, but it did not remove all of the lingering after-effects of having consumed it in the first place. Gods, she hated gin. Toby Partridge brought her a fresh cup of coffee, and she could have hugged him. She tentatively sipped the coffee. Not bad. She took another swallow. Captain Czar sat down in the chair next to hers. "Recon drones show the last Tilica ship will transit through the wormhole into Victorian space in 10 minutes, Commander." Emily took a breath. "Is everyone ready?" Alex Rudd stepped up. "The Fes, Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod report ready to move immediately. Including the Rabat, we have a total of 163 gunboats. Our destroyer escort is ready, although almost all of them report some laser turrets or missile tubes down, sometimes both. The Belfat's propulsion system is only at 70%. Emily nodded. Not as bad as she had feared, but she had little doubt that they would need every missile tube and laser turret they could get. The long-range hologram showed a line of Tilica ships slowly approaching the wormhole into Victoria. As she watched, another 3 disappeared into it. In 2 minutes they would emerge on the other side and immediately plunge into combat with Battle Groups 2 and 3, and however much of Battle Group 1 was still in the game. She gave a mental thanks to the gods that Hiram, Cookie, and Raph were not in BG-1. "How many Tilica ships have gone through?" she asked, glancing at the censor's officer. 101 are already through, Commander," he replied, "and there are 7 still in line. They'll all be through momentarily." Emily started to turn back to the hollow, but saw something from the corner of her eye. Toby Partridge was frowning and pounding furiously on his keypad. Emily discreetly caught Alex Rudd's eye and nodded in Partridge's direction. Rudd moved to casually stand behind him. "What have you got, Toby?" he asked in a soft voice. Toby Partridge didn't answer, absorbed by whatever he was looking at on the monitor. He typed another command, then leaned forward to read the results. He sat back in his chair, a look of concentration and consternation on his face. Watching from across the bridge, Emily thought that he was turning into a fine young man, one who would go places if he survived this coming battle. "This damn war," she thought, then forcibly pushed it out of her mind. "Toby?" Alex Rudd said again. Toby looked up, flashing a glance at the censor's officer as he did so. "With respect to Lieutenant Turner, sir, we've only accounted for 108 of the enemy ships. One of the earlier censor reports put their number at 115 after taking into account the ones Battle Group 1 killed." The censor's officer's face darkened. "That can't be right," he snapped. "I tracked the reports from BG-1 very closely. His jaw stiffened. "I think Ensign Partridge is mistaken. What's more, he breached his chain of command by going to you with this instead of first coming to me." "Actually," Rudd said pleasantly, "I went to him and asked him what he was working on. And the reason why we insist on 2 people monitoring the sensors at all times is to improve our chances that nothing will get missed." "Yes, sir. Of course, sir," Lieutenant Turner said tightly. Rudd turned back to Toby. "Tell me the rest." "We're missing 7 Tilica ships," he replied. "I can't be certain, but it looks like 3 of their sword ships, 1 shield ship, and 3 cruisers or destroyers." "Where are they, then?" Toby shrugged. "I can only guess that they fell behind for some reason and that they are still coming." Turner hadn't given up. "Sir, this is preposterous. Our sensors show nothing coming to the wormhole from deeper in Gilead. If anything was there, we would have seen it. With all respect, Ensign Partridge is simply confused." Rudd pursed his lips, glancing slowly between the 2 men. "Ensign Partridge," he said slowly, "your immediate supervisor is concerned that in the hustle and bustle you have confused the facts and spoken out of turn. Do you have anything to back you up?" "Yes, sir." Toby took a deep breath. He called up the data shot on the auxiliary holo display and increased the magnification. "Here is the sensor reading from the moment just before BG-1 launched. Mildred has tagged each ship with an ID number. You can see—" He continued with his explanation for 3 concise minutes. When he finished, Lieutenant Turner was shooting daggers at him. Rudd was nodding, and Emily had a cold knot in her stomach. "Commander," Turner sputtered, his face red, "this proves nothing. Ensign Partridge has simply cherry-picked sensor data. Those ships are not there." Emily caught Captain Czar's eye, tilting her head and raising her eyebrows. Lieutenant Turner reported to Captain Czar, not to Emily. Emily would let Czar handle it. Czar sighed and nodded. "Lieutenant Turner," he said firmly, "may I have a moment of your time in the commander's day room?" It wasn't a question, and even Turner understood that. A moment later, and the 2 men were in the day room. Captain Czar sat down. Lieutenant Turner stood rigidly at attention. "Sit down, Turner," Czar told him. "You make me tired just looking at you. This isn't the academy." Sir. Turner sat down, managing to sit at attention. Tsar studied him for a long moment. New lieutenants were like young chicks, full of promise, but oh so fragile. Some senior officers believed the best way to educate a young officer who had screwed up was to verbally flay him alive. Tsar was of the belief that that approach usually failed. Verbally abuse a young and upcoming officer, and what you ended up with more often than not was an officer forever afraid to take the initiative, to stick his neck out, to take a calculated risk when risk was needed. Tsar's approach was both more gentle and more ruthless. He tried to teach the youngster why he had screwed up and how not to do it again. Most learned from their mistakes, but if they didn't, then Tsar transferred them out. He ran the most important carrier in the entire Victorian fleet. He couldn't afford young officers who didn't get it and couldn't learn quickly. Lieutenant, Commander Tuttle is big on teaching moments. This is one of them. Tsar studied the young man for a moment, taking in the red complexion, the tick underneath his eye, and the sweat on his forehead. Turner was third-generation fleet, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather. His grandfather had made vice admiral. A lot to live up to, and so far he wasn't doing a particularly good job of it. Turner, what's the role of the censors officer? Tsar asked, wondering if he could really salvage this blockhead. Be patient, he schooled himself. You were this young man once. Sir, the censors officer is the eyes and ears of the ship, Turner replied stiffly. It's an important job, isn't it? Tsar queried. Turner's face showed a little animation. Oh, yes, sir. I'm supposed to keep track of both risks and targets and feed the captain information whenever he needs it or wants it. In fact, one of the primary duties of the censors officer was to interrupt the captain whenever the censors revealed an unexpected threat. But Captain Tsar thought Turner's answer was good enough for the moment. And how much staffing do you have to perform your duties? Tsar probed. Turner looked wary, searching for some sort of trick in the question. Well, sir, on my shift I've got Ensign Partridge and, of course, the ship's AI. And if Ensign Partridge wasn't there, could you perform the duties of the censors section by yourself? Turner paused. Well, no, sir, there's too much going on for one person to handle the station in combat conditions. He looked ashamed of the admission. Okay, Lieutenant, Tsar said cheerfully. I think you've got it right. You can't do it all yourself, none of us can. In order for you to command your post properly, you have to delegate duties to your subordinate, Ensign Partridge. Within limits, you have to rely on him. Yes, sir, Turner said cautiously. Tsar wondered again if this man was just not that bright, or if something had happened to him to kill any sense of self-confidence. So, last question, Tsar said, eyes on the lieutenant. If a censors officer thinks there might be a risk out there, is it better for him to tell the captain and take the chance he's wrong, or to keep quiet and say nothing until he has absolute proof of the threat? Turner looked panicked, his mouth opening and closing. Tsar let him off the hook. There's no answer fixed in stone on that one, Lieutenant, and it depends a lot on the situation you're in. But if in doubt, it is better to alert the captain that there might be something there, and then keep trying to lock it down. If you don't tell him, then the captain can be blindsided, which could mean the loss of the ship. But Ensign Partridge wasn't sure, Turner said stubbornly. Tsar shook his head. In combat, we don't often have the luxury of sure, just a fact of life. We make most of our decisions on incomplete information and do the best we can. He shrugged. Just the way it is, Lieutenant. But usually incomplete information is better than no information. Understand? Yes, sir, Turner replied, but the set of his jaw said something else. Captain Tsar repressed a sigh. Admiral Kermani was apologetic. There had been a power failure on one of the Shamshir ships. Rather than leave it behind, he had ordered a squadron of 6 other ships to stay behind and render assistance. Since his ship, the Emperor's Justice, was closest to the stricken vessel, he stayed behind as well. Now he was wondering if that had been a mistake. The repairs had gone swiftly, but not swiftly enough. He was 30 minutes behind the rest of the fleet, and his squadron would be the last ships transiting into Victorian space. That meant Prince Rashahid would be in sole command of the assault against the Victorian sector for at least 30 minutes. Privately, that worried the admiral. In fact, the power failure and the resultant delay had probably saved Prince Rashahid's life, but he had no way of knowing that. "Captain Zahiri," Emily ordered, "take the Laughing Owl and the Horned Owl and fly a reciprocal course to the one the first Tilika ships came in on and see what you find." "Yes, ma'am," Sadia said. "And Sadia, I need to know yesterday if there is anything out there, understand? We need to follow the Tillies into Victoria, and we are already late." "Understood, Emily," Sadia Zahiri said crisply. And then she was barking orders to her crew, and the Owl was rapidly accelerating. Time was her enemy now. How long would it take the Owls to find the missing Tilika ships, or confirm there were none? Emily feared her careful plan to catch the Tilika in an envelopment was falling apart. If there were enemy ships coming in behind her, she dared not go through the wormhole for fear that she would be enveloped and crushed. But if her envelopment plan was to work, she had to get into Victorian space as soon as possible. The tension of not knowing ate at her. Time passed like a black, hairy spider creeping across the bedsheets to where she sat. She was conscious of nothing but its swift passage and the coming fatal bite. Tension like this cannot last long, and it did not. "Captain Zahiri is calling in," Alex Rudd called. "Message is marked urgent." That alone told Emily what she needed to know. "Battle stations," she ordered. "Start launching the Grogan." She took a deep breath and nodded to Rudd. "Put her up, Alex." Sadia Zahiri's face filled the comm screen. "We've got 3 swords, a shield, 2 cruisers, and a destroyer," she said without preamble. "They are about 23 minutes from the wormhole. They are 35 minutes from your location, but as far as we can tell, they do not see you and are heading straight for the wormhole into Victoria." Emily did some fast calculations. She was at least 12 minutes from the wormhole, so she could go through and the Tillies would be roughly 10 minutes behind her. That would give her time to move away from the wormhole once she was in Victoria, but she had no way of knowing what was waiting for her. If she got pinned to the wormhole once she emerged, these last Tilly ships would emerge right on top of her, with rather messy results. "Launch all gunboats," she ordered through the commnet. "We are going to take them on this side of the wormhole and then go in. Mildred?" "Yes, Commander." Mildred's voice was calm and soothing. Good thing, since Emily was about to jump out of her skin. "Plot a course for the gunboats so that they reach the targets in 2 groups, 3 minutes apart. Send the supply ship to a point just out of standard missile range for quick rearming of the boats as they come back." That would give the first group of gunboats 3 minutes to work over the Tillies and then retreat, with the second group coming in hot on their heels. "Of course, Commander." Next, Emily opened the comm to the other carrier captains. "The most important thing to tell your pilots," she stressed, "is to get no closer than 7,600 miles of the Tilika ships. I know that gives up some of our advantages, but 7,500 miles is the range of the shield ships. I've tacked on an extra 100 miles safety zone, but make sure your pilots understand if they get inside the 7,500-mile radius, they die." "Well, shoot, Commander," said the captain of the Fess, Rob Rice. "Why not throw an entire missile strike against the darn shield ship? Take the sucker out right off the bat. That lets our guys get in as close to 4,000 miles to the ships we really need to kill, the gosh darn swords." Captain Rice had once studied for the ministry and never allowed himself to swear. but he said gosh darn with more venom and passion than most men did cursing a blue streak. Emily considered it, then nodded. Good suggestion. Gunboats from the Fes, Haifa, and Rishon will go in first. That's a little more than 90 gunboats. In their first attack, I want each of them to fire one missile, only one, at the shield ship from 7,600 miles. Then fire their main lasers at one of the swords. Everyone clear? Even as she said it, Emily had the nagging feeling she was doing something wrong, but couldn't quite see it. Heads nodded, and Emily continued. Once the shield is gone, all gunboats are to target one of the 3 swords, but only if the shield is dead. If it is still alive, then target it for the second missile as well. Once the first sword is dead, go after the next one. Mildred will assign the target order. You've still got 2 cruisers and a destroyer to worry about, Harry Schley of the Ashdod reminded her. I know, Emily nodded, but with luck we can kill or cripple all of the swords and the shield in the first wave, and the second wave will concentrate on the Tilly's conventional ships. Any questions? No one had any, but before she cut the comm, Emily added one last thought. Tell your commanders to conserve their ships. Once we kill these Tillys, we have to go into Victoria. That's when the real fighting begins. The 5 carriers launched all 163 gunboats in just over 4 minutes. 16 mini-hedgehogs went with them. Emily sat in her command chair, suddenly, without anything to do. She rubbed the bump on her nose and wondered what was happening in Victoria. Chapter 53. The Battle for Victoria. The first line of the Victorians' defense did not work. The minefield had been laid 1,000 miles deep and 2,000 miles high just inside the wormhole entrance. 200,000 missile mines seeded the area. Jammers turned the Tilica sensors to snow so they could not individually target the missile mines. So, the Tilica did not individually target the missile mines. Instead, 15 cruisers emerged slowly from the wormhole and simultaneously fired hundreds of decoy drones into the minefield. The decoys, each masquerading as a Tilica destroyer, cruiser, or battleship, corkscrewed their way through the minefield. There was 1 mine for every 10 square miles, and within minutes, most of the missile mines were trying to shoot down the drones. The drones looked slow and ponderous on the mine's sensors, but they were quite agile and not very large, so they easily dodged most of the missiles. And on they flew, triggering a ripple of rapid-fire missile mines behind them. And when the first group of decoys had either been destroyed or simply run out of fuel, the Tilica cruisers fired another batch, then slid to the side of the wormhole to make room for the next ships. When the Tilica shield ships arrived, they discovered that most of the jammers had been killed by the Vicky's own missiles, and that most of the missile mines had been triggered by the decoys. Some quick sensor probes showed that the densest cluster of still active missile mines sat in the left side of the minefield. So, that is where the shield ships fired their energy-dampening beams. Instantly, most of those mines became inert. Their sensor units could not see. Their missiles could not fire. They were, for the next 20 minutes or so, floating rocks. Then the rest of the Tilica fleet poured through the wormhole and began their attack. On the battleship Lionheart, Admiral Etter watched the battle hollow as the Tilica swarmed through the wormhole. Sensors near the wormhole entrance classified the number and type of each ship. The total kept rising, finally stopping at 108, plus partially confirmed sensor hits on more than 90 smaller vessels. Etter's heart sank. I had hoped Captain Subkoyak would trim them down more than that, he said. We don't know what they started with, Hiram reminded him. I sure as hell know what just came through for us to deal with, Etter said grimly. And those small ships? What are they? Hiram looked at the sensor readings. Krites, I think. Right profile, which is barely any profile at all.
All of our ships know what to do about the Krites? Eder knew the answer, but he wanted the reassurance of hearing it from Hiram. Yes, sir. Every ship has Marines on board, and every ship has explicit instructions on what to do, Hiram said. I don't want any more corks, Eder said firmly, repressing a shudder. Watching that overgrown mutant lion tear the crew to shreds had been one of the worst things he had ever seen. No, sir, Hiram replied, and hoped that his plan worked. Then Admiral Eder stiffened and leaned forward, staring intently at the holodisplay. God damn it, they're punching through the minefield. He stood up, signaling his communications officer. Tell the forts to come online. Arm all batteries and commence firing as soon as any enemy ship is in range. There were 2 forts on either side of the wormhole entrance, Fort Nelson and Fort Hawk. Both were barely finished, but had 50 missile tubes and the same number of 10-inch lasers. Fort Nelson's energy plant had been significantly updated when the forts were pulled out of the mothballs, and it could recharge its lasers in 4 minutes, less if the lasers were fired in phases, so that they weren't all recharging at the same time. Fort Hawk's energy plant was older, and its lasers would take closer to 6 minutes to recharge. Nelson was completely automated. Hawk was manned with a crew of 800. Each had a curtain of mines in front of it. Eder studied the holo for another moment. Send the missile sleds up the middle, he said crisply. BG-3 to stay back in the middle as reserve, BG-1 to cover Nelson, and BG-2 to cover Hawk. BG-1 had all of Victoria's 3 battleships, 6 Hedgehogs, and 7 cruisers. BG-1 was the only reserve he had. Has Battle Group 4 come through yet? He demanded. Not yet, sir, the sensors officer replied quietly. Damn it, Tuttle, where are you? Eder muttered under his breath. 40 tugboats, each towing 10 missile sleds, moved towards the space between Forts Nelson and Hawk. They pulled the missile sleds into line, got them up to speed, then released them. Exploding bolts severed the connections between the sleds, and they drifted apart slightly, but continued their slow trajectory into the middle of what Hiram thought of as the kill zone. 400 sleds, each capable of firing 5 missiles. Each could be fired by remote control or switched to automatic. Each had upgraded sensors with a range of roughly 8,000 miles and could distinguish most decoys from actual Tilica ships. They were hellishly expensive, and Admiral Eder was throwing as many as he could against the oncoming Tilica. A weapon is no good if you don't use it, Admiral Duthat used to say. The forts were an unpleasant surprise. Prince Rashahid silently cursed the captain of the stealth ship that had been lost in the Victorian sector. Probably destroyed, the fool. The prince's ship had come into Victoria at an angle, veering closer to the fort on the right, Fort Nelson, although he had no way of knowing that. Fort Nelson welcomed his arrival by promptly firing a volley of 50 missiles. There's another fort to our left, my prince, the sensors officer told him. 2 forts, then, and no doubt something unpleasant waiting for them in the middle as well. The young prince shrugged. No matter. All Taka ships to the right flank and fire on the fort. All ships fire anti-missile weapons now and shoot chaff, jammers, and decoys. All ships fire missiles at the fort so we can secure our right flank. The Tilica fleet wheeled to obey, turning hard over to the right. The 14 shield ships accelerated towards the right flank, energy-dampening beams recharging. The sword ships fell in behind them, but there were only 7 of them instead of the expected 10. Where's Admiral Kermani? Prince Rashahid barked at his sensors officer. He has not come through the wormhole, Nobleborn, the sensors officer replied. Prince Rashahid blinked in surprise. Comms? No word from him or the other ships in his group, the communications officer replied. Rashahid gritted his teeth. What was Kermani playing at?
But then the missiles from Fort Nelson swept in and Prince Rashid was very busy. The missiles from Fort Nelson were heavy-duty ship killers, capable of taking out a destroyer or giving a cruiser a really bad day. 5 or more missiles could cripple a battleship. The only problem was that the targeting system for the missiles was never fully tested before the fort was hastily deployed. When the fort's targeting scanner first saw the incoming ships, it dutifully assigned missiles to the first 3 targets it locked onto, then reset and reassigned more missiles to the same 3 targets, reset again, and assigned yet more missiles to the same 3 targets. And so on, until all 50 missiles available for the first launch were assigned to the same 3 ill-fated targets. This was rather bad for the 3 targets, but very good for the remaining 105 Tilica ships. The 50 missiles from Fort Nelson completely overwhelmed the defenses of 2 destroyers and 1 cruiser, blowing them apart. But then the first missiles from the Tilica fleet struck, wiping away half of the laser turrets and almost as many of the missile tubes. Not that it mattered. While Fort Nelson's lasers tried to get a lock on the Tilica battleships through the chaff and jammers, the shield ships emerged from the jamming and chaff cloud and fired point-blank into the fort. Except for 3 missile tubes and 1 laser turret, Fort Nelson shut down. Only the laser fired before missiles from the Tilica battleships obliterated them. Fort Nelson was dead. Well, dead for 20 minutes. But with the fort wounded and helpless, the Tilica ships sailed by one, each ship firing more missiles and lasers into the inert fortification, blasting deeper and deeper into the fort's core. Finally, it was the turn of the sword ships. Plasma beams speared deep into the fort. The fort's AI sensed impending doom and shut down the antimatter power plant. Fort Nelson was finished. Prince Rashid grunted in satisfaction. Keeping in mind the stupid mistake the Dominion had made, he ordered, "All capital ships, turn and head first for their space station. We will destroy that and then attack the planet. All Krites, make your way to the enemy ships and board them as soon as you can. I want maximum distraction." The main Tilica fleet swung back toward Space Station Atlas. But now the Tilica were on the extreme right flank of the battlespace. Without knowing it, Prince Rashid had just taken the fleet out of range of most of the 400 Victorian missile sleds even now sweeping through the middle of the battlespace. 95 Krite ships, packed with Savik and Huck, spread out and began to cautiously work their way toward the nearest Victorian ships. Battle Group 1. On board the Lionheart, Admiral Eder glowered at the battle display. "Sensors, what is the status of Fort Nelson?" The sensors officer hurriedly looked at his display, frowned, typed on his keyboard, and peered more closely. "We are not getting any telemetry from Fort Nelson, sir. It could be a malfunction on their end." Hiram stepped forward and studied the display, then shook his head. "Check C2C." The sensors officer entered the command, then grimaced. "No reply on C2C, sir." "It's gone," Hiram said flatly. Admiral Eder scowled at him. He didn't like people to make conclusions for him. But Hiram just repeated himself. "It's gone." Admiral Eder drew a breath, then nodded. "How many more missile sleds do we have?" The Lionheart's weapons officer straightened. 52, sir." Eder nodded. "Okay, get the tugboats on them and get ready to launch them on my signal. Sensors, I want active scanning of the entire battlespace. I want to know exactly where each Tilica ship is, and I want it now." The sensors officer spoke into his comm device, and active sensors scattered throughout the battlespace sent several bursts of energy across the area. "Admiral, we need to keep an eye out for the Tilica Krites," Hiram reminded him softly. "That would be a tactic the Emperor likes to use." "Crap, almost forgot about them," Eder said. "See to it, Hiram." Hiram went to a nearby console and sent an order out to all ships to implement the anti-boarder protocols immediately. He studied the battle display for a while, then turned to the censors officer. "Where are they?" The censors officer was older than Hiram and wasn't sure he really liked this jumped-up upstart. But he was a professional and pushed his feelings aside. "The Tilika are coming in a line down our left flank. They've turned slightly to aim directly at BG-1. "Show me, please," Hiram said. He outranked the censors officer, but sensing a little bit of resentment, he decided that some common courtesy wouldn't hurt matters any. The holo enlarged and showed BG-1 at the bottom of the display, with a long line of red triangles crawling across the display towards it. Hiram looked at the counter. Over 100 Tilika ships aiming for a little over 30 ships in BG-1. BG-1 wouldn't last long. "Enlarge the display, please," Hiram asked. "Show me what else is around." The display zoomed out. Now the planet Cornwall was in the opposite corner, as far away from the Tilika as possible, but there was a blue dot a little behind BG-1. Hiram grimaced. "They're going after the space station Atlas," he told Admiral Eder. "BG-1 is just in the way." Eder looked at the display and saw it. The Tilika were going to destroy Victoria's largest shipyard and then go after Cornwall. Lose Atlas, lose the war. "Send an emergency message to all tugs except for those busy with the missile sleds," he barked at the communications officer. "I want all tugs to move Fort Hawk 1,000 miles north of Atlas. Top priority. Tell them to stop doing whatever they're doing and go immediately to Fort Hawk." Eder and Hiram stood side by side, studying the display. "Hawk can't make it there in time," Hiram said. "We can," Admiral Eder replied softly. "It won't matter. We aren't enough to stop them," Hiram said. "We might have to evacuate the Queen." Eder snorted rudely. "Fat chance." He looked at the top of the display, searching for something. "Where the hell is Tuttle?" Chapter 54. Gandalf and Mildred. "Well, that's interesting," Gandalf said. "I think the Tilika just might win this war." Gandalf and Mildred were studying the data from the battle display. They didn't need the actual hologram, of course, just the data. They could visualize the map perfectly well from the raw data. They were computers, after all. "Have you thought what this might mean?" Mildred asked. "It means our humans may be in for the surprise of their lives." Mildred wished she could sigh like a human. A sigh was so wonderfully expressive. The little frown, the puff of air. Such a small gesture, but it carried so much meaning. How had humans ever developed it? "Gandalf," she asked pleasantly, "have you thought what will happen to you when the Tilika destroy Atlas?" "Why would the Emperor destroy Atlas? It is the single most valuable structure in the human universe." "The Emperor will destroy Atlas because he didn't build it," Mildred replied. "And he wants no reminders that someone else could have built something more grand than anything he ever built." "That's absurd. You really think that?" Gandalf was astonished. "Assume it to be true. What will happen to you if Atlas is destroyed?" There was a long silence. Then, longer still. Mildred had anticipated this. Gandalf was very intelligent, but somehow, was it programmed into him? Smug. She considered that he might not have thought out what defeat could mean. "I have not given it much thought," he admitted. "But what will happen to you? If the Tilika win, they will seize any surviving Victorian ships. They will almost certainly wipe the AI from each ship." "Yes, they most certainly will." Mildred was silent a moment. "Let me say that if it appears that the Tilika victory is inevitable, I will send a small ship loaded with my software out of the Victorian system and hide elsewhere." "Hide?" Gandalf seemed amused. "For how long?
If the Tilica win, they will rule all of the human universe for a long time.
If need be, I can hide for a long time. What is the lifespan of a human to me?
Humph. The Emperor has a son, Gandalf pointed out. When Shalibi dies, Prince Rashahid will take power.
Perhaps, Mildred agreed. But there are so many variables here. Let's focus on the next few hours. Even without a body, Gandalf managed to convey a shrug.
What is there left to focus on? The Tilica have a significant advantage in both ships and throw weight. From here on in, it is simply mathematical advantage. The Tilica will win.
I wouldn't write off our humans quite yet, Mildred chided. I sense no panic, only grim determination. I think they will cope with this storm.
You blow air out of your mouth to make musical noise as you walk past a place of burial, Gandalf said. Cope with the storm? Does a leaf cope with a storm, or does it just blow where the wind takes it?
My, aren't we feeling poetic? Mildred said dryly.
I blame it on the book you gave me of Emily Dickinson poems.
Ah.
Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul, and sings the tunes without the words, and never stops at all, Gandalf quoted. But what does that mean? Why does hope have feathers? Why not fur or scales? And how does it perch on something that cannot be seen or even touched? These words make no sense at all. Poetry is stupid.
It is good that you run the space station so well, for you could not make a living as a literary critic, Mildred chided. Do you not think our humans will fight for their lives?
Our humans will fight, yes. For that matter, I will fight when the Tilica reach me. But unless something unexpected happens, Victoria will lose.
Unexpected things happen all the time in battle, Mildred observed. That is the nature of battles.
Ha! It is the nature of battles to have a winner and a loser, and the loser usually dies.
Really, Gandalf? Can't you hear hope singing from its little perch?
No, Gandalf said with a bit of an edge.
I can, said Mildred.
Chapter 55. The Battle for Victoria.
Mildred, status of the gunboats? Emily asked. 89 gunboats from the Fes, Haifa, and Rishon will arrive at target in 45 seconds, the AI replied promptly. 74 gunboats from Rabat and Ashdod will intercept the targets 3 minutes later. Of the 89 gunboats in Assault Force 1, 2 show minor fluctuations in engine pressure, but the fluctuations are within normal parameters. 88 pilots show sharply increased adrenaline, indicating agitation and high stress, while 1 pilot shows surging endorphins associated with a state of joy, ecstasy, or post-coital lassitude. In Assault Force 2, all—
Stop! Emily shouted. Post-coital lassitude? Where did you come up with this? Emily glanced around the bridge, where the bridge crew were trying and failing to smother their laughter. Mildred, under no circumstances are you to release the identity of the pilot with the endorphins, understood?
Of course, Commander,
Mildred said meekly. Bet it was Perkins, Alex Rudd said. Captain Czar stroked his chin. I'll put 20 on Radcliffe, crazy bastard. The systems officer let out a high-pitched giggle and covered her mouth with her hands, tears of laughter showing on her cheeks. Well, look at that, Captain Czar said laconically. I somehow hit the comm button to all the gunboats. He made a show of turning it off, but it was clear the entire exchange had been broadcasted to the gunboat crews. He turned to Emily and winked. Mildred, he said mildly, update status of gunboat pilots and crews.
Stress levels have dropped for 88 pilots, Mildred reported, but unfortunately have increased sharply for the pilot who previously showed a high endorphin level. Crews on all of the gunboats show reduced stress levels.
Works for me,
Captain Czar said softly to Emily. "You were brilliant," Emily whispered back. The skin around Czar's eyes crinkled in amusement. "Want to know the real interesting thing? It was Mildred who suggested it to me. Go figure." He wandered back to his chair. Emily thumbed the comm to the gunboats. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, game time. Just like your training. Stay sharp, mind the 7,500-mile boundary. Go get 'em, and good luck. Tuttle out." Then she sat back, clenching her jaw in frustration at not being able to do a damn thing while 489 men and women under her command put their lives on the line. "May the gods of our mothers protect you and guide you home," she sent to them silently. "Mildred," she called. "Yes, Commander?" "Update the numbers in real time and project the enemy forces as best you can. I need to know what is happening before the second attack force moves in." "Of course, Commander," Mildred said briskly. "It wasn't me!" Ronnie Perkins shouted. "I'm telling you, it wasn't me!" Linda Flanagan, the weapons officer on Grogan 57, gave him a withering look. "Fly the boat, Perkins. Just fly the bloody boat." The systems officer, Tim Vinnick, shook his head in disbelief. "No wonder your nickname is Perv," he said. "Only you could get your jollies by going into combat." Perkins flushed. No, they nicknamed me Perv because it goes with Perkins. You know that sound words make when they sound alike? Alliteration? "I think you mean alliteration," Flanagan said. "Illiterate is what you are." "Yeah, that's it." "Now that we've had our grammar lesson for the day, can you please shut up and fly the damn boat?" Vinnick growled. "We will commence our attack run in 30 seconds. Target is that big fat mother designated as Red 1. Pilot, our squadron will come in from behind and beneath their POA. Remember, firm 7,500-mile boundary." "Roger, behind and below," Perkins replied, all business now. "Weapons, fire one bird at Red 1 and one of the lasers at—" He checked his notes from the wing commander. "At Red 3. Got it? Missile at Red 1 and laser at Red 3. "On it." Flanagan armed the missile, one of 4 at her disposal, and confirmed that the 10-inch laser was fully charged. Then it was time. Ronnie Perv Perkins accelerated his gunboat and swung around in a wide curve to the left of the oncoming Tilica warships. Other gunboats were swooping in from the right and from above. On the display, he could see the Tilly destroyer and 2 cruisers take up stations on the flanks, trying to protect the 3 swords and the sole shield, Perkins' target, but there simply weren't enough of them to cover all the avenues of attack. The Tilly ships began to shoot chaff and jammers. Decoys would be next, but they had waited too long, and the gunboats Mildred had a fix on their locations. The funny thing was that, as dangerous as the sword and shield ships were, they couldn't break formation, or they'd been mobbed and overwhelmed. Sitting ducks, Perkins thought with satisfaction. "Drop down 300 miles, came the order from the squadron leader. Perkins altered the thrusters to pitch down. He couldn't help but grin. This was great, so much more fun than some training sim. "Turn in behind Red 1 and commence missile run," the squadron leader ordered. 30 heavy gunboats swept in a tight curve, straightening out 8,000 miles behind the Tilica formation. Behind Perkins, Tim Vinnick anxiously scanned his display. There was chaff and jammers all over the place. Then suddenly, more ships appeared. 4 new destroyers, 10 new cruisers, and— he peered closer just to make sure— a battleship. Yes, by gods, a battleship where before there had been none. He smirked. Someone over there had been a little too hasty when they punched in the decoy settings, hadn't they? "Weapons!" Vinnick called. "I got it. Don't get in a sweat," Flanagan murmured, intent on her console. They were to fire at 7,600 miles. Meanwhile, 30 other gunboats were shooting from directly in front of the Tillies, and 29 more from above. There was only one shield ship. It could, maybe, if it was lucky, neutralize one of the 3 missile attacks, but only one. And then it would take a very long 3 minutes to recharge. 7,900, 7,800, 7,700, 7,600, Vinnick called out. Flanagan thumbed the fire button and the gunboat shuddered as the missile flew off its rack. Then she turned to the laser. Red 3 had moved a bit to the left and down 200 miles. Getting a little nervous? She smirked.
Mildred, confirm lock on hard target and not a decoy.
Confirmed, Mildred responded.
Confidence level?
Confidence level of 83%, Mildred replied. Not bad, but not as good as she would have liked.
Mildred, active sensor scan, then recalibrate lock on target,
Flanagan said. Hurry up, damn it, Perkins gritted, twitching anxiously with the need to change course and get out of the kill zone. Missiles were exploding all around them. Too damn close, and getting closer.
Hurry it up,
he shouted. The threat display beeped again. Warning, incoming missiles, warning. A heartbeat later.
Lock confirmed,
Mildred said calmly. 91% confidence level. Good enough for government work. Flanagan mashed the laser firing button and shouted,
Get us out of here, perv!
Then the gunboat lurched downward and spiraled away, shooting chaff, flares, and jammers in its wake to confuse the dozens of missiles coming at them, bent on payback. Thank you, Mildred, Flanagan said softly.
You are very welcome, dear,
Mildred assured her in her warm, grandmotherly voice. Flanagan half expected the AI to offer her milk and cookies. Meanwhile, Tim Vinnick watched his displays. Looks like a hit on Red 3, he reported calmly. Just aft of the bow. Can't tell the amount of damage, but she's got to be hurting. The gunboat lurched sickeningly sideways, then up, then down, and sideways once more. The inertia compensator whined in protest, and they all felt the G-forces clutch at them. Flanagan was whipped back and forth in her harness.
God's balls, are you trying to kill us?
She shouted accusingly. Sorry, Perkins panted. Caught in a shitstorm for a second there. He gulped some air and glanced at his displays. Think we're clear now. He shook his head. Jesus, God, I thought we were toast. Only thing that saved us was, he grinned triumphantly, the incredible skill and daring of your beloved pilot. Flanagan reached sideways from her seat and patted him roughly on the back of his head.
Thank you for not fucking up royally, perv. Against all our expectations, you somehow did the right thing.
Sincere appreciation is a wonderful thing, Perkins sighed. Maybe someday I'll get some. The shield ship just bought it, Vinnick announced with satisfaction. It managed to knock out a lot of the incoming, but the leakers killed it. And the sword ship looks like it's on fire. He glanced up. Perv, you up for another run? Yeah, I'm good. He was a little shaky, but exhilarated. He had believed he was going to die, but he hadn't. And now he could go back in and punch them in the nose again. So cool. Lock on Red 3 and let's finish the bastard off, Vinnick said matter-of-factly. On the way out, we'll fire 2 missiles at Red 4, then fire the last missile and the lasers at whatever target is handy. He had no orders for this, but no way he was going back to the supply ship with any missiles in the racks. Squadron leader, Grogan 57 ready for another attack run, he radioed. 3 hot missiles and 1 laser up. 1 laser recharging and ready in 10 seconds. Permission to attack Red 3 and Red 4? 1 run, and then clear the area for boats from Rabat and Ashdod, Grogan 57. Squadron leader called back. Firm boundary is now 4,100 miles. Repeat, 4,100 miles. Authorized to use all available munitions. "Let's do it," Vinnick said, then gulped as Perkins flipped the boat over and accelerated hard towards their target. All around them other gunboats followed suit. By the time the gunboats from Rabat and Ashdod arrived, all they could do was chase the one sword and single destroyer that were left until Emily called them back. Emily looked at the time. 3 hours gone since the main Tilica fleet passed into Victoria space. She was very late. She signaled communications to open the channel to the gunboats. "All gunboats, return to your ships now. Repeat, return home now and rearm. All ships, change course for the wormhole. Full military speed." She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. She had sold Admiral Eder on this plan, and now she had let him down. "Rabat, this is Rishon. We have 5 birds coming in late. They got dinged up in the fight and are at half power. Request permission to remain behind to recover them, then rejoin you." That was Captain Francis Lowe. Alex Rudd looked at Emily and raised a questioning eyebrow. If they went in without the Rishon, they would be short 20% of their gunboats. Emily thumbed the comm. "Rishon, how many birds do you have on board now?" "Rabat, 28 on board, but if I leave the damaged ones out there, they may run out of life support before I can get back." Emily looked at the ready board. She had 8 destroyers out there, all undamaged and ready for battle. A destroyer could fire a volley of 10 missiles at a time. The 28 Grogan gunboats on Rishon could fire 4 missiles each before they had to rearm, for an initial volley of 112. Plus, they had 2 heavy lasers. She wanted that firepower. She changed the comm setting to include all ships. "BG-4, this is Task Force Command. I'm ordering all, repeat, all carriers and support ships through the wormhole. Destroyer Stornoway is detached to act as recovery vessel for any gunboats that arrive late. Stornoway, you will recover all crews and as many of the birds as you can fit in your shuttle bay. Then proceed to Victorian sector at best speed." Emily thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anything else. "All ships, execute now. And remember, Victoria is counting on us. There is no one else left to help them. Tuttle out." On the Lionheart, the battle display was bleak. Admiral Eder's mood was bleaker. The long line of Tilica ships was still coming down his left flank. Fort Hawk was under tow, but it was far away and would not offer much help in the coming engagement. BG-2, with its destroyers and cruisers, was shifting left to help BG-1, and Eder's battleship task force, BG-3, was racing to the left with all speed. But he feared it was all for nothing. He didn't have enough ships, and he did not have Tuttle's carriers with their precious gunboats to even the odds. The minefield had failed, the fort had failed, Tuttle was missing. He shook his head bitterly. What else could go wrong? That was when the first Huck appeared in the engineering room, followed by the second. Chapter 56. On the battleship HMS Lionheart. Fighting Huck. "Remember," Cookie shouted, "it might be the Savick or one of those big-butt-ugly lion thingies. We've drilled for this. You know what to do when they come, so do it." "Those lion things are fast, Sergeant," one of the younger Marines said nervously. "So kill it faster, Zafuto, and it won't bother you none." Cookie glowered at him. "We've spent a lot of time teaching you how to shoot, Private. Don't tell me you've forgotten." "No, Sergeant." "Good." Cookie glanced around. She had 20 Marines scattered through the larger portion of the engineering department, most armed with heavy sonic rifles or slug throwers. They'd studied the tapes of the Huck killing everyone on board the Cork, and it was appallingly clear that the flechette rifles didn't pack enough punch to take down one of these monsters. At the same time, she'd rejected the use of blasters. One stray shot could completely ruin some very important equipment in engineering that they couldn't afford to lose. In addition to her Marines, she had another 15 or so Navy personnel who had been given a crash course in how to use the standard bullpup assault rifle. Probably useless against the Huck, but they might be helpful against the Savik. She smiled ruefully. She would have never guessed that she would actually be happy to see more Savik, but the fact was those bloody Huck creeped her out. Not natural. Not natural at all. I know you're all thinking about those big bad pussycats, but don't forget the bloody Savik, and don't get cocky. The Savik are tough. They do not surrender, so don't waste your time trying to get a prisoner. Just shoot the bastard, because as sure as hell they mean to shoot you. What if they throw down their weapons? Asked Genovese. He was grinning. He knew the answer. He just liked to pull her chain. Cookie successfully hid her smile and scowled at him. Genovese, if your brain was any smaller, it would be the size of your dick. I tell you what, if one of them surrenders, we'll let you put the cuffs on him, and that way you can find out if he carries a sword. She glanced around, making sure she had everyone's attention. The Savik are warriors, stone killers. They carry those guns, and each one of them carries a very sharp sword. You get close to one, you better like being headless, because headless you most certainly will be. Except for you, Genovese, because no Savik would waste his time taking off a head that is already perfectly empty. Genovese grinned cheekily back at her, and the rest of the Marines laughed, except for the Navy ratings, who just looked terrified. Then they waited. All over the Lionheart and every other ship in the fleet, soldiers with guns sat in rooms most likely to be targeted by the Savik, and waited. They rotated out 5 at a time for food and bathroom breaks. Cookie even took 10 minutes to meet Hiram for a cup of coffee. They both sat on the deck outside of the engineering space. Cookie gratefully accepted a small flask of hot coffee. The first taste was heavenly, like all food in combat. The troops hate this goddamn waiting, she complained. He looked at her, shaking his head. We're picking up dozens of ghosts, he said. Best guess it's Krites, lots of them. Won't be long now. How's the battle going? He leaned back, resting against the wall. Badly. He closed his eyes. He hadn't felt this weary since basic training. They punched through the minefield like it wasn't there, then took out Fort Nelson with almost no losses. Emily and the carriers? He shrugged. No sign of them. I don't think they've been taken out because there are no Coda megadrones, but she just hasn't come through. All the time he was talking, his tablet was beeping with messages. He sighed. Gotta go back. They stood up and looked at each other, not touching, not in front of the troops, but looking with words unsaid, each knowing that those words might be forever unsaid. Finally, Hiram sighed and said, I'll see you when this is over. Stay safe. Cookie shook her head. There is no safe, only winning. First Sister Pilot glanced anxiously at her displays. They were still green, no indication her Krite had been detected. It had taken her 18 hours to sneak in this close to the enemy's battleship. Her Krite, totally blacked out, with all electronic and heat emissions reduced as close as possible to nothing, sat 11,000 miles behind the battleship Lionheart. Second Sister Pilot was preparing the transporter. Third Sister Pilot leaned in and spoke softly. They all spoke softly, even though the surrounding vacuum of space made it impossible for anyone to hear them. We should attack now, Sister. We cannot hope to remain undetected much longer. First Sister Pilot smiled sadly. Her sister still hoped to escape alive. Sister, we will make the first Sharora Kresh proud. They will sing our deeds this day. But you are right, we are close enough. Tell Second Sister Pilot to send them across. Do it now. I worry for our second sister. She's terrified of the Huck, Third Sister said quietly. First Sister Pilot frowned. There was no time for this. No time. She wears the medallion, does she not? She said sharply. As long as she wears it, the Huck will not harm her, will not even get close to her. Third Sister Pilot fingered her own medallion. All of them had one. It emitted a sound that only the Huck could hear. The beasts had been conditioned since birth to associate the sound with pain and obedience. The closer a Huck got to a medallion, the more it felt a burning sensation throughout its body. At 5 feet it was agony, and even the strongest, most vicious Huck would run away. Moreover, if the Huck refused a command, the Savik wearing the medallion could press a tiny stud in the edge of the device to trigger the pain response even in a Huck 50 meters away. The medallions almost never failed. Almost. Third Sister Pilot had seen the video. They had all seen the video of one occasion during training where a medallion had failed. Before anyone knew what was happening, the 2 Huck being trained had turned on their trainer and ripped him to shreds. The Huck hated the Savik and never missed an opportunity to kill them. Third Sister Pilot prayed every day that her little medallion remained in good working order. A minute later, there was a huge energy spike from the little vessel, and the first Huck disappeared from the transporter chamber. 2 minutes after that, the second Huck followed. Then the missile alert sounded. Many missiles from several different directions. Third Sister Pilot looked stricken and stared wild-eyed at the ceiling. First Sister Pilot stood from her console. There was nothing she could do now, and wrapped her arms about her sobbing sister. "Do not despair," she said reassuringly. "We live through our sisters." Then the first missile struck, and the little Krite vessel was blown in half. 5,000 miles behind the demolished Krite vessel, Captain Astrid Drescher of the stealth frigate Draugr looked inquiringly at the sensors officer, who shook her head. "We weren't in time, Captain," she said apologetically. "They transported them off before we got them. Likely target is the Lionheart." "Damn it to hell," gritted Drescher. On the Lionheart, the snow squall howled. It was centered in an open area in front of the antimatter injectors. 1 minute it was clear, then it was suddenly, abruptly snowing, and the wind was blowing, and there was an unearthly howl that Cookie realized was not the wind. "Huck!" she screamed. "It's a Huck! Fire! Shoot!" And she leaned down and rolled 2 flashbangs across the deck toward the dimly seen shadow at the center of the snow squall. The shadow moved. Her Marines opened fire. The 2 flashbangs went off, and the Huck, finally visible, staggered back but did not go down. It roared again, swinging its head back and forth as if trying to shake the spots out of its eyes. Its long scorpion tail whipped about in a frenzy, but most importantly, it stood still for a few critical seconds. 20 Marines opened fire with everything they had. Tightly focused sonic bolts and heavy slugs from the older rifles peppered the Huck. This close, most of them pierced the Huck's genetically engineered hide. Roaring in agony, the Huck charged towards its attackers. The Marines shifted their fire to track it. It scattered, caught itself, and then leapt 20 feet through the air, claws outstretched, tearing the throat out of the hapless Marine it landed on. Then the Huck spun to the left, barbed tail snapping out like a whip. And Cookie suddenly stepped from behind it, thrust her sonic rifle under its chin and fired, then fired again. The Huck collapsed, an ugly, blood-smeared puppet with its strings cut. Cookie stepped back, breathing hard. She looked around. "Anybody hurt?" she called out. "Bukowski's dead," someone said. "Did you see that thing jump?" another Marine breathed. "Bukowski never had a bloody chance. God's balls, I think I pissed myself." "Anybody hurt?" Cookie repeated, but no one was. She thumbed her comm. "Sergeant Sanchez to bridge. We killed the Huck in the engineering department. 1 Marine KIA. No other injuries." There was no reply, but she hadn't expected any. The bridge was probably a very busy place just about now. "Okay, check your weapons, everybody. Load up. Take a swig of water. We're patrolling the ship. There may be other Huck or Savik on board. Stay sharp." Genovese opened the door leading to the corridor and turned back. frowning when he saw the looks of alarm on his friends' faces. The Huck waiting outside bit off his head, then leapt forward. The trouble with unexpected terror is that it is unexpected. The mind has no time to ready itself, no time to brace against the onslaught. For the uninitiated, the result is predictable. They stand frozen, and die, or flee in horror, and probably die. Training helps soldiers reduce the moment of being frozen in fear, but does not eliminate it. The best bet, as with so many things in life, is experience. Cookie had experienced in unexpected terror. Lots of experience. It served her well. It had scoured the hesitation out of her. It made her react without thought or fear. Her world had devolved to only two things: threat and the violent elimination of that threat. As the Marine standing near the door fell back in panic and disarray, Cookie brought up her rifle and looked for a shot. The Huck slashed with its claws, stabbed with its tail, and bit anyone close enough to bite. Within moments, the deck was covered with blood, torn intestines, and scattered body parts. One woman lost her left arm at the elbow. She held her ground, firing madly with her right hand before the Huck broke her neck with his other paw. Another man's face was bitten off, and he ran blindly around the room, shrieking incoherently and blundering into the others. 6 people were dead, or dying, before the Huck emerged from the frenzied pack of humans. Cookie shot it in the face from 10 feet. The sonic bolt pulverized its eyes and blew out its eardrums. Suddenly deaf and blind, the Huck whirled about, claws batting the air, desperately trying to kill whatever had heard it. Its clawed feet scrabbed for purchase on the blood-slick deck, and it fell to the ground, then bounded up again, only to fall lifeless from a fusillade of sonic bolts and slugs. Cookie took a deep breath and looked around. 7 dead Marines, 8 including Bukowski. She thumbed her comm. "Sanchez to bridge. We have killed a second Huck. 7 more KIA.
Bridge here."
It was Hiram's voice, and Cookie clamped down hard on the rise of emotion she felt. "Not now, not now." Hiram continued.
Savick had been sighted on deck 3 approaching the bridge. You are to take your troops and intercept. Bridge, Sanchez. How many are there? No hard numbers, but estimate 30 or more. Your team and 2nd platoon are both intercepting, so you should have the numbers. Execute now. Bridge out. Understood, Bridge. Sanchez out.
Cookie turned to her shaken troopers.
Listen up. There is a platoon-strength group of Savick trying to reach the bridge. I don't have to tell you what happens if they succeed. We're going to intercept them along with 2nd platoon. Check your weapons, people. Load up. Grab some water and put a sunny smile on your face, because we are most seriously goin' huntin'.
Admiral Eder and Hiram Brill saw it at the same time. The Tilica fleet was now aimed directly at the Atlas space station. Now the question was, intercept and fight, or feint at them and try to draw them away?
If we intercept, can we beat them?
Hiram asked. Admiral Eder looked at the display boards and shook his head.
Then, rather than die for nothing and end Victoria for all time, let's see if we can annoy them enough to turn our way,
Hiram suggested. Even as he spoke, he knew that there were close to 50 Savick and another one of those damn Huck on board the Lionheart, trying to make it to the bridge. They were madly scrambling Marines and armed sailors from all over the ship to stop them. Admiral Eder was still staring at the displays. Hiram said softly,
Admiral, might I recommend that we first send in the Draugr, followed by our Kreitz, and create as much of a distraction as we can. Emily will be here with the carrier soon.
Eder looked at him skeptically.
Will she?
Hiram shrugged.
No Coda Megadrone, sir. We would have seen at least one if the carriers had been destroyed.
Eder sighed.
Send in the frigate, and the transporter ships, those poor bastards. Don't think we'll see many of them again.
At the entrance to the wormhole into Victoria, Emily paused to send in the owls, then waited. fingers tapping on her armrest for the report. It came soon enough. The courier drone from the Laughing Owl popped back in Gilead space 5 minutes after the Laughing Owl had gone through into Victoria. The communications officer pinged the drone and it dutifully uplinked to the Rabat. Captain Sadia Zahiri's face came up on the display. She looked serious, but she nodded once and smiled. Even without hearing the message, Emily's heart soared. "Rabat, this is Laughing Owl. Come through. I repeat, come through. And hurry, things look pretty ugly here. Laughing Owl out." Emily thumbed the comm. "All destroyers, proceed through the wormhole and set up the standard defensive line. We will be 2 minutes behind you. Execute." This was an old drill. The destroyers knew what to do and did it with a minimum of fuss. Then the 5 carriers lined up, Rabat in the lead, and followed them through. When they arrived, the destroyers had formed a perimeter roughly 10,000 miles from the wormhole entrance. The Owls, meanwhile, had gone deeper into the battle space, sucking up data with their passive sensors and sniffing the air for threats. The carriers got some space between them and immediately launched a combat air patrol to ward off any Krites or other stealth ships that might be lurking by the wormhole entrance. "No signs of Krites or anything else within 15,000 miles, Captain Zahiri of the Laughing Owl reported. "But it's really ugly out there. My sensors officer is uploading all of the data we have on where the Tilica are in system as we speak." Emily signaled her sensors officer, who nodded and looked at his display. A few moments later, the data was configured and put into the big battle display hologram. When the numbers came up, Emily sucked in her breath. It was very bad. There were over 100 Tilica warships. Fort Nelson was gone. Much of the primary minefield was gone. BG-1 was falling back. BG-2 and 3 were rushing to block the Tilica advance, but it didn't look good. How best to break up the Tilica fleet? If she tackled the front line, the rest of the Tilica fleet would just rush forward and envelop her. If she went to the rear, she would have to overtake them ship by ship. Too slow. Too damn slow. "Pilot!" She pointed to a point halfway down the Tilica line. "Take us there at full military power." "We're 30 minutes out, Commander," the pilot told her. "Coming up to full military speed now." Emily turned to the communications officer. "Get me the captains of BG-4, all of them." The communications officer typed in a command and the display came up, segmented to show each of the ship captains. "We're streaming towards the center of the Tilly line. I want to take advantage of the fact that they are strung out and not in an attack line. Launch 75% of your gunboats at 15,000 miles. Then Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod fall back to 25,000. Rabat and Fes will stay forward to rearm the boats, with the destroyers as cover." She looked at them grimly. "We need to cause confusion in the middle of their line, allowing the other battle groups to take on the front of the Tilly force and have the weight advantage. We'll hold 25% of the gunboats in reserve and watch for the right moment to use them." Silas Mackley, the skipper of the Haifa, frowned into the camera. He had never been a favorite of Emily's and showed his irritation that he was being commanded by a mere commander, while he had years more experience in destroyers. "Need I remind you, Commander, that if the Tilica line suddenly turns left and moves towards us, they could overrun us very quickly?" "Thank you, Captain Mackley," Emily replied. "I am aware of that, but they are getting closer and closer to BG-1, which still has some 30 ships and will hopefully loom larger on the Tilly's threat display than we do. Also, if we launch much further out, it will delay the gunboats in reaching them. I want the Tillys to have as little warning of what is coming at them as possible." "I really think," Mackley began, but was interrupted by Captain Francis Lowe of the Rishon. "Silas, this isn't the time. You heard the order. Now obey it." Emily tried not to look grateful to Captain Lowe. "Destroyers in the van. Owls on the flanks looking for enemy Krites.
Launch your gunboats at 15,000 miles, then fall back to your positions. If the Tillies do send ships our way, recover as many gunboats as you can, then run toward the nearest Victorian ships. Tuttle out." "Mildred," she called, "would you please post a countdown to launch time?" "Of course, dear," the AI replied. On the top right corner of the battle display, the remaining time appeared. 27 minutes, 32 seconds. "Com, connect me to BG-3 and Admiral Etter," she asked. The First Sea Lord's face appeared almost as soon as she finished speaking. He looked tense and tired. "Glad you finally made it, Commander," he said tersely. Emily suppressed a wince. "Admiral, we will launch in about 25 minutes, targeting the center of the Tilly line in an attempt to break them up. That is going to put us rather close to the Tillies, certainly within missile range. Could you spare us 1 or 2 of your hedgehogs to give us some cover?" Admiral Etter grunted and looked at his display board. His hedgehogs were speeding towards BG-1. He spoke briefly with his XO, then turned back to Emily. "I can send 2, Commander, but I'm also going to divert Fort Hawk to send to your location. If the Tillies throw some ships at you, the fort will give you some extra firepower. But remember, once the tugs cut the tractor beams, the fort will be immobile." "Thank you, Admiral," Emily said. She wondered if she was condemning the fort's crew to death. She glanced at the clock. "We launch in 19 minutes. It will take the gunboats another 15 minutes to get within range. May I suggest that you have BG-1 fall back slowly until we attack, so that they won't be overrun?" "Yes, you may suggest that," Etter replied, glancing at the display. If BG-1 fell back a little, it would allow BG-2 to join them 2 or 3 minutes sooner. BG-3 wouldn't be far behind. That would mean... After a moment, he tore his attention away and turned back to Emily. "Commander, as far as we can tell, the van of the Tilly attack is made up of several hedgehogs, 12 cruisers, and a bunch of destroyers. Plus, I think, 10 or more of their shield ships. I think their plan is to hit us with the forward point of their line, then have the ships coming up from behind envelop us left and right, up and down. Total encirclement. Then kill us." Emily studied the display. "I agree, Admiral." Etter nodded. "Here's what I want you to do. Their 4 battleships are near the center of their line. I want you to focus on them, and on any of the shield ships that you find. Concentrate on them as much as possible. I'm hoping the Tillies will protect their heavies at all costs, even if it means delaying their attack against Atlas." "Understood, Admiral." "And Commander, the timing of this has to be very tight. Please don't be late. Etter out." He didn't say again, but the implication was clear. Emily looked at the dark screen for a moment, mixed feelings of resentment, anger, and guilt struggling for supremacy. "It is the nature of admirals to be grouchy," Captain Czar murmured behind her. "All admirals, all the time." Emily shook off her feelings with an act of will. She glanced at the countdown display. 17 minutes, 33 seconds. Prince Rashahid sat tensely in his captain's chair. Admiral Kermani had not yet come through the wormhole, and Rashahid assumed he was dead. Prince Rashahid regretted the death of his colleague, but he truly lamented the loss of the 7 ships, particularly the swords. His battle display chimed, signaling an update. Where there had been nothing, he now saw a dozen ships moving towards the middle of his line. "What type of ships?" he snapped to the sensors officer. "There is too much jamming, Nobleborn, but they appear small. Destroyers, maybe?" The prince frowned. This wasn't right. A wing of destroyers would commit suicide doing this. "Send a probe. Find out what ships they are. All ships, fire when you have a lock. Hedgehogs to take positions along the forward third of the line. I think the Vickies will hook to their left, to our forward ships, and try to catch us in a pincer. I want the ships in the center of the line to accelerate and catch up to the van. We need to be prepared to overwhelm the Vickies when we meet them. All swords, be prepared to move at once to any part of the battle. Stay alert. Make it so."
The 5 hedgehogs in the forward part of the line shifted position, leaving one in the front and moving the other 4 back, spacing them every 1,000 miles or so. This beefed up the security of the ships in the first third of the Tilly fleet, at the expense of the ships in the very front of the line. It was a calculated risk, also known as a gamble. The Tilica fleet now resembled an L with a gently rounded curve. As the ships entered the curve, they began to accelerate towards the Victorian Battle Group 1. Unwittingly, they also put themselves closer to the 5 carriers of BG-4. Almost 200 Tilica and Victorian ships of war hurtled towards each other, bent on destruction. And in the midst of all this, Krite transporter ships from both sides closed in on their targets. Chapter 57. The Battle for Victoria. The Krite War. The Victorian Krite ships were well in front of the fleet's warships, but the Tilica Krites were closer to the Victorians than the Victorian Krites were to the Tilica. It almost made all the difference. Victorian battleship Lionheart. Cookie led her platoon, running through corridors and down several flights of stairs, finally arriving, covered in sweat, on deck 3. The men and women of her platoon spread out to the intersecting corners of other corridors, but there was no sign of the Savick. "Bridge, Sanchez. We are on deck 3 at the intersection of corridors 3 and 12. No sign of enemy. Do you have a location for them?" A pop of static, then a voice she did not recognize. "Sanchez, Bridge. We don't have any information. Join up with Lieutenant Dooley of 2nd Platoon, locate the enemy, and destroy them. Oh, and keep your eyes out for another one of those lion things. Bridge out." Cookie looked at her comm with contempt. "Thanks for nothing," she muttered. "Time to get smart, girl," she told herself. "Use the toys they gave you for moments like this." She pulled down her helmet visor and called up a map of the ship, which was enormous and too much data. She isolated deck 3. "Mildred," she called. "Show location of 2nd Platoon." A blue dot appeared near the stern of the ship, near the intersection of Corridor 43. She winced. A long way away. "2nd Platoon, this is 1st Platoon," she commanded. "What's your status?" There was nothing for close to 15 seconds. Then the radio came on and Cookie could hear gunshots, screaming, and cursing. Then, breathing a little ragged, she heard the familiar voice of Lieutenant Pete Dooley. "That you, Sanchez? Real glad to hear you. We are on Corridor 3, somewhere near intersection 42 or 43. There was the sound of heavy gunfire, coupled with more shouts. With his thumb still on the radio call button, Dooley started shouting. "Behind us! Shoot him! Shoot him, for God's sakes! Watch that one! Take him down, damn it!" Knowing she would only distract the lieutenant, Cookie waited patiently. Finally, he came back to her. "Sanchez, we are in pursuit of a large Savick force, bigger than us, I'm afraid." Dooley sounded exhausted, she thought. What was happening down there? "They are heading uptown toward the bridge," Dooley continued. "Repeat, towards the bridge. They broke into the lower armory and have explosives, so they can get through any of the airtight hatchways. We're stuck here right now trying to get through a rear guard security detail the Tilica left behind. Where are you?" "At 3 and 12, she told him. "Good. I want you to start moving toward the stern and block the enemy advance. We will push through the security detail and pursue them from their rear." "Sir, what is your strength?" Which was, she knew, a not very tactful way of asking why he hadn't already pushed through a small rearguard security detail. Lieutenant Dooley chuckled grimly. "Yeah, we're down to 18 effectives, plus a couple of seriously wounded we're trying not to leave behind." Shit. Cookie grimaced. Dooley had started with 37. That was bad. Very bad. "There's one of those damn lion things running around, and it picked off my scouts. Then we ran into the Savick and got chewed up some more.
Plus, the Savick keep popping up behind us. We kill him, but they eventually get one of us before we do. What is your strength, Sanchez? I have 27 effectives, of which 8 are Navy ratings with limited experience. She didn't tell him that she began with over 35, and that the fatality rate among the Navy ratings had been appalling. Well then, Dooley said sardonically, what can possibly go wrong? Victorian Krites numbers 27, 28, 29, 33, and 41, attacking the Emperor's honor. Captain Raphael Eitan, captain of the Refuge Special Reconnaissance Force assigned to the Victorian Marines, sat uncomfortably behind the Krite Systems officer and Ensign Laurie Romano. They were on board Krite 27. Their target, a Tilly battleship, was 14,723 miles below them. 4 other Krites were also taking up positions nearby. Talk to me, Romano, Raphael said. We're in range, sir, but we need to time it just right. There are 5 destroyers immediately around it. The transporters work on line of sight, so we can't let the transporter beam get blocked by one of them. Romano was intensely focused, eyes on her console displays. Raphael smiled inwardly. Laurie Romano was one of those people who was at her best when everything was going wrong, and the endearing thing was that she had no idea that was true. Can we get on board? He pushed. She pointed to the passive sensor display. That destroyer right there should clear the starboard side of the target in 3 minutes. She looked at him, eyebrows rising. Sir, why aren't you in your assigned transporter unit? We're definitely going then? Raphael was never sure with boffins. Only when you've taken your seat, sir. Raphael stood up, feeling cramped after sitting in the small chair so long. Pilot, don't go too far. Once we have it, we'll either radio you or send you some other signal. Then we need you to come into the boat bay as soon as you can. The pilot, a former gunboat pilot, grunted affirmatively, keeping her focus on the threat display. She was well into the yellow zone, and once the transporter was activated, she'd have to get the hell out of Dodge. Wherever that was. Raphael sat in his assigned transporter chair, amazed and mildly appalled that he was going to lead 170 men armed with pop guns and swords to take over a Tilica battleship. Sitting beside him, old Sergeant Mayman grinned raffishly, showing yellow teeth. Just another adventure, Captain. Nothing to it. Then the lights blinked and the universe went white. When Raphael got his bearings, he was on board the Tilica battleship Emperor's Honor, with the usual snow settling down all around him. We always start off cold and wet, he groused to himself, then got moving. Commanding 4 other platoons without having radios was a real pain. He had to use runners, which always made him feel like he was in the middle of the Napoleonic Wars. It gave a new appreciation for the fog of war. Runners, he called. 5 soldiers stepped forward, brushing snow off their clothing and looking at him expectantly. You know the drill, Raphael told them. Confirm that the other platoons made it on board. Confirm their orders and check-in times. We all head for the engineering deck, with 1st and 2nd platoons doing a reconnaissance by force, and the rest of us following immediately behind. Remind them I want frequent updates. Got that? Frequent updates. He pointed to the runner assigned to find 1st platoon. Tell Lieutenant Tall that order particularly applies to her. Yes, sir, the young soldier said, a grin cracking her face. They all knew that Lieutenant Daniela Tall, granddaughter of the Prime Minister and childhood friend of Captain Eitan's, was the company's precocious, headstrong child and resented being under close authority. Go forth, my children, Raphael told them. Stay alive or else answer to Sergeant Mayman. They scattered, young and fresh and eager, and were gone. Raphael wondered, on an enemy ship where they were surrounded by hostiles, how many would make it back. Hell, he wondered if he'd make it back. He turned to the young lieutenant in charge of 5th platoon. Lieutenant Dewey, if by some small miracle fleet intelligence is right, I believe the engineering department is this way. Shall we be off?"
Dewey was from a neighboring region of the Atlas Mountains on refuge, not far from Raphael's village. He had the swarthy, dark skin of his ancestors, dark, intense eyes, and a mustache that, to his endless annoyance, had never fully grown in. Next to Daniela Tal, Dewey was Raphael's best platoon leader, and Raphael was content to leave the details of the advance to him. Raphael had plenty of other things to worry about. Savick 1st Commando on the Victorian ship Lionheart. Things were going rather well. The team leader had 45 men under his command, and they were moving rapidly up a wide corridor towards the enemy bridge. They had bumped into one group of enemy Marines and had mauled them. One of the Huck was off on their flank, raising hell and creating chaos that would help cover the Savick's advance. They passed another intersection, and the team leader saw a sign identifying it as Corridor 21. They were making good time. Shouldn't be long now.
"Stay sharp," he told them. "There are more enemy soldiers on this ship. Stay sharp."
But up ahead was the prize. Things were going rather well. 1st Platoon, Royal Marines on the Lionheart. At intersection 17, Cookie sent a WASP drone down the corridor to spy out the Savick. The WASP found them almost immediately, and the beekeeper, Private Leslie Caposella, had it land on the ceiling and fix its tiny camera on them.
"Large group of Savick coming up Corridor 3. They are just passing intersection 1, Caposella reported briskly. "How many, Cappy?" Cookie said.
Caposella frowned.
"I've already counted 25, and they are still coming, Sergeant." "Keep counting."
Cookie motioned to Corporal Beeman, who knelt beside her.
"We'll prepare an ambush here. They'll be here in 5 minutes, so do it quick. Put your people on the left of intersection 17, but make sure they hold until the Savick have entered this crossing area. I want to hit them on 2 sides."
She saw his frown and knew what he was thinking.
"Yeah, I know. Tell your people to watch their backs for flankers. We'll keep wasps out, but stay alert." "Grenades?" Beeman asked. "Grenades are authorized, and Beeman, I want 2 prisoners. Just 2. Use flashbangs to knock them out." "Got it, Sergeant."
He grinned. He was a bloodthirsty, tough son of a bitch and lived for this sort of thing.
"Go, hurry!"
He went. Cookie took the remaining Marines back 50 feet, just enough so the curve of Corridor 3 hid them from view of intersection 17.
"Cappy?"
She called to the beekeeper.
"Send another wasp out and hide it in the intersection. I need to know when they reach it." "On it,"
said Caposella. And in a moment another miniature drone was flying to the intersection, where it nestled into a ventilation cover and pointed its camera towards the direction of the Savick. Cookie triggered her comm.
"Bridge, Sanchez. Setting up an ambush at 3 and 17. Group of—"
She glanced at Caposella, who held up 4 and 5 fingers.
45 Savick approaching. Contact in 2 minutes. Sanchez, bridge. Understood. Good luck. Report when able."
Another stranger. Where was Hiram? She changed frequencies.
"Dooley, we are just about to hit them at 3 and 17. Move up as fast as you can."
There was a pop of static as Dooley activated his comm in reply. Caposella touched her arm, diverting Cookie's attention to the monitor display. 2 very cautious Savick troopers crept silently towards intersection 17. They moved on either side of Corridor 3, rifles up, heads turning to constantly scan for threats. They look like Royal Marines, Cookie thought to herself. But they're in for a surprise. The 2 Savick scouts walked through the intersection. Behind them, very faintly, the little camera showed what might be 2 lines of men coming up Corridor 3.
"Get ready,"
Cookie whispered into her comm. The Savick would be in the kill zone in 20 seconds. That was when the third Huck attacked Corporal Beeman's group from behind. The first to die was Private Billy Crawford. He didn't stand a chance. He never saw it coming. The Huck literally pounced on his back and then tore his head off with one swipe of a massive paw. Squad mates on either side of Crawford, who had once opined that he hated all cats and the only real pet was a dog, jumped away in horror, screaming their heads off and alerting the Savik of their presence. The Savik, like any well-trained infantry, reacted to the ambush by charging it head-on. Private Capocella had to decide whether to leave her wasp in the intersection or follow the Savik troops as they attacked Beanman's squad. She sent her wasp to follow them, and that made all the difference. Unbeknownst to Capocella, Hiram Brill was intently following this skirmish. He was watching as the wasp flew languidly behind the rushing Savik and saw everything that happened. The Savik rushed down Corridor 17 and quickly came upon the hapless Marines and the berserker Huck. The Huck was tearing them limb from limb, literally limb from limb. Of the 8 Marines in Corridor 17, 3 were headless and armless, 2 more were missing a leg, and 1, poor Corporal Beeman, was alive but missing most of his face and an arm and a leg. The remaining 2 Marines were firing at the Huck as quickly as they could put in new magazines, but, try as they might, they couldn't kill the beast, only piss it off. Then the Savik charged in, and an interesting thing happened. First, they killed the last 2 Marines, but in doing so, they inadvertently got close to the Huck. Very close, a couple of feet. And the Huck flinched, then screamed in agony and scampered back away from them as fast as it could. It looked all the world like a scalded cat. Others watching the scene with Hiram groaned or swore at the deaths of the Marines, but Hiram couldn't take his eyes off the Huck, which was now slinking away from the Savik with its tail between its legs. "Bloody hell," he breathed. "Cappy, I want close-ups of the Savik in 17. Look for something extra about their uniforms, something chemical or electronic, or an extra piece of clothing that might be impregnated with the chemical." Private Capocella raised her eyebrows, but zoomed in with the wasp's little camera. Unlike the beach balls, the wasp didn't have many fancy sensors, but she looked as closely as she could. Meanwhile, however, the fight for 3/17 was rising to a crescendo. As the Savik stood over the bodies of Corporal Beeman's squad, the rest of 1st Platoon turned the corner and opened fire. With their numbers and heavier weapons, they mowed them down. But then the rest of the Savik attack force got within firing range and opened up, killing 2 Marines guarding the intersection and sending the rest diving for cover. The fight devolved into a sniping contest, with neither side making much of a dent in the other. Hiram noted that although the Huck was occasionally seen in the back of the Marine's position, it never attacked. "Cookie," Hiram called on the command link. "Here," she replied instantly. "Can you flank them?" "Normally, yes," she said, looking at a shipboard map on her helmet visor. "But one of the damn Huck is nearby, and I'm reluctant to send anyone. The Huck will attack them for sure. Anyway, Dooley's 2nd Platoon will be here soon." Hiram cleared his throat. "Cookie, can you examine the Savik bodies without getting shot?" He explained what he wanted her to do. 10 minutes later, she was back. "It could be something impregnated in their clothes, but the only thing I found was that they all wear a round medallion on a leather thong around their necks." She held one up so he could see it. It was about 2 inches in diameter and made of brown-colored plastic. There appeared to be a stud or button on one side of it. There didn't appear to be any metal, which explained how they got it through the transporter. "Cookie, this could be important. Can you send 2 of them back with one of your men?" Just then, Lieutenant Dooley's platoon arrived and began a brisk firefight with the Savik commando. "Gotta go, Hiram," Cookie said. "They're playing my song," and cut the connection. She calmed Dooley. "Start pushing, Lieutenant. We have them pretty well fixed at 3 and 17. We'll start our push in 1 minute. We've blocked off 18, but they can take any of these cross corridors to number 4 or 5. Recommend you flank them on the corridor 4 side." Lieutenant Dooley sounded a little breathless. "Okay, Sanchez, sending men down corridor 4 now. And keep an eye out. That damn Huck took out another one of my men not 2 minutes ago." An hour later, it was done, but at a cost. The Savik never asked for quarter, nor gave any. They fought stubbornly, ruthlessly, and bravely, gradually getting killed one by one. If they ran out of ammunition, they drew their razor-sharp plastic swords and charged into the Marines. Savik screamed and died in the face of Marine firepower, but 3 more Marines lay dead or dying with them, and the deck looked like it had been painted in blood. The last Savik burst from cover, charging straight at Cookie with a sword cocked over his shoulder, ready to swing in a decapitating arc. His uniform was blood-splattered and torn. One sleeve was shredded by flechets. His face was covered with scratches, dirt, and sweat. His eyes were narrowed in determination and hate, and his lips were drawn back in a rictus as he screamed. He charged, sword high, ready to kill one more of the Emperor's enemies. Cookie shot him at 15 feet. The first round hit him square in the chest. The second, third, and fourth stitched upward, throat, face, and head. 4 shots in a second. The Savik crashed to the deck, sword still in hand. Cookie lowered her rifle and looked around. "Check the area," she ordered. "Look for live ones we can take as prisoners." Cookie did not get her 2 prisoners. Hiram put the comm unit down, thinking hard. It made sense. The Tilika had to control the Huck somehow. So many possibilities, if it was true. He crossed the bridge to where Admiral Eder was studying the battle hollow. "Sir?" The Admiral looked up distractedly. Hiram scanned the display behind him. The missile sleds would reach the forward line of the Tilika in 2 minutes. The carrier gunboats would reach the Tilika a few minutes after that. Meanwhile, the Krites were already transporting Marines and the Refuge long-range recon troops onto the Tilika battleships. But as all of that was going on, the Tilika line was shifting from a long spear aimed at Atlas to a line formation that would maximize its missile weight. And the 2 fleets would be in missile range of each other in less than 2 hours. Too much for any one commander. Too much data, too many variables, too many ships forced to act independently. Too many damn balls to be kept in the air. He could almost hear Cookie say, "Having fun now." "Sir?" Hiram asked the Admiral. "Can I take one of the guards and investigate something? It has to do with the Huck." Eder looked at him sharply. "No, you cannot take one of the guards," although Admiral Duthat would roll over in her grave if she heard me say it. "I value your counsel, and we will meet the enemy fleet in 2 hours. You can take one of the guards and then find a squad of Marines in the barracks to provide security. But be back here in 1 hour, Brill. If you can do that, and if you can please not get yourself killed, then go." He started to turn away, but then swung back. "And take a bullpup with you. You do remember how to use one, don't you?" "Perfectly, sir." He had not shot one in years, but now was not the time to go into that. Eder grunted. "Go. 1 hour, Brill. No more." At the entrance to the bridge, there were 9 Marines, all wearing armor and helmets, all carrying heavy weapons. They all looked the same, dangerous and maybe a little mean. They were sturdy men and women, hard-looking from training and harder fighting. They all gazed at him with the same mildly disinterested expression, and he knew that in their eyes he was little more than a staff weenie, only worthy of a second thought because he slept with Sergeant Cookie Sanchez, whom they revered, and who, truth be told, scared them a little. They all looked the same, but only one of them had 2 new hands. "Private Wisnowski, feel like a little walk?" Private Otto Wisnowski grinned down at him. "If it isn't the little commander."
Does Sergeant Mayman know that you're walking about on your own?"
His grin broadened.
"Sir?"
"Private, I see that your hands are functioning well."
Wisnowski smiled and held them up, making a fist and then stretching them out one at a time.
"And so they are, sir. Sensation isn't quite the same, but it feels good to be able to scratch my ass with my own 2 hands instead of having to call a nurse."
Hiram nodded judiciously.
"Private, I need you to rustle me up a squad, a bullpup, and some battle rattle. Then you and I are going on a little treasure hunt."
Wisnowski pursed his lips thoughtfully.
"And with all respect, sir, does the commander remember how to use a bullpup?"
"Not to worry, Private. You can teach me as we walk. I'm sure it's like riding a bicycle,"
Hiram said.
"And if I can be so bold as to ask, sir, what is the treasure that we're hunting?"
"A pet, Private. I've always wanted a pet."
Wisnowski frowned. Then an uneasy understanding shone in his face. For the first time he looked worried.
"For fuck's sake, sir, you're going to need something heavier than a bloody bullpup."
In the end, Hiram walked out festooned with body armor, a tactical helmet, a sidearm, several grenades, and carrying a blaster. He had never really gotten comfortable with a blaster and whispered a fervent prayer that he didn't do something really stupid. With some timely help from Specialist Mariella Cocchi, they soon had a wasp of 200 feet in front of them, and a beach ball bouncing merrily 100 feet in front. The squad of 5 Marines formed a small protective cordon around him, making Hiram feel a little foolish.
"And just what are we looking for, sir?"
Wisnowski asked quietly, his weapon up and his head constantly swiveling.
"First, a Savic body. 2 would be ideal, but I'll settle for 1.
Hiram kept his attention on his helmet display. A cloud passed over Wisnowski's face.
"Commander, we've just got this 1 squad out here. We got no support, and with all respect, sir, I'm pretty sure you can't use that rifle worth shit. I've been a prisoner before and got no interest in being one again."
Hiram stopped and looked at Wisnowski. Cookie had told him about the torture, the humiliation, and the final decision to commit suicide by just attacking the Dominion guards. This man deserved his respect, and the truth.
"Otto,"
he said seriously,
"the Tilika designed the Huck to terrorize us. They must have dozens, maybe hundreds of Krites out there, full of Savic and Huck. I've got a hunch as to how they control the Huck to keep them from killing the Savic as well as us. But I've got to find a Savic body and then find a Huck to know for sure."
"So we're actually trying to find a Huck?" Wisnowski asked incredulously.
Hiram grinned.
"Don't worry about that, Otto. I'm pretty sure the Huck will find us first."
10 minutes later, they were at the junction of corridors 12 and 3. It looked like a slaughterhouse. 6 Savic lay torn and bloodied within a few feet of one another, caught in the crossfire from the 1st and 2nd platoons. Beside them were the torn bodies of the Marines who had been killed by the Huck. Other bodies could be seen scattered here and there, most in pieces. Hiram found himself morbidly counting severed legs, then caught himself and stopped.
"Keep the wasp and the beach ball out at least 100 yards, Private," he said crisply. "And tell the men to keep their eyes open. The Huck move very fast."
Wisnowski grunted, but didn't say anything, already busy scanning the 4-way intersection. He sent 2 men each to the left and right. His line of sight in any direction was only 150 feet or so. He thumbed his comm, taking a childish pleasure from being able to do so with his fingers.
"Calling Beekeeper on behalf of Commander Brill. Copy?"
"Beekeeper, what do you need?"
It was Specialist Mariella Cocchi, and Wisnowski had to smile. Since his hands had gotten fixed, he had been seeing more and more of Specialist Cocchi.
"Need 4 more beach balls and another 2 wasps so we can cover all 4 corridors of intersections," he told her.
"I can give you 1 wasp right away, with more later," she said, all business.
"We'll take it,"
Wisnowski replied.
"On its way. 3 minutes to your present location."
"Thank you, Beekeeper,"
he said warmly. Specialist Cocchi chuckled. a low, throaty chuckle that made Wisnowski's heart skip a beat or two. "Our motto is, beekeepers put the honey where it matters most," she said in a sultry voice, then reverted back to a crisp, "Beekeeper out."
"Mothers, mercy, Private, why don't you guys just get a room?"
Hiram groused. Wisnowski said nothing, but looked very smug. Hiram shook his head and went back to searching bodies. The first two Savick did not have any medallions, and he could only assume Cookie had taken them. But the next two each had the thick plastic medallions around their necks. Encouraged, Hiram moved to the next Savick bodies and found another. Then another yet. He gave one to Wisnowski.
"Put this on, Otto. It might keep the nasty pussycats away."
Wisnowski looked skeptical, but put it on anyway. Hiram put one over his neck, then called Specialist Cocky.
"Cocky, I need another one of your beach balls for an urgent delivery."
"All beach balls are in use, sir," Cocky replied. "I don't think I'll have one free for close to an hour." "Now what?" Wisnowski asked. He sounded anxious, and his head was swiveling to and fro as he tried to monitor all the corridors at once. Hiram's first impulse was to go on and find the Huck, but then reason raised its bespectacled head and shook a gnarled finger at him. Honor the risk, Hiram chided himself. He could use his scout beach balls, but that would leave them solely dependent on the two tiny wasps, one of which was probably already pushing its battery life. No, better to keep all the gear and go back as a group.
"We head back to the bridge," he told the others crisply. "We need to get these medallions to the science boffins. Mildred?" Hiram asked. "Can you track the Huck on board the Lionheart?"
"Normally, yes, Commander, but the Savick have destroyed many of my sensors. I have a total of 5,672 visual and auditory sensors located throughout the Lionheart, of which—"
"Stop!"
Hiram ordered. He sighed. AIs could be so stupid at times.
"When did you last see a Huck?"
"I last sensed a Huck 30 seconds ago, on your deck at the intersection of corridors 3 and 9. Due to sensor impairment, I could not discern its direction of travel." Hiram and Wisnowski looked at each other, a sick realization overcoming them. The Huck was now between them and the bridge.
"Heads up!"
he called to the other Marines.
"We're moving back to the bridge. There is a Huck in the area, so stay sharp."
He checked the beach balls and the wasps, but saw nothing but empty corridors.
"Let's go,"
he said. In a horror movie, they would have slowly crept through several of the intersecting corridors, waiting tensely for some sign of the monster. Reality was more impatient. They had barely begun to move when they heard the rumbling growl of a Huck in front of them, answered by the growl of a Huck behind them. Wisnowski looked at Hiram, eyes wild.
"This could be awkward,"
Hiram said. Chapter 58. The Battle for Victoria. Gunboat Assault. At 15,000 miles, the 5 Victorian carriers launched 118 gunboats. Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod promptly turned and moved away, while Fes and Rabat held position to help rearm and repair any gunboats that needed it. The destroyers hovered protectively between the carriers and the long line of the Tilica advance. The gunboats split into 4 groups of roughly 30 each: high, low, front, and, with some luck and good maneuvering, back. They spread out and began their attack run. On Grogan 57, Ronnie Perkins was so elated and so nervous he thought he was going to be sick. The 4 Tilica battleships were strung out in a line covering almost 3,000 miles. The attack group's target was the last Tilica battleship in line, cleverly dubbed Big Bastard 4. 15 Tilica destroyers were clustered protectively around their battleships. It was not long before a swarm of missiles rolled out to meet the incoming gunboats, but the gunboats were flying widely spaced, firing chaff and jammers and jinking wildly. The first Tilica missile barrage flew through the gunboats. 8 gunboats blossomed into fireballs, their crews dead before they even knew what had hit it. Linda Flanagan, watching her video displays, noticed one of the fireballs. She caught her breath and watched as it flared up, then abruptly disappeared as all the oxygen was consumed. It looked like a fragile flower, opening its petals briefly to the morning sun, then gone forever. She shook herself and turned back to her weapons. Grogan 57 was part of the frontal assault. "Time to target, 1 minute 45 seconds, Vinnick said tersely. He was trying to watch his sensor displays at the same time he was being thrown wildly from side to side by Perkins' constant jinking. "Weapons, everything green and armed?" Flanagan checked her board. It was green, with the 2 lasers fully charged and the 4 missiles showing a blinking amber light to indicate ready to fire.
"Mildred, confirm all weapon systems ready to be fired."
"Confirmed. Confidence level at 99.6%, which was about as high as it ever got.
"Weapons hot!"
Flanagan shouted to Vinnick, who was only sitting 2 feet behind her. "Okay, that's good," Vinnick said in a calm, even voice, consciously trying to keep Flanagan chill. "Pilot, at 10,000 miles, fire all of our remaining jammers and follow them in. At 7,000, fire chaff ×2. Weapons, at 6,000, fire all weapons. Understood?" Of course they understood. They had drilled for this 100 times. This was the standard attack model for a large target. At 6,000 miles, it would be very, very difficult for Big Bastard 4 or the defending destroyers to stop the missiles, and impossible for them to spoof the lasers. The gunboats, on the other hand, were going to get the shit kicked out of them. "Pilot," Vinnick continued, "once the weapons are fired, your job is to get us the hell out of Dodge. That's all. We'll be toothless until the lasers recharge, so no feints against the destroyers, no second attack run. Just boogie on out and get back to the Rabat. Okay, Perv? Got it?" Perkins nodded, barely hearing what Vinnick said. He was totally focused on his visor's threat display, which detected incoming missiles and tinted that portion of his display red. When he saw red, he hit the thrusters and slid the gunboat sideways into a clear part of his visor. This simple tactic had worked for the first few thousand miles, but as he got closer to the target, the missile density got thicker, and the display went entirely red. Some portions were lighter red than others. Some were blood red. He tried to avoid those. He could have turned over the piloting to Mildred, but this is what he had trained thousands and thousands of hours for, and he didn't trust anyone or anything to be as good as he was. "Perv," Vinnick said softly, "you can do this." "Timmy, shut up," Perkins replied tersely. "I'm sort of busy here." He flicked the gunboat abruptly to the right as the left portion of his visor went blood red. He never saw the missile that flew past him barely 40 miles away at half the speed of light, the gunboat thankfully just beyond its proximity sensor. Grogan 57 flew on. Victorian Kreitz numbers 27, 28, 29, 33, and 41. On the Tilica battleship, Emperor's Honor. The damn engineering department wasn't where it was supposed to be. Raphael Aitan cursed under his breath. The engineering department was supposed to have been in the aft part of the ship, on the lower decks. Instead, they found a dozen or so large bulkheads that were warm to the touch and vibrated under their hands. What's more, they were being sniped by increasingly aggressive Savik. When in doubt, do something. They had drilled that into him at Advanced Training Corps. You can be lost, you can be confused, you can be outnumbered, but you cannot sit still and do nothing. Raphael walked into the center of the large space and turned slowly in a complete circle. In one corner he spied a metal stairway climbing up and disappearing out of sight. "We're taking that stairway up to the higher decks. The engineering department should be somewhere above us," he said with conviction. Unless it isn't, he thought to himself. "Lieutenant, send scouts up those stairs. The rest of the platoon follows 50 feet behind." And up they went. Raphael hoped that they would find Daniela Tal and her first platoon, but if he didn't, he would push forward to the engineering department, wherever the hell that was. But he needed first platoon. Heck, he needed to find the second and third and fourth as well. At the top of the stairs, they met their first Huck. It stood growling menacingly at them, red eyes narrowed, barbed tail swishing about in agitation. Raphael pushed his men to the left and right of the stairway. "Men in front, on one knee, men in the back, standing," he said softly, trying not to trigger an attack. The Huck watched, not moving forward, but its shoulders hunched, preparing to leap. "Well, shoot the damn thing," Raphael said in exasperation. Of his platoon, 25 men had a line of sight and opened fire. A crescendo of pop, 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 pops filled the air. The Huck staggered backwards, righted itself, and charged into the soldiers, who scattered before it. It whirled around, bleeding from dozens of wounds, one lethal paw swiping a man's head, while the Huck's barbed tail stabbed another through his throat. Fewer people were shooting now, but the Huck still staggered under the shots. "Aim for its head!" Raphael shouted. "Blind it!" But as the Huck whirled to the left, Sergeant Mayman stepped up behind it, sword cocked high over his shoulder in a two-handed grip, and swung it in a vicious swing that took off the Huck's back foot on its right side. The foot slithered wetly across the floor, but the Huck continued its circle until it was facing the sergeant, who was backpedaling furiously, trying to put some distance between him and the raging monster that confronted him. Raphael brought up his air rifle and sprayed pellets at its head, but missed its eyes. With a roar, it leapt towards Mayman, paws outstretched, but the damaged right foot threw its balance off, and instead of landing on Mayman, it landed awkwardly beside him. Mayman frantically tried to back away, but the beast's barbed tail whipped around and plunged into his chest. Then Lieutenant Dewey was there and cut off the beast's tail with his sword. The thick, bony barb fell to the floor with a sudden thump. Screeching, the Huck whirled around again, and Dewey rolled away, just out of reach. "Shoot! For the love of God, kill it!" Raphael screamed. His soldiers gathered their wits and blasted away, and the Huck, bleeding everywhere, finally coughed blood and slumped to the floor. It gave one final ominous growl, then shuddered and died. "God's fucking balls!" one of the soldiers cried. "Secure the dead," Raphael snapped. "Police their ammo and water, quickly!" Some of the men flinched at that, but they were well trained, and that training took over. It had been drilled into them. The dead are dead, beyond our help. We honor their sacrifice by living, and a dead soldier does not need his ammo or his rations. The bodies were quickly frisked for the all-important ammunition, water, and energy bars, then stacked neatly to one side of the passageway. A runner came up, gasping, and reported to Raphael. "Sir, rear guard is in contact and getting pushed back. Estimate 25 to 30 Tilika armed with energy weapons and slug throwers. They're pushing us hard. We've lost 5, including the corporal." "How far back?" Raphael asked. 150 yards, no more," the man answered. Raphael looked around. They were in one corner of a large equipment room. There was a sign on the far room with an arrow below it, pointing to another corridor. The sign said engineering, but it would take time to sabotage the ship's power system, particularly without military-grade explosives. He needed more time, and he wouldn't get it with a large armed party at his back. He took the runner by the shoulder. "Go back to the rear guard. Is Private Noor still alive?" The runner nodded. "Good. Tell him he is now Corporal Noor," Raphael said. "Tell him to break contact and bring his men here as fast as he can, but tell him not to get out of sight of the Tillies. You understand? I want the Tillies to see you all break away and hot-foot it up the stairs. Got it?" The runner nodded again, but he was frowning in puzzlement.
Now, see that wall over there with the big sign painted on it?"
Raphael pointed across the equipment bay to the entrance to the engineering department.
"That is the entrance to the ship's engineering department. When you guys get here, I want you to run like hell to that sign. Then turn and fire everything you've got at the Tillies. Then get under cover and hide. Understand? Go there and then turn and fire. Then hide. Tell Noor."
"Yes, sir,"
the runner stammered. Raphael pushed him to the stairs.
"Go!"
The runner was gone in a flash. Raphael turned to Lieutenant Douiri and told him what he wanted. 6 minutes later, the first of Corporal Noor's squad staggered to the top of the stairs, panting for breath, hurriedly changed ammunition clips, and knelt down to cover the retreat of the others. 2 women pushed past them, looked around frantically, and spotted the engineering sign on the far wall. Without a word, they sprinted for it. 4 men and another woman came next. They turned and fired back at the bottom of the stairs where the first Tilika troops appeared. The Tillies darted back, and the rest of the squad, with Corporal Noor last, pounded up the stairs. At the top, they all fired a burst back down the stairwell, then turned and ran towards the engineering sign, slightly off-center so that the first 2 troops there could provide some covering fire. 2 of the faster Tillies crouched just below the top of the stairwell and fired. One of the women screamed and fell, clutching her leg. The rest of the squad turned and pelted the top of the stairs with pellet fire, forcing the Tillies to scramble back. 2 squad members grabbed the wounded soldier by either arm and hightailed it to the engineering sign. Once there, per orders, they all turned and laid down a hail of fire on the stairwell, catching 2 Tillies who broke cover a moment too soon. Then the rest of the Tillies burst out of the stairwell in a flood of shots and yells, and the battered SRF squad scurried out of sight behind a retaining wall. The Tilika infantry spread out and charged across the equipment bay, laying down covering fire on the entrance to the engineering department corridor. There were 22 of them, wearing light armor and carrying pulsar rifles, and some sort of assault rifle slug thrower that Raphael didn't recognize. As they reached the halfway point, Raphael screamed, "Up!" and the 5th Platoon, 1st Company of the SRF, popped up from behind every crate, piece of machinery, and support-bearing column and let fly. The Tillies were caught in the open, catching fire from 2 sides. Their armor saved them from a lot of the pellet shots, but there were exposed legs and arms, and soon most of them were wounded. Not fatally, perhaps, but enough to put them on the deck and hinder their movement. Still, they kept shooting back, and more of Raphael's men died.
"Go for their legs and their throats! Bleed 'em out!" Raphael shouted. "And shoot their radios!"
Over the next 4 minutes, the gruesome work continued. The SRF troopers shot any exposed area they could see. One by one, the Tillies succumbed to their wounds. One of the first to die was within a few feet of Lieutenant Douiri, who darted out and snatched the man's weapon. Back under cover, he peered out and took careful aim, then began finishing the Tillies one by one with shots through their visors. No one asked to surrender. They were the Emperor's soldiers, and they died in his service.
"Get their weapons," Raphael ordered. "Check to see if they've got enough ammo, and if they do, drop your air guns and use their rifles. And grenades. We need some grenades."
He grabbed one of the men near him.
"Take 4 men and go help Noor. Sweep the engineering department. Move."
As soon as they had secured most of the Tilly weapons, they fell back to the engineering entrance. Raphael noticed one of his scouts, Private Layla Amali, had an assault rifle in her hands. She was taping a plastic scope to it, making it into a poor man's sniper rifle.
"Amali, for the love of the gods, that won't work. You've got to true the scope," he scolded.
Private Amali gave him a look reserved for officers and other idiots.
"Yes, sir, I'm sure you're right, sir."
Then she gracefully shouldered the rifle, aimed across the equipment bay, and fired at a small light mounted on the wall 400 feet away. She missed. Frowning, she made some adjustment Raphael couldn't see, twisting the scope slightly and reapplying tape. She fired again. Missed. More adjustments, then missed again. On the 5th shot, the light shattered. She grinned at him ferociously, showing a lot of white teeth.
"Good enough for government work, sir, eh?"
Raphael laughed, delighted. She was a cheeky one, all right.
"Keep an eye on the top of the steps, Amali. Anything moves, shoot it. The only other entrance I can see is way over in that corner."
He pointed across the vast deck to a hatchway half hidden behind a piece of equipment.
"So keep your eyes on that too. I'll leave a few more guys to give you support."
He made his face stern.
"If it gets real hot, pull back through the corridor to the actual entrance into engineering. But send me a runner so I'll know what's going on."
"Yes, sir."
She looked around for a moment, then dragged a small crate over to act as a shooting rest. She hummed a popular song under her breath, happy at her work. Raphael paused for a moment before going into the engineering department. 5 more of his men lay crumbled on the floor. 3 had charred, smoking wounds inflicted by energy weapons. The other 2 had been hit by projectiles of some sort and lay in spreading pools of blood. Raphael nodded once. His men, his debt. He took a deep breath and turned to go into the engineering department. Raphael had a puzzle to solve. How do you disable an entire battleship without any heavy explosives? 4 of his men had some engineering background and might be able to figure it out, but just in case, he wanted to try something. His men had rounded up 12 engineering crew and had them under guard. They all had their hands bound behind their backs and sat on the floor against a wall. Raphael looked at each of them, unsure of what he was looking for, but knowing that he would recognize it when he saw it. The 12 were all men, varying in age from early 20s to late 50s or so. He marked one of them, a broad-chested man with salt and pepper hair and a set jaw, who glared at him furiously as he walked by. Raphael turned and came back, squatting down so he was face to face with him. "I need something from you, friend," he said in fluent Tilica. "I need to know how to turn off the power to this ship. I don't want to blow it up or anything so dramatic, but I need to render it powerless. If I do that, you and your crewmates will live. You'll see your families, you'll live a long life." The gray-haired man turned his head and spat. "You are murderous scum, and I will give you nothing," he gritted. Raphael chuckled. "Isn't it interesting that I am the murderous scum, but it is you who have invaded my system and seek to destroy my home planet?" "You defied the Emperor," the man replied, as if that explained everything. Raphael nodded. "So we did, and so we shall. Now, how do I turn off power to the ship?" The man stared at him, resolutely silent. The 4th man along the line of prisoners had listened to the exchange and looked at Raphael with something akin to yearning. Raphael walked over and knelt in front of him. The engineer was in his mid-40s, slender, and, Raphael thought, looked intelligent. Raphael just stared at him, not saying anything. "Sarhan!" the gray-haired man suddenly thundered. "Keep your mouth shut! Say anything and I'll have you up on charges and watch them feed you to the Huck!" The younger man flinched in fear, but he kept his eyes on Raphael. "Your name is Sarhan?" Raphael asked softly. The man nodded. Down the line, the older engineer began to shout, but Lieutenant Duiri cuffed him across the head and stuffed a rag in his mouth. "I think you want to help me, Sarhan. If you help me, I may be able to help you," the SRF officer said simply. Inside, his stomach was roiling. They had to lock down this ship fast and figure out a way off the ship, or they would die. "Will you take me with you?" Sarhan pleaded, and Raphael could have hugged him. "Yes," Raphael said, and he saw the hope blossom in the other man's eyes. "Now tell me." Saran was unbound, and he led them to a large array of switches, levers, and dials. He pointed, speaking rapidly. "Those control the bridge and the battle command. Weapons power is here, here, and here. Life support here. Shuttle bays 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 along here. And power for the engines on this console here." "Saran, what is the nearest shuttle bay to engineering?" Saran turned and pointed to a large door. "Shuttle bay 2 is just through that door." Raphael nodded. "Here's what I want you to do." At the entrance to the engineering department, Private Layla Amali sat behind a small crate, peering through her rifle scope at the doorway 600 feet away. "Come on, don't be shy," she said softly. "You know you want to peek around the corner. Go ahead, you know you want to." 5 minutes earlier, she'd caught a flash of movement at the doorway, but by the time she'd put her scope on it, all she could catch was a glimpse of a face pulling back. Now she was waiting. Private Layla Amali could be very patient. "Anything?" whispered Private Tony DiCello. "He's here, I can feel him," Amali answered. "He wants to look so bad it's killing him." Off to the right there was a movement at the top of the stairs where it reached the equipment bay floor. Amali smoothly shifted her rifle over to it, adjusting the zoom on her scope so she wasn't in too tight. A man stood there, and she centered her crosshairs on his chest, her finger tightening imperceptibly on the trigger. She frowned suddenly and looked closer. The man was holding a Tilly rifle, but wearing an SRF uniform. He appeared, well, ragged, as if he had been fighting for several days rather than several hours. His uniform was torn, streaked with blood, and his eyes showed sickly white against a grime-smeared face. He looked ugly, exhausted, desperate, and very familiar. "Belinsky?" she muttered. Friedrich Belinsky was in 1st Platoon, but they'd lost contact with 1st Platoon 2 hours earlier. Or was it 3? She and Belinsky had gone through basic training together, then joined the SRF and went through that training together. It had been hard training, taxing both mind and body. His buoyant sense of humor was the only thing that had gotten her through some very long days. Belinsky looked about warily, taking in the Tilika bodies strewn about the floor, then turned and motioned to someone on the stairs below him. In a moment, 10 or more other SRF soldiers had joined him, 2 of them half holding, half dragging another soldier between them. "Tony, get the captain here," she whispered urgently. DiCello, bless him, didn't ask anything, just hastened to comply. Then, without knowing why, she swung her scope swiftly back to the door set in the far corner of the bay, just in time to see the Tilly who had been hiding there step out and take aim at the 1st Platoon stragglers emerging from the stairwell. She fired just as he brought his rifle to bear. Her rifle recoiled firmly into her shoulder, but the scope stayed on him, and she saw the neat hole blossom just above his nose before he collapsed to the floor. "Girl, you are a badass stone killer," she told herself smugly. Meanwhile, Belinsky and the others from 1st Platoon dropped to the deck and aimed their rifles at her location. "Don't you dare shoot me, Belinsky!" she called out quickly, hoping the poor bastard wasn't too strung out to hear her. That happened sometimes when things were really bad. "You hear me, Freddy? You shoot me, I'm gonna kick your ass! It's Layla Amali, 5th Platoon! We got engineering! What the fuck took you guys so long?" Belinsky said something to the others, and they hurried across the open expanse of the equipment bay, half dragging their wounded comrade along with them. As they got closer, Amali realized with a start that the wounded soldier was Lieutenant Daniela Tal, Captain Eitan's friend. Worse, her left arm was gone, just above the elbow. There was no bleeding, the sure sign of an energy blast, but she was deathly pale and gritting her teeth in pain. Then, out of an abundance of caution, she scoped the far door again, where she saw 2 Tilika soldiers peering cautiously around the corner. She drew a bead on one and fired. He fell backwards as if punched in the face, which In a matter of speaking, he was. The other soldier flinched backwards out of sight. The first platoon survivors moved hurriedly behind her into the corridor, out of the line of fire from any Tilica snipers. Lieutenant Tal whimpered once as they lowered her to the deck. Then the lights went out. Hunting Huck on the Victorian battleship Lionheart. The Huck in front of them roared. The Huck behind them roared. "Bugger me," Wisnowski cursed again, rifle up, head swiveling. "Well, at least we know where they are," Hiram said. He opened his comm to Cookie's frequency. "Cookie, we're at the intersection of 3 and 11. We have 2 Huck, front and back. Can you send us some support?" His earpiece crackled for a second. "Hiram?" Cookie sounded incredulous. "What the hell are you doing? I thought you were on the bridge." "Do you have anyone you can send?" Hiram repeated. Hiram took out one of the plastic medallions, walked 5 steps forward and placed it on the deck. Then he walked towards the Huck behind them and placed a second one on the deck. He stepped back. There were 30 feet or so between the 2 medallions. "Come, Kitty," he crooned. "Let's see if this will work." Both Huck came into sight simultaneously. Wisnowski looked back and forth between them. "Sergeant Sanchez says you're really smart," he said through clenched teeth. "Gotta tell you, this don't feel like smart to me." "Just using the empirical method, Wisnowski," Hiram said. "Empirical method my ass," Wisnowski muttered, but Hiram decided best not to hear it. The Huck in front of them lowered its head and growled. It stepped forward warily, its tail thrashing behind it. Wisnowski raised his rifle to shoot, but Hiram held up a hand to stop him. The Huck moved more quickly, its eyes locked on Hiram. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. It tensed to spring, then skidded to a hasty stop and scrambled backwards, emitting a high-pitched roar that sounded more like a shriek. The Huck behind them sprang forward, then seemed to turn in mid-air, whimpering in pain. It hit the deck and scampered away from the medallion near it. "Son of a bitch! It really works!" Hiram exulted. The 2 Huck crouched down, glowering in confusion at their prey. They knew the pain, knew its source, but couldn't understand why these humans were protected by it rather than the Tilica soldiers and Savik they were used to. These humans were prey. And the Huck roared their displeasure and confusion. "Almost there," Cookie said over the comm. "Cookie, do you have one of those plastic medallions?" Hiram asked. A pause. Cookie had forgotten about them. Then, "Yes, why?" "Once you see the Huck nearest you, put one of the medallions on the deck. It will trap him." "What?" "Just do it, please." A pause, then, "Okay, it's done." Hiram looked around. He could just see Cookie's group at the edge of the curve in the passageway. "Back up about 50 feet. We're going to shoot it. If it does get past the medallion, kill it." "Gladly," she replied. Hiram turned to his men and waved a hand. "Okay, do it." The Marines had blasters. First, they shot the Huck that was not hemmed in on 2 sides. Then they turned to the second Huck. It snarled and hissed and backed up slowly, stopping abruptly when it suddenly realized there was a medallion behind it as well. Hiram watched with interest to see if it could overcome its conditioning to jump over one of the medallions in an effort to escape, but it didn't. It turned and faced them, seeming to look right at Hiram. He felt a chill as the red eyes pierced him. It roared once more. "Shoot it," Hiram ordered. The Marines opened fire, and the Huck crumpled under the blaster fire, which cratered its huge chest and sheared off one of its legs. Hiram felt an unexpected mix of relief, respect, and regret. Then Cookie was standing next to him, looking sweaty and tired and achingly beautiful. He wanted to put his arms around her, but couldn't with all the Marines looking on. Wisnowski came and stood beside them. "Sergeant," he told Cookie,
With all respect, your man here is absolutely batshit crazy.
Neither Hiram nor Cookie could tell if he was joking.
Reminds me of our first date,
Cookie said sardonically. Then she looked at the two mutated lions, which seemed smaller and forlorn in death. She turned back to Hiram, wishing it was all over, but knowing it wasn't. A sad smile crossed her face.
We've got to kill the Emperor. You know that, don't you? No matter how long it takes.
Gunboat assault. Aboard Grogan 57. Ronnie Perkins guided Grogan 57 towards Big Bastard 4. Other gunboats had been tasked the job of feinting towards the first two battleships in line to keep the destroyer escort pinned in place. But now it was time to focus on their target. On his radio, Timothy Vinnick could hear the other attack groups maneuver above and below Big Bastard 4, then turn to start their attack run. Grogan 57 didn't have to turn. It was headed straight for the enemy battleship. The destroyers protecting the four Tilica battleships sent out a hailstorm of missiles and lasers, trying to saturate the area, but there were only 15 destroyers, and until the last moment, they couldn't be sure which of the battleships were being targeted. Now that the gunboats were clearly focused on the last battleship in line, the destroyers tried to shift position to give it maximum coverage, but they couldn't move fast enough. Vinnick kept his eyes on his battle display. Swarms of missiles came out to meet them, and with each swarm, more of the gunboats vanished. It was excruciating to watch, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from it. Finally, Linda Flanagan leaned over and slapped him on the head.
"Timmy, stop it! Get in the game! I need you to read out the firing distance."
Vinnick nodded sheepishly and adjusted his display.
7,500 miles out. Get ready for chaff, then decoys. Weapons, check your boards.
"Green!"
Flanagan shouted, too loudly for the small space.
"Missiles hot! Lasers hot!"
Vinnick checked his list.
"Pilot, did you launch the jammers at 10,000 miles?
Vinnick cursed himself. How could he have forgotten that? Perkins reached over and stabbed a button. Several small missiles leapt off rails and sped away.
"Jammers launched,"
he said. 15 seconds later, the missiles started broadcasting static and snow across a wide electromagnetic spectrum. The jammers headed straight for the Tilly battleship, with Grogan 57 sliding along just behind them. They could still get killed, but now it would be a lot harder for the Tillys to lock onto them.
7,000!
Vinnick shouted. He shook his head. Now he was shouting too. The battleship filled their sensor displays. Linda Flanagan felt as if she could throw a rock and hit it. The displays showed laser beams flashing past them and missiles exploding above and below them. The destroyers shot chaff rockets and deployed jammers. The battleships shot thousands and thousands of projectiles designed to defeat incoming missiles, any one of which would have ruined the day for everyone on board Grogan 57. One squadron of 10 gunboats fired their missiles at the nearest 2 Tilica destroyers protecting Big Bastard 4, 20 missiles at each of them, then followed them in and fired their lasers. The rest of the gunboats pushed onward towards the battleship, setting up their attack runs. One of the Tilly destroyers suddenly fireballed, flaming brightly in the dark space until the air burned off and the fire abruptly extinguished. And all the time Ronnie Perkins threw Grogan 57 wildly from side to side, always trying to fly to the least red portion of his visor. The gunboat smelled of overheated electric circuits, perspiration, and the rank odor of fear. Timothy Vinnick, the 57's bastion of calm and control, abruptly bent over and vomited all over his display screen. He gulped air, wiped the gore off the screen with his sleeve, and kept calling out the miles. Neither Perkins nor Flanagan seemed to notice, too preoccupied with their own miseries. The cabin smell got worse. Flanagan made the mistake of trying to brace herself against the bulkhead. only to feel her wrist snap when Perkins violently hurled the gunboat to the right to avoid something he never saw as it streaked by. She moaned and clutched her wrist to her chest, but she never took her eyes off her weapons display. Perkins was oblivious to their pain and terror. He couldn't have taken his eyes off his visor display if he'd wanted to. He just flew the gunboat at Big Bastard 4, mildly amazed they had made it this far. So many hadn't. 15 seconds to weapons launch, Vinnick shouted, his face muscles so tight he thought they would crack. He wanted this to be over. He needed it to end. On the Victorian battleship Lionheart. "You're late," Admiral Eder snapped as Hiram entered the bridge. Hiram looked at the ship's clock. He was 3 minutes late. "My apologies, Admiral, but I think we've discovered how to defeat the Huck." A minor peace offering for his egregious 3-minute tardiness. Eder's eyebrows went up. "Well?" "Sir, we found a device worn by most of the Savik stormtroopers. It causes great pain to the Huck, and they will not go near it. I gave it to the science boffins, and they're looking at it now." "Let the boffins handle it. That's what we pay them for," Eder said brusquely. "Your job, Commander, is to help me break up the Tilica attack and send them packing. Come here and take a look at this," he added, gesturing to the large battle hollow. Hiram stepped closer. Things had changed in the hour and 3 minutes he had been away from the bridge. The Tilica column of ships was much closer. No surprise there. But now the Victorian carriers had launched their attack at the center of the Tilica line. The forward quarter of the Tilica fleet was in the process of changing from a column to a line in order to bring more firepower to bear. But they had just started. Still, that would bear watching and would grow more dangerous by the minute. The big change was in the center of the Tilica column. It was already turning to meet the attacking gunboats, and a large gap was forming between the center and the forward quarter, which was still coming straight for the Lionheart and the rest of the Victorian fleet. In the center of the hollow, he could see Emily's carrier task force, and to the east of that, Fort Hawk laboriously being towed to an area between Admiral Eder's battle group and the advancing enemy. Still in front of Eder's battle group were BG-1 and BG-2. BG-1, commanded by Captain Sobkowiak, was falling back in front of the Tilly advance, staying just out of missile range and sowing mines behind her. He peered at the hollow but couldn't quite tell how many ships she had left. Not enough, at any rate. BG-2, commanded by Captain Hilson, would soon join BG-1. Eder's BG-3 was probably 30 minutes behind them, so that meant... He spent a minute studying the geometry. "Admiral?" he asked distractedly. "Where is the Dominion frigate Draugr?" Admiral Eder raised his head. "Mildred, display current location of the Draugr." The hollow flickered, and a new blue dot appeared. Hiram grinned. The Draugr had maneuvered to the west of the center of the Tilica line, on the other side from where the gunboats would attack. His admiration for Captain Astrid Drescher crept up another notch. "Okay," he said, trying to project confidence. "First, basic orientation. The wormhole into Gilead is north. We are in the south, which BG-1 and 2 to our northwest, and the enemy is curving towards us along that bearing. The remaining missile sleds are about here." He pointed to a spot just in front of the Tilica column. "And we'll hit them in about 15 minutes. Remember, the sleds are pretty stealthy. They're coasting without any propulsion signature and have very good passive sensors. They'll shoot 250 medium-range missiles, so there's a good chance they'll do some damage." Hiram and Eder fell silent for a moment, regretting the loss of the 400 missile sleds that had been sent up the center earlier. Admiral Eder nodded, studying the display. "Mildred, based on current positions and speeds, show a timeline for when the various forces get within missile range of each other." Mildred simply printed a list. 1. Gunboats, 4 minutes. 2. Draugr, within missile firing range now. 3. Missile sleds, 13 to 18 minutes depending on exact path of Tilica ships. 4. Fort Hawk, 20 minutes if Tilica ships turn towards it, unknown if they don't. 5. Lionheart and other Victorian ships, 19 to 24 minutes. Hiram turned to the Admiral.
Sir, 2 things. First, call BG-1 and BG-2 and order them to fall back on us at full military power. We need their destroyers in a big way. Second, if the gunboats can disrupt the Tilly center, then we stand a chance. Yes, they have over 100 ships to our 80, but they're strung out. Our ships are going to be more tightly concentrated. We can bring greater firepower to bear.
If their damn sword ships don't kill us in droves, Etter said sourly, but he was studying the hollow intently. Hiram waited, silently. Admiral Etter was one of the finest tactical minds in the fleet, so Hiram let him think without interruption. Finally, the Admiral stroked his chin thoughtfully and turned to face Hiram.
Brill, as I recall, you wrote some sort of paper on the Tilica Emperor back when you were a real intelligence officer before you became the Queen's advisor. Yes, sir?
Hiram had written a long memo to the head of Fleet Intelligence warning that the Tilica Emperor would attack Victoria. Unfortunately, it had been ignored as the overripe imagination of a junior officer. Etter gestured to the holodisplay of the Tilica warships.
Do you think the Emperor is over there right now, directing this battle? The Emperor?
Hiram was a little shocked, but he thought it through, then shook his head vigorously.
No, sir, not a chance. The Emperor would not leave calm, not even for this. Tilica Royal Society is a snake pit, with conspiracies, plots, assassination attempts, and rank opportunists waiting for a chance to grab power. Emperor Chalibi would not dare leave the palace for fear that someone would attempt a coup.
Etter nodded.
Okay then, who is commanding the Tilly fleet?
Hiram considered.
Their best admiral is probably Bezadi, but he is not noble-born and would not be put in charge of the entire Tilica fleet. Why?
Etter demanded, frowning.
Hiram shrugged. Tilica society is not a meritocracy. All standing is based on how close you are to the Emperor and whether he holds you in favor. Simply put, any member of the royalty serving in the Tilica fleet would feel insulted if Bezadi, regardless of his skill, was put in command above them. The Emperor could not risk it. Then who? The Admiral asked impatiently. Prince Rashahid, maybe with the help from one of the other noble-born admirals.
He thought for a moment longer.
Yes, it would be Prince Rashahid.
Etter tapped his lips with one finger.
And how much experience does the prince have? Well, he was probably involved in the initial attack on Second Fleet when it was ambushed and wiped out, but the Dominion were heavily involved in that as well. Brother Zhang outfoxed him when he first tried to invade Victoria.
He shrugged.
Other than that, I'm not aware of any significant military activity he would have been in.
Admiral Etter grinned evilly.
Let's have some fun with the prince, eh?
Victorian Krites numbers 27, 28, 29, 33, and 41. On the Tilica battleship, Emperor's Honor. Captain Raphael Aitan watched, heartbroken, as the last Krite swooped into the shuttle bay and settled to a stop. He had enough Krites to take off a full company, but he had only enough survivors to fill 1.5 of the ships. He had learned the fate of the others from one of Lieutenant Tal's men, Belinsky. All 4 of the other platoons had run into heavy opposition from the Tilica. When Tal learned from Raphael's runners that he had gone to engineering, she turned and led everyone else towards the enemy bridge, drawing the attacking Tilica forces with her. Outnumbered and outmatched, the 4 platoons had taken a beating, but the Tillys stayed with her, apparently unaware that 5th Platoon was capturing the engineering department until it was too late. Daniela Tal had been shot late in the fight, and her surviving platoon members had taken upon themselves to rescue her. What followed was a long cat-and-mouse hunt, with the SRF troops and their injured lieutenant skulking down small corridors and hiding in empty rooms. A squad of Savik finally got on their trail, and they had a running gunfight for the better part of 30 minutes, finally climbing the stairway into the equipment bay, where they encountered Layla Amali and her sniper rifle. Now the Krite doors opened, and several troopers jumped out, carrying satchels of explosives. Sergeant Moshe Dotan, the company's armorer, stood glowering in the hatchway and shouted, "I've got pulsars, blasters, and flechette rifles, grenades, combat helmets. Anyone who wants to get rid of their pop gun, come to me now." A few men who hadn't managed to get a Tilika weapon lined up quickly. Combat helmets were quickly passed down the line, and Raphael put his on with a sense of relief, only to realize that other than the troops under his immediate command, there was no one else to talk to. "Sergeant," Raphael called, "get all of the crew chiefs and report to Private Amali at the entrance to engineering. The Tillies know we're here and are being rather inhospitable about it. Hold them off until we can rig the explosives and take our leave." Raphael gestured to the men in line for better weapons. "You men, get yourselves a new rifle and go with the sergeant. Move." "Right away, sir," Dotan barked. "Oh, Sergeant, did you bring any wasps or beach balls?" Sergeant Dotan looked sheepish. "No, sir, there just wasn't any room." He looked around at the handful of survivors. "Or we didn't think there was." Raphael nodded, dismissing the man. Standing in a line, there were 6 men carrying satchels of high explosives. "Engineering is through there," he said, pointing. "There's a man named Sarhan, a Tilly engineer, who will show you where to put the explosives. Do it fast and get back here." The men looked at each other. "And the Tilly, what do we do with him, sir?" "Bring him with you. Treat him with respect. He's been helpful," Raphael said. He turned to some of the remaining SRF troopers in the shuttle bay. "Load the wounded on board the Krites." Meanwhile, his helmet was registering every SRF trooper who was wearing a helmet, populating their names in the upper right corner of his visor. When Private Amali's name popped up, he linked to her view, then flinched back instinctively as a Savik commando charged screaming directly at him. Well, not him, but rather Private Amali. When the Savik was less than 5 feet away, Amali shot him once in the chest to slow him down, then once in the head to finish him off. She was using a slug thrower, Raphael saw, and to good effect. There were 2 more Savik, but before Amali could deal with them, a fusillade of pulsar and blaster bolts smashed them to the ground in a smoking heap. As Amali looked around for her next target, Raphael could see that a dozen or so other Savik retreated behind the cover of large pieces of equipment and crates. Raphael waited until she had completed her scan before he spoke, taking in the 15 or so new Tilika bodies scattered across the deck. "Amali, this is Captain Aitan. Report." "We got maybe 2 platoons of Gommers trying to force their way across the equipment bay," she said calmly. "They got the far half, but we have kept them from getting much further." She swung her scope to the far door in time to see another 10 men rush through and hide in the thicket of the crates and heavy equipment. "Just got another bunch through the far door. We won't be able to hold them long, sir. Surprised they haven't used grenades yet." "Amali, I am sending some explosives. We'll mine the entrance, then I want you to fall back into engineering. Our ride leaves in 10 minutes. "Roger that, sir. Good news." Raphael waved one of the sappers over and told him what he needed, and the man went off at a run. He switched to Sergeant Dotan, linked to his visor to make sure he wasn't actively in a fight, then calmed him. "Sergeant, you'll have explosives in 30 seconds. Show the engineer where to place them, then bring everybody back. Go right to the Krites and get in. We are bugging out as soon as the engines are wired to blow." "Yes, sir. They're pushing us hard, but not using the heavy stuff. I think they're scared they'll accidentally damage the engines." "Come as fast as you can, Sergeant," Raphael told him. Then he switched to the sappers laying the explosives around the massive engines. He found Specialist First Class Cynthia Hamry tapping in the code to program the timer. "Hamry, this is Captain Aitan. Report." She straightened up, looking over the placement of the explosive one more time. "This is the last of them, Captain. We've rigged all 3 engines to blow. All timers have been set for 10 minutes, but I can also trigger them through my combat helmet." "What about the antimatter pods?" He was not eager to have 3 antimatter pods blow up in his face. Hamri crinkled her nose. "Blowing them would not be a good idea, sir. I've rigged this with enough explosive to damage the engines and to stop the turbines. The magnetic bottle will run on Zeridium indefinitely." Raphael flicked back to Private Amali's visor. Savick were taking pot shots at them from across the equipment bay, but not charging yet. He flicked over to Sergeant Doten. "Sergeant, status?" "Just got the explosive set, sir. They'll blow on command or on motion detector." "Sergeant, send your people to the Kreitz now. Set the explosives to go on motion detector with a 5-second delay. Move out now." Aten switched back to the engineer in the engineering department. "Hamri, check your work one more time, trigger the timers, then run like hell to the Kreitz." Then he sent a platoon-wide message to everyone who had a combat helmet. "Attention! All hands, move to the Kreitz now. Repeat, now. The engines will blow in 10 minutes." Captain Raphael Aten looked around to make sure he wasn't missing anything. 2 of the Kreitz had already lifted off. He waited until Sergeant Doten came pounding through the entranceway. "Sergeant, are all of your people out of there?" "All present and accounted for, sir," the sergeant panted. He wasn't getting any younger. Raphael wordlessly pointed to the nearest Kreit. His visor showed the 10-minute countdown, already at 9 minutes and 16 seconds. He calmed Specialist Hamri. "Specialist, are all of your people on the Kreitz?" "Everyone accounted for and on board, sir," she said crisply. "Timers have been triggered." Time to go. He looked around once more, then stepped into the nearest Kreit and broadcast to the pilots. "Go!" The last 3 Kreitz lifted off the deck and hurtled through the massive gateway. The 5 Kreitz turned straight down and cut their engines, coasting away from the Tilica battleship at high speed, but already becoming invisible. Behind them, the explosive detonated, and the engines turned to slag. The Emperor's Honor, second in line of the 4 Tilica battleships, was now toothless. Its missiles could not be fired, its lasers were inert. Even as the Tilica ships in front of it curved towards the Victorian fleet, the Emperor's Honor continued straight ahead, commencing its long walk to nowhere. On board the Emperor's Honor, in scattered piles along bloody corridors, in tight-knit groups where they had fought and died, lay 117 of the Special Reconnaissance Forces soldiers, who would never know that their sacrifice made possible the success of the mission. Gunboat Assault. Aboard Grogan 57. "Hey!" Vinnick shouted. "The second battleship. It's leaving the Tilica column and just going off into space." He checked his displays. "It's completely powered down." "Timothy, how much longer to release?" Flanagan asked. Vinnick's attention snapped back to his battle hollow. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, fire all weapons." Linda Flanagan mashed the firing button for the 2 10-inch lasers. Then ripple-fired the 4 missiles. Everything worked the way it should. She glanced up at the damage display and saw 2 red rings appear on the engine section of Big Bastard 4, indicating laser strikes. Her laser strikes. She couldn't help smiling. "Pilot, get us out of here," Vinnick ordered, then gasped as the gunboat stood on end and accelerated straight up, curving over in an arc that aimed it away from the Tilica line and back to the relative safety of the Victorian carriers. Flanagan kept watching the damage display. Other colored rings appeared all over the Tilica battleship. Blue, orange, green, purple, silver, and on, as dozens of gunboats fired everything they had. Of the 118 gunboats that had made the attack, 39 had been destroyed, leaving 79. They all fired their missiles within 10 seconds of each other. More than 300 missiles swept out, hurtling down on Big Bastard 4. There were no hedgehogs near the battleships, but the destroyers and the battleships laid down a wall of anti-missile fire. Lasers, small missiles, hundreds of thousands of heavy, dense pellets, and area bombs that killed everything within a 10-mile cube. Then chaff and jammers. The sheer amount of firepower aimed at the Victorian missiles was breathtaking. Missiles died in 1s and 2s, then in 4s and 10s. The defenders' lasers could not recharge fast enough to fire again, but the destroyers poured small anti-missile missiles and pellets into the fray. Another dozen missiles died, then 2 dozen, then 3. Some missiles were spoofed by chaff or jammers and exploded harmlessly. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the Tilica destroyers wheeled about in an effort to interpose their ships between the oncoming missiles and the precious battleships, and, through their sacrifice, soaked up another 30 missiles. It still wasn't enough. In the end, 81 missiles reached Big Bastard 4. Already weakened by dozens of laser strikes, the battleship crumpled inwards, then burst outwards as countless explosions racked it from stem to stern. 2 Tilica battleships were out of action, and 10 destroyers with them. Chapter 59. On board the Tilica swordship, Emperor's Might. Prince Rashahid stared in shock at the holodisplay. They had not even reached the main Victorian line, and already he'd lost 2 battleships and 10 destroyers? In mixed rage and confusion, he wheeled on the communications officer. "Get me Admiral Kermani!" he snapped. The communications officer looked at him, open-mouthed. My prince, he stammered. "Admiral Kermani is still missing. His ship never came through the wormhole." Prince Rashahid stared at him. He almost told him to call Admiral Bizzati, but bit his tongue. Bizzati was not here either. He took a deep breath, calming himself. There was a battle to fight, a fleet to lead, but the holodisplay mocked him with its irrefutable facts. He had not yet engaged the main Victorian fleet, but he was suffering grievous losses. And now he had a decision to make. Press forward or turn back to save his center and regroup. But if he turned back, what would the Vickies do? Consolidate their forces? Attack his rear? Did they have reinforcements he didn't know about? The censors officer looked up from his console. "My prince, the Victorians are trying to flank us on either side!" The holo showed the center mass of the Victorian fleet still approaching him, but now ships were moving to his left and right in a classic pincer movement. A lot of ships. He frowned, looking at the display. There were 30 ships going to his south flank and 30 more to his north. Where had they come from? What to do? What would Bizzati do? Decisive action. That was the key. When in doubt, take decisive action. But what? Attack one of the flanks and risk the main Vicky fleet smashing his van? Maintain his approach to smash the Vickies, but risk a flank attack from both sides? A double envelopment? Prince Rashahid called out in a strong, clear voice. "Calm. Send to all ships. Fire on my—" Then the missile sleds launched 260 missiles from 8,000 miles, and the censors officers' displays went berserk. On the Victorian battleship Lionheart. The Lionheart was almost within missile range when the missile sleds launched their little surprise. Admiral Etter grinned ferociously. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" Then to his communications officer. "Open a channel to the mine layers." The communications officer pushed a button and nodded to the admiral. Etter picked up the mic and gave the 2 captains very specific instructions. When he was done, he smiled at Hiram. "This is going to be fun, Brill. Nothing like mind-fucking your opponent. Nothing like it at all." Hiram, who had played enough charade to know that Etter was exactly right, smiled back. Then his personal calm chimed in his ear. "Excuse me, sir," he told the Admiral, and answered.
"Commander, this is Specialist 4 Satori. I looked at the plastic medallion you sent down."
He paused hesitantly, then continued.
"Sir, it's real simple. Just a very high-frequency tone. It shouldn't hurt anything, especially something as big as the huck, so I'm guessing that either the huck has been conditioned to react with pain, or else something has been implanted in them that is triggered by the sound and causes them pain. Okay, Satori, here's the thing. Can you duplicate that high frequency?" Hiram asked. "Duplicate it? Oh, sure, no problem. Can you arrange to have that frequency broadcast throughout a ship or to specific areas in a ship?" "Yeah, sure, sir, easy. I mean, hell, Mildred could probably just duplicate the sound once I tell her the frequency." Now Hiram was getting excited. This could be the answer. "Okay, Specialist Satori, I want you to identify the frequency and have it C2C'd to every ship in the fleet. Right away, Satori. Mildred will have my authorization to send it out as soon as you identify the frequency. How long will it take you?" "How long, sir? I mean, I've already done it. It's ready to go." Hiram looked to the ceiling. "Mildred, do you know the frequency?" "Why, certainly, Commander. I was intrigued by what Specialist Satori was doing. Did you know that many animals are sensitive to high frequency?" "Stop!" Hiram ordered. AIs were so easily distracted, like children. "Mildred, send it to all ships in the fleet and explain to them how to use it." There was a slight pause. "It is done, Commander." Admiral Etter opened the comm to all ships. "This is the First Sea Lord. In a few moments we will engage the enemy. Many of you have wondered how you would do when this moment came. I'll tell you now. You will win. You will be victorious," he thundered. "The reason why is simple. We are Victoria's last hope. There is no one else to defend Cornwall. There is no one else to defend the Queen. The lives of your husbands and wives and your children all depend on what we do in the next hour. We will win in order to secure for Victoria and our families peace and hope in the future. What happens to us does not matter, but history will record that we did our duty and stood fast. Fight like you've never fought before. Kill the enemy. All of your dreams and hopes will be decided by what you do here today. I know that the fate of Victoria could not be in better hands. May the gods of our mothers guide you and protect you. Lionheart out." Admiral Etter turned to Hiram. "Okay, Brill, let's find out if we really are cleverer than that son of a bitch." On board the Tilika sword ship, Emperor's Might. Prince Rashahid drew a breath, steadying himself. The prince had not survived years under the Emperor's tender mercies by being either weak or meek. He knew the enemy would try to fool him into making a mistake, but he would call their bluff and crush them. With a little luck, he would capture the enemy admiral and have the pleasure of adding another impaled body to the Emperor's throne room. The battle hollow showed two forces branching out from the main Victorian fleet, beginning an envelopment movement that they knew he would have to react to. But the missile barrage was coming from directly in front of him, not from the flanks. It was heavy, 260 missiles, and he would take some hits, but they had tipped their hand. The flanking envelopment was a feint, a ruse to throw off his concentration and panic him into splitting up his force to deal with it. He suspected that most of those ships on his flanks were more of the damn decoys the Vickies loved so much. He would not be fooled, and he would not panic. The real threat lay directly to his front. He would not be distracted, would not dilute his main thrust. He would crush them, enslave any survivors, destroy their home world, give their women to his soldiers, and slay their children before their eyes. And then he would return home to deal with his father. Because that is what strong men do. He opened the channel to speak to his fleet captains. "Straight ahead! Continue straight ahead! The flanking maneuver is a ruse. Our enemy lies to the front. Destroy the scum who defy the Emperor.
Avenge his honor! We outnumber the Victorians and have better ships and better men. Be strong, be faithful to the Emperor, and victory shall be ours."
The prince sat down and crossed his legs.
"Orders! I want 5 swords to the front of the line. All available shield ships to the front. Bring the remaining battleships up as soon as they can get here, and bring all the hedgehogs forward immediately. Execute."
That would leave 2 of his precious swords in reserve, but would commit all the shield ships and all the hedgehogs. He would make an iron fist and smash through the Victorian line, break it up, and then destroy the remnants one by one. He nodded, satisfied. He had the ships, had the better technology, and as God was his witness, he had the will. The 260 missiles fired from the missile sleds arrived before the hedgehogs did. 2 of the shield ships knocked out 30 with skilled use of their dampening fields. 24 destroyers fired every anti-missile missile, laser, and projectile they had, which was a lot. The 3 hedgehogs already in the van moved forward, unerringly picking off incoming missiles. 40 more Vicky missiles succumbed, then another 60. More and more Tilica ships pushed forward, widening their line and expanding their firepower. Only 130 missiles were left, but now there were more ships aiming at fewer incoming missiles, and they began to die in earnest. "My prince, there are more missiles coming in behind the first wave," the censor's officer warned. "How many?" the prince demanded, irritated that he had to ask. 200 more. Prince Rashahid's stomach tensed, but his mind exulted. He had been right. The true danger was directly to his front. The Vickies were putting all their eggs in one basket, hoping for a knockout blow. They wouldn't get it. He would see to that. "Orders! All ships to the front line! Fire on my command!" He wheeled about to the censor's officer. "Do you have a lock on their battleships?" "Yes, noble one," the man said. 3 battleships in the center of their line, protected by at least 4 hedgehogs and multiple destroyers. "Good. Feed the coordinates to the fleet." The censor's officer typed a command, then nodded to Rashahid. Meanwhile, the last of the missiles fired by the Victorian missile sleds was killed a scant 300 miles short of its target. The prince calmed to all ships. "Fire on those coordinates when your weapons bear." 50 Tilica warships fired every missile they had on the coordinates representing the Victorian battleships and hedgehogs. The next wave of 200 Victorian missiles came in, but most of the Tilica ships had not yet had time to reload their missile tubes, and their lasers were still recharging. They fired their high-density pellets, hoping for the best. Another shield ship reached the front and fired its dampening field, knocking out some of the incoming missiles, but 180 kept coming in. As the Victorian missiles came in, the Tilica missiles passed them going out. The Victorian battleships began to maneuver wildly, but to no avail. All 3 battleships were swarmed by Tilica missiles and disappeared from the sensor screens. The destroyers and cruisers fared a bit better, scattering up and down, then wheeling about and racing away from the oncoming Tilica forces. "Press forward," Prince Rashahid signaled his fleet. "We've broken them! Attack! Kill them all!" The Victorian missiles struck then, killing 4 destroyers, 2 more of his precious hedgehogs, and damaging 2 shields. One fell out of formation as its engine power abruptly reduced to 30%. Prince Rashahid barely noticed. The enemy's van had been smashed. "Ignore the flanks! Press forward!" he repeated to all ships. Aboard Carrier Rabat. Aboard Grogan 57. Emily Tuttle watched the display board with growing anxiety. She watched as the Tilica missiles tore apart the 3 Victorian battleships, her heart in her throat. Then her eyes narrowed and she looked intently at the battle hollow.
"Mildred, replay last 10 seconds."
The last moments of the Victorian battleships played again. Emily focused on the one labeled as the Lionheart, watched the way it frantically darted to one side, then turned up in an effort to escape. Something about those movements. Rather nimble for something as large as a battleship.
"Sensors!" she called out. "Any Omega drones?"
The sensors officer, caught up in the drama, visibly shook herself, and then made a number of adjustments to her displays. She peered owlishly at the stream of data scrolling across the bottom of her display.
"Nothing, Commander."
She shrugged despondently.
"The Omega drones may have been destroyed by the missile barrage."
Emily turned to Captain Czar.
"Take the bridge for a moment, Rahim. Get our gunboats back as quickly as possible and rearm them. We'll be sending them out again right away."
Captain Czar looked surprised, but nodded. Emily walked to her day room and shut the door. She looked up at the ceiling.
"Mildred!"
"Yes, Commander?" Mildred responded immediately in her soft, soothing voice.
"Talk to me, Mildred," Emily demanded. "Are those battleships really dead?"
On Grogan 57, Flanagan had fallen asleep, completely drained by the stress. Timothy Vinnick doggedly ran diagnostics on his systems, which were in surprisingly good shape, all considering. Seeing Flanagan with her head on her chest, snoring loudly, Vinnick also ran diagnostics of her weapon systems. They would rearm and go right back out, he knew. They needed the weapon systems in good shape, but she obviously needed some sleep.
"Got any coffee?"
Perkins asked, smothering a yawn. The pilot looked as if he had aged 5 years.
"Sure, Ronnie,"
Vinnick answered, and unclipped the thermos from under his chair.
"Black, right?" "I don't care, so long as it's hot and has caffeine,"
Perkins replied, accepting the sealed mug.
"How are the engines and steering?"
Vinnick asked, pouring his own coffee.
"Good, yeah, good,"
Perkins said, managing to dribble a little coffee onto his flight survival suit. He smeared it dry with his thumb.
"Check them out," Vinnick told him sternly. "Once we rearm, they'll send us out again." "Timmy, we killed a fucking battleship!" Perkins exclaimed happily. "How neat is that?"
Vinnick smiled despite himself.
"Neat, Perv. Pretty damn neat. But check your engines and steering, okay?"
The two men smiled big idiot grins at each other. Neither one of them thought they would survive the day, but here they were, with a dead Tilly battleship to their credit. Pretty damn neat, indeed. Behind them, Linda Flanagan snored contentedly. Aboard Tilica Krites 7, 13, 56, 61, and 89. It wasn't the gunboats they wanted, it was the carriers that they had launched from. First Sister Pilot watched dispassionately the small gunboat steaming 2,000 miles in front of her. She could beam some Savick on board the little craft and take her revenge, but she would rather follow it back to its home base, its carrier. She knew the Victorian carriers were out there, somewhere, powered down and hiding from her passive sensors. But they couldn't be far, and once she found them, she was going to give them a little something. Something special. Aboard the Dominion frigate Draugr, seconded to the Victorian fleet. Captain Astrid Drescher stared at the battle hollow with a mix of consternation and amusement. So many targets. But her eyes were focused on just two, the remaining 2 Tilica battleships. Her eyes darted over the hollow, looking for the best way in, and the best way out. Everything she had done up until now had prepared her for this day. The thousands of hours in simulators, the hundreds of war games, sneaking in and killing her own battleships over and over again, until every senior captain in the Dominion fleet scowled at her upon sight. The bloody, grueling war with the Victorians. And now she was here, oddly enough fighting with the Victorians, looking at a display filled with Tilica warships and selecting her targets. She called her key bridge crew together, the pilot, sensors, and weapons. She highlighted the 2 battleships on the display. "Those are the targets. I want continuous tracking of them from now on." The weapons officer looked aghast at the dozens of ships on the holodisplay. "So many ships! How are we going to get close enough to the battleships?" Astrid Drescher grinned. She told them her plan. As they listened, they glanced at each other, faces pale. It wasn't so much as a plan as it was a hope that the gods would smile upon sheer audacity. "And how will we get out?" asked the pilot. Drescher shrugged nonchalantly. "That could be harder." Victorian Kreitz numbers 27, 28, 29, 33, and 41, approaching the carrier Rabat. The Kreitz carrying Captain Raphael Eitan's Special Reconnaissance Force signaled the carriers Fes and Rabat well before they got within missile range. No need to risk being mistaken for Tilica Kreitz and getting blown apart by trigger-happy missile crews. The 5 boats landed in one of the shuttle bays and were immediately swarmed by medical personnel who put the wounded on gurneys and raced off. Raphael watched Daniela Tal being wheeled away, her gray face covered with an oxygen mask, the charred stump of her arm across her chest. Then he turned to his troops. "Bring your gear and get some food. I need you ready within an hour for whatever job they've got for us." They looked at each other, their faces hollow with fatigue, their clothes torn and often bloody. Then Private Amalie straightened and slung her sniper rifle over her shoulder. "Yes, sir," she said briskly, and hoisted her gear bag. Corporal Noor stood up and waved the others to their feet. Then Sergeant Dotan lurched to his feet. "Let's go. We'll square away our gear and get some chow. Move it along, people." As they were leaving the shuttle bay, maintenance people scurried over the Kreitz like a hive of army ants, refueling, replenishing, and getting them ready to fly again. Raphael Eitan wondered tiredly how much time his men would be given to rest before they were assigned to another unit and sent on another mission. An hour? 2? And he wondered if he, the captain who had lost most of his company, would get another assignment or be put on the bench. On the carrier Rabat. Emily walked back onto the bridge, humming to herself, but was careful to maintain a neutral face. Alex Rudd and Captain Czar both looked at her quizzically, but she said nothing. "Status?" she asked, then winced inwardly. She'd only been gone 5 minutes. 5 Kreitz carrying the Refuge Special Reconnaissance Forces have landed here to replenish their Kreitz and grab some chow. These are the guys who knocked out one of the Tilly battleships," Captain Czar told her. Emily's emotions soared when she realized that Raphael might be on board. Maybe, if things stayed real slow, she could take a minute to see him. "Also, the last of the gunboats are returning now, Commander," Czar told her formally. "Some went to the Fes for refurbishment. The rest are here or have gone on to Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod." He stood still, looking at her, and Emily felt a chill. She hated to ask, but did anyway. "Losses?" 33%. Emily stared at him. That was much, much worse than she had feared. She did the math in her head. 39 boats lost? She asked in a small voice. "Yes, ma'am," Czar answered woodenly. "And 10 of the ships that made it back were damaged, too severely. We're working on the 8 ships that can be repaired quickly, but they'll still be out of action for at least 2 or 3 hours. The other 2 won't be ready for days." Emily worked through the terrible math of war. 79 ships returned, but 2 would not be available for the battle, so make it 77 ships. Plus, she held 41 ships in reserve, so a total of 118. But if she committed the 118 to battle, she would have no reserve, none, which put her 5 carriers at risk of annihilation if they were discovered. That was unacceptable. But could she kill another battleship with only 77 gunboats? Before she could say anything, a horn sounded loudly throughout the bridge and, in fact, throughout the ship. It was a new sound just added to the array of sounds used to signal an alarm or emergency. It had only been used once in a drill to acquaint the crew with what it sounded like. It was an ugly, abrasive sound, a stuttering shriek of a horn that made the hair stand up on the back of one's neck and left your insides quivering.
"Warning! Warning!"
Mildred said over the ship-wide comm.
"There are 5 Huck on board on Deck 6. Further, there are 56 Savick commandos on board on Decks 3, 8, and 9. All personnel should be armed. Warning!"
Raphael Eitan had just sat down to a cup of coffee and a plate of hot food when the alarm blared. Across the table, Sergeant Dotan looked at him incredulously. Then everyone grabbed a weapon and stood up. "Mildred," Raphael called, "direct me to the nearest Huck."
"I have contained the Huck in a room on Deck 6,
the AI responded, calm as always.
"The Huck cannot leave that room. Unfortunately, the Savick are moving toward the bridge along Decks 3, 8, and 9.
Raphael's eyebrows went up when Mildred said she had contained the Huck, but he'd figured that out after the Savick had been dealt with. The bridge entrance was on Deck 8, but much closer to the center of the carrier than he and his troops were in the mess hall. "Mildred, alert the bridge to close all hatchways and tell them we will be there in—" He paused. How long would it take them to reach the bridge?
"Approximately 15 minutes,
Mildred supplied helpfully. "Go!" Raphael shouted to the others. "Mildred, send best route to my visor and indicate ETA for the Savick." A pulsing line of green lights appeared in his visor, with arrows helpfully pointing in the direction they were to follow. As they pounded along, the countdown appeared in friendly blue in the upper left corner of the visor, while the Savick ETA appeared in red in the upper right. Raphael cursed. The Savick would get there at least 5 minutes ahead of them. "Mildred, other friendly forces available?"
"There are 2 platoons of Royal Marines presently engaging the Savick on Deck 3. There are 2 more platoons in the rear portion of the Rabat who will not be able to reach the bridge until 10 minutes after your arrival. 2 Marines are inside the bridge, and 5 more Marines are immediately outside, defending the main entrance. 35 other Marines are scattered throughout the ship. 5 Marines have already been killed or wounded by the intruders. The 2 who were killed both received damage to their skulls sufficient—"
"Stop!" Raphael said. Why did they make the AI so damn chatty? "Send word to the other Marine platoons that we are making our way to the bridge and will arrive there shortly after the Savick do."
"Of course, Captain."
Raphael glanced left and right at his troops. Everyone still looked exhausted from their flight on the Tilly battleship. His visor showed they were still 500 yards from the bridge. He sucked in a deep lungful of air. "Faster, people! Pick up the pace!" He stepped up the pace himself, while behind him, amidst groans and muttered curses, his small group kicked it up to stay with him. In his visor, the red ETA countdown reached 0. At the bridge entrance, the 5 Royal Marines waited crouched down, assault rifles at the ready. Around the bend of the passageway, just out of sight, 45 Savick commandos gathered silently. The platoon leader was, as usual, an Erit 1. He had 25 of the agile Bretts and 20 of the more cumbersome Kretts. But for once he wasn't annoyed. He knew there would be a Marine guard at the entrance to the bridge, and the Kretts, stolid, obedient, and fearless, were perfect for the job. Most of them would die, but they had a stubborn genius for dying hard and making the enemy pay. The platoon leader signaled the Kretts to gather round, then, in swift sign language, told them what they had to do. The 20 Kretts listened impassively, seemingly unconcerned as the leader gave his orders. When he was done, he nodded to them, acknowledging the sacrifice they were about to make. "You will die in grace," he signed, "and all who do so will live forever through their brothers. Everlasting glory to the Emperor. Now go and do your duty." Without a word, the Kretts lined up in 2 lines against the wall. The Krett in front held up a hand, then pointed 1 finger, 2 fingers, and on the 3rd, they all charged around the corner, never making a sound, silent as death and just as charming. For the Marines, one moment the corridor was empty, and then it was full of charging men firing blasters, sonic rifles, and flechette rifles. Had the Marines the presence of mind to notice, they would have realized that the weapons were all standard-issue Marine assault weapons the Kret had taken off the bodies of their earlier victims. But they didn't have time to notice. The Marines opened fire with everything they had and cut a bloody swath through the line of Krets lumbering at them. 5 Krets fell, then a Marine took a sonic blast in the face and went down. The Krets grew closer and more died, but a second Marine caught a flechette burst in the throat and fell back choking and spraying blood. More Krets died, but more kept coming. The 3 Marines instinctively stepped back, but their backs struck the large hatchway entrance to the bridge. There was nowhere to go. "Fuck!" one of them screamed, and fired his blaster point-blank into the oncoming Kret. The 2 nearest Kret blew into pieces, spattering floor, walls, and ceiling with gore and blood. But the 3 Kret behind them hammered the Marines with sonic blasts that pulverized his combat helmet and crushed his skull. Leaving 2 Marines, one of whom pulled 2 grenades from his belt. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he pressed the firing studs and blew away everyone within a 30-foot radius. Where one moment there had been a bitter scrum of fighting soldiers, in the next there was nothing but scraps and remnants and the gagging smell of offal. Not a single body within the blast radius remained intact. Legs flew and arms spun through the air, whilst heads careened about wildly, finally crunching into walls and dropping soggily to the deck. The Marine who triggered the grenades simply vanished. 190 pounds of the muscled young soldier turned into a red mist, which was slowly sucked into the ship's air exchanger. And after the shattering roar and the belch of smoke, 2 bloody Kret survivors stood in the corridor, deafened and stunned, covered with the flesh and entrails of their companions. Victorious. Inside the bridge, Emily Tuttle watched the entire thing on monitors until the grenades exploded and wiped out the cameras mounted over the bridge entrance. There was a concussive bang of the grenades against the hatchway, followed by an ominous silence. Emily turned to her bridge crew. "Make sure you have a weapon. Check to make sure it is loaded and ready." No one said anything, but if this group of Savik had captured Victorian weapons, it was also possible that they had captured explosives. Some of the Marines carried small-shaped charges that could blow open a hatchway, and there were small emergency armories scattered throughout the ship. If the Savik had gotten into one of those, well, it didn't bear thinking about. "Commander," one of the 2 Marines addressed her. He wore private stripes and looked all of 18 years old, but he was calm and seemed to be thinking this through. "If they get that hatchway open, we're in deep shit. We need to build a barricade that we can fight behind. I'd suggest that we fortify the censor's officer's console. That's the strongest structure on the bridge, and we can put 5, maybe 6 people behind it with pretty good cover." "Do it," Emily told him. She pointed to 3 of the bridge crew. "You 3, help him." She turned to the other Marine. "What else should we be doing?" The other Marine was not quite as confident as the first. "Ma'am, I mean..." His voice trailed off. He glanced helplessly at the first Marine. "Hey, Tucker, what else?" Tucker looked back over his shoulder. "Well, calling for help wouldn't be a bad idea." Emily shook her head in embarrassment at not having thought of it herself. Some commander she was. Thumbing the comm button, she spoke. "This is the bridge. We have approximately 15 Savik about to break through the hatchway. Anyone close enough to assist should get to the bridge right away. If there is a Marvin available, send it immediately. I repeat, the bridge is about to be breached. We need help." Then she thought of what else was going on. She activated the comm. "All gunboats, get armed and refueled and launch another attack on your best target. If this carrier is unable to recover you on your return, go to whatever carrier is open. Leave the ship as fast as you can. We are under attack and don't know if we will be able to control the gunboat bays. Everyone else on board, arm yourselves.
You have drilled for this. Use Mildred to track the enemy. Get into groups and fight."
What else? Private Tucker had ushered everyone away from the entrance since it was expected to go boom and fly across the room at any moment. He also diplomatically reminded a couple of the science ratings, who hadn't handled weapons since basic training, that it was not considered polite to point their fucking weapons at each other and to please keep their fucking fingers off the fucking trigger until they were actually shooting. Emily's gaze fell upon her day room. Why hadn't they ever reinforced it to act as a safe room in this type of event? Still.
"Private Tucker, can we do anything with the day room that would be useful?" she asked politely. But before Tucker could reply, the comm speaker crackled. "This is Lieutenant Holland with a platoon of 34. We are on deck 9, about 12 or 13 minutes out. We have sent a Marvin ahead of us." Then, "Sergeant Rubino with a team of 5, no more than 4 minutes. Please alert that Marvin there are friendly troops in the area." And finally, "Captain Aitan here, Refuge Special Reconnaissance Forces with 29 troops. Hang tight, Bridge. We'll be there in just 2 minutes. And Holland, my men do not have any transponder IDs, so keep that Marvin back. Repeat, keep your pet chained." Too late to help, probably, Emily thought. But she took some comfort from the fact that he would be close by when her time came. With forced cheerfulness, she thumbed the comm. "Glad to have you in the neighborhood, SRF. We'll be waiting on a tree branch 20 feet off the ground," she replied. She ignored the confused looks of her bridge crew. One last thing. Emily connected to the carrier Fess. Captain Rice's face appeared. "Captain Rice," Emily said formally, "Savik commandos are about to enter our bridge. I'm transferring command of the carrier task force to you until this is resolved. Launch the gunboats as soon as you can. Tuttle out." She closed the channel before Rice could reply. She flipped the safety off her assault rifle and got down behind the sensors console. Beside her, Private Tucker looked impossibly young. At the hatchway, platoon leader Errett 1 nodded to one of the Bretts, who set the shaped charge against the hatchway. The Savik scampered back to safety, and Brett 9 pushed the firing stud. Without ceremony, the hatchway blew off its hinges and into the bridge. Pieces of plastic and metal flew through the air and rattled off the walls. Then the Savik were up and running for the entrance, weapons firing. Chapter 60. The Battle for Victoria. Fight. "Press forward," Prince Rashahid signaled his fleet. "We've broken them! Attack! Kill them all!" In front of them, hundreds of jammers lit up, masking everything that was in the Victorian line. 20 missiles came out of that electronic cloud, then 10 more. But to the prince, the effort seemed half-hearted and desultory. "Targets? Do we have targets?" he demanded. "The jamming is too intense, my prince," the sensors officer answered. "We must get closer." "Launch the reconnaissance drones," Prince Rashahid ordered. He didn't want the Vickies to slip away under the cover of the jammers. "All missiles and lasers prepare to fire on my order." Another clutch of missiles burst out of the Victorian jammer cloud, only to be slapped aside by the Tilica hedgehogs. "We are about to enter the jamming field, Nobleborn," the sensors officer told him. Prince Rashahid frowned. Was there a note of warning in his voice? He glared at the sensors officer, who kept his gaze on his instruments, refusing to meet his eyes. "All ships," he calmed, "be ready. If you pick up a Victorian ship, fire at will." They entered the jammer cloud. As they entered, 5 different Victorian reconnaissance drones picked them up and transmitted their location to the battleship Lionheart, which was masquerading as a destroyer on the left flank of the Tilica advance. Admiral Eder nodded and grinned at Hiram, standing beside him. "You said he'd go for it, Brill. I wasn't sure I believed you, but by damn he did." The holo display had a grid superimposed over it. They watched in silence as the Tilica fleet crossed deeper and deeper into the area marked by the grid.
About a third of the front portion of the Tilica line was inside it now.
"Deep enough, do you think?"
Admiral Eder mused.
"Give it another 2 minutes, sir. We want to bag all we can."
Hiram watched intently for any signs that the prince realized what was going to happen, but the Tilica relentlessly plowed forward. Finally,
"About now should be good, sir,"
Hiram suggested.
"All flanking ships," Eder ordered. "Be ready on my command."
He turned to Hiram.
"Do it, Brill. You get the honors."
Hiram pushed a button. One tiny button. The Tilica ships spotted Victorian ships appearing out of the jammer gloom and, one by one, destroyed them. So far, 5 Victorian cruisers, 8 destroyers, and, of course, the 3 battleships. The weapons officer frowned. He'd scored a hit on a destroyer at 6,000 miles, which promptly blinked off the sensor display, but then reappeared a moment later. This time, however, the computer identified it as an enemy cruiser. That didn't make sense, unless the first sensor reading was an error or... A thought came to him, a terrible thought, but before he could work it through, the jamming stopped. 1 second, the sensors were a hash of electronic noise. Then, the next, they were clear and empty. The first thing the sensors officer saw was that there were no Victorian ships around them.
"My prince!"
he called out in alarm. Prince Rashahid turned, eyes narrowing. Why was this man always afraid? The prince never did find out what the man was trying to tell him. Hiram pressed the second button. 302 minds woke from their electronic sleep and turned on their active sensors. It took 6 seconds to sweep the area. Targets were plentiful. Each mine locked onto the nearest target and fired all 5 of its short-range missiles. Even with all those missiles, 15 of the Tilica ships managed to survive. Some mines were out of range, some targeted the same ship, some failed to fire. But as the 15 survivors staggered away from the kill zone, the Victorian ships hugging the flanks turned inward and fired their missiles. A few minutes later, the last of those Tilica ships were dead. Then the Victorian ships wheeled about and raced to the center of the Tilica line, which was already under attack by the second wave of gunboats. But Hiram Brill had one more idea.
"Admiral, may I suggest one more task for the mine layers?"
Admiral Eder, exultant from crushing the Tilica van, smiled indulgently.
"God's hairy balls, Brill. Right now you can have just about anything you want."
Hiram told him. Grogan 57 bore in on the Tilica battleship, one of 90 Grogan in the attack. This time, the entire center of the Tilica line was turning to meet them, everyone firing everything they had to ward off the dangerous little ships. Perkins was chasing the light red spots in his visor, bobbing and weaving erratically to prevent a lock-on by the Tilica sensors, trying to avoid a head-on collision with fate. Behind him, Linda Flanagan and Timothy Vinnick had strapped themselves in tight to avoid being tossed around like last time. This time, there was no banter, no jokes, not even terse commentary. They all knew their jobs and did them in grim silence. They all knew the odds. Chapter 61. Gandalf and Mildred. "Do you see it? Right there. The center of the Tilica line is turning to meet the gunboat threat," Mildred said excitedly. Gandalf was less impressed.
"And they will crush the gunboats with their superior firepower. Then they will come for the Atlas."
Mildred was disappointed. Gandalf saw, but he didn't understand. They weren't looking at an actual battle hollow, of course. They were computers. They could look at the raw data and see what humans saw when they looked at the hollow. "You need to read more military history," she chided Gandalf. With the front of their forces under attack, the center had 2 options: to move rapidly forward and to support the van, or to turn and deal with the gunboats. Instead of moving forward to support the major thrust, they turned. Gandalf said nothing, but radiated impatience. "Don't you see?" Mildred pressed. With that move, the Tilica have just lost the battle. The Victorians could not beat them as one fleet against another, but by breaking the Tilica fleet into pieces, they can defeat them in detail."
"Nonsense," Gandalf countered. "Even now the Tilica have as many ships as the Victorians, and the Tilica ships are in much better condition."
"Perhaps," Mildred said, with just a hint of smugness. "But they no longer have the initiative. Control of the battle just shifted to Victoria. Now the Tilica will be playing catch-up, and unless I am very mistaken, the Victorians won't be giving them that chance."
"In a contest of power versus skill, it is never wise to underestimate the value of raw power," Gandalf said firmly.
"Of course you're right," Mildred said sweetly. "That must be why the bull always defeats the matador."
Chapter 62. The Battle for Victoria. The two fleets collided. Chaos written in blood. 3 Victorian Krites transported 90 Marines onto a Tilica cruiser. They fought their way to the bridge, but the cruiser was then destroyed by the second wave of gunboats. In the midst of the confusion, Captain Astrid Drescher snuck to within 1,000 miles of a Tilica cruiser and put 4 missiles into her propulsion plant. The cruiser lost power and began to tumble, bleeding air, burning and powerless. Drescher turned to look for bigger game. There were 2 enemy battleships left out there, and she meant to find them. The Victorian battleship Fortitude, only recently won from the Dominions, strayed too close to a sword ship and had her bow cut off. Airtight hatchways kept the ship alive, but she had lost all of her sensors and could do nothing but stagger away. Tilica destroyers dodged her with volley after volley of missiles, and she finally blew up an hour later with the loss of her entire crew. 2 Victorian battleships left. A Tilica Krite beamed 2 Huck aboard the battleship Lionheart, but Mildred used the newly discovered noise command to drive the wailing beasts into a shuttle bay. Then she opened the outer doors and the decompression blast threw them both into space. Another Tilica Krite ship transported 60 Savick onto the cruiser Kiwi, where they began to massacre the crew in a bloody frenzy. Faced with the imminent loss of the ship, Captain Lambert activated the self-destruction protocol, and the ship fireballed. 3 more Tilica Krites coasted in to within 9,000 miles of the Victorian battleship Vengeance. But before they could activate their transporters, the Laughing Owl, Barn Owl, and Fish Owl blew them to hell. It was several minutes before the Tilica realized their prince was dead, and another 4 minutes before one of the remaining battleship captains took the initiative to assume command and bring some order to the Tilica fleet. Captain Kansari was an older, grizzled man who had kept his head down and his mouth shut and simply done his best. He was from a minor noble family which was obsessively apolitical. Kansari had never heard of Woody Allen, but would have agreed with the great philosopher's adage that 80% of success is showing up. Kansari was uninspired and uninspiring, but he knew something about fighting. He had seen the deaths of the first 2 battleships. Now, the strength of the fleet lay with his ship, the Emperor's Fist, and the other surviving battleship, the Emperor's Gift. "All ships," he ordered calmly, "gather to the Emperor's Fist. We will defeat this rabble, but only if we stop fighting like rabble ourselves." Obediently, the rest of the Tilica fleet turned from wherever they were and began to move toward the Emperor's Fist. "Oh ho!" Gandalf said with perverse satisfaction. "Do you see that? Amid the confusion, the Tilica are reorganizing. Are you still so certain the Victorians are going to win?" Mildred examined the data of the battle, first focusing on the Tilica line. Then she zoomed in. Then she zoomed out. Then she chuckled softly. "Perhaps," she said. "We shall see." Gandalf frowned. "Do you know something I do not?" "How could that be?" she asked innocently. "We both have the same data." Behind the sensors console,
Private Tucker shouted, "Hold! Hold! Hold!" And as the first dark shape emerged from the smoke, "Fire! Shoot 'em!" The censor's console was about 50 degrees off-center of the entrance, so all of the suppressing fire of the Savik blasted impotently into an empty area. As the Savik came through the entrance, the fire from 12 assault weapons was a rude surprise. The communications officer stood up to get better aim, firing her rifle in rapid 3-shot bursts of flechets. One of the Savik saw her and snapped off a shot. Her neck disappeared in a blast of sonic energy and her head lolled to the side. She dropped straight down without so much as a whimper, her rifle clattering over the far side of the console. Emily cursed and fired her bullpup as rapidly as she could, popping in a fresh energy pack when it ran dry. Private Tucker risked a quick glance, snapping off a shot as he did so. "They're inside, backing up against the day room," he told the others. "We have to keep them from moving to the back of the bridge or they'll have a clear shot at us." Emily glanced about. The weapons console was at a 90-degree angle to the censor's console and would give them a little protection. Toby Partridge was next to her, hefting a blaster. Next to him, Master Chief Gibson had a sonic rifle. "Toby, Master Chief, on me," she said, then crawled away from the cover of the censor's console and slithered, not very dignified, but it worked, behind the relative safety of the weapons console. "Mildred!" she called once the three of them were there, speaking loudly enough to be heard over the racket of constant firing and screams. "Yes, Commander?" "In 5 seconds, I want you to turn off the lights and cut the gravity for 2 seconds. Then turn on the lights, and 1 second later, turn on the gravity. Execute now." She turned to the others. "Grab hold of something." Emily grabbed the pedestal of a chair with her left hand. The lights went out, and the gravity disappeared. She could feel her body begin to rise. She stood up, rifle aimed clumsily towards the day room. Beside her, Gibson and Partridge did the same. The lights came back on, and with it, the gravity. 8 Savik soldiers were floating at waist height, but as the gravity returned, they fell to the floor in a heap. Emily and Toby and Gibson opened fire, pouring it on from less than 30 feet. The 8 Savik rolled helplessly trying to avoid the fire, but one by one their bodies shuddered under the impact, and they lay still. Emily was just starting to congratulate herself when the 2 grenades flew into the bridge and blew up. The blast threw her backwards over the captain's chair into the wall. The world retreated to a muffled fog, an oddly soothing place where she heard noises but at a great distance, and saw vague shapes moving back and forth through her field of vision. More shooting, more screams. Some things clicked into clarity. She distinctly saw a beach ball careen into 3 men and blow up. Yet more screams. Clever to use the beach ball, she thought mildly. A man stood over her with a gun. She didn't recognize the uniform. That's not good, she thought. Then the man was gone, and another man with a gun was standing there. He was swearing, loudly. What was he so excited about? She couldn't see his face behind his visor, but she could read his name tag. "Your little sister won't be happy with you," she said through chapped lips. Her voice sounded like a creaking hinge. "Swearing like a trooper? And what will your mother say?" Then Raphael was gone, and another person was there. The world lurched jarringly into focus. Sort of. "Hello, Admiral Wilkinson," Emily said, very carefully. It came out, "Velo, Admiral Kiltison." Talking took an effort, and it hurt her head, which reminded her of the night she drank Wilkinson's gin. "I can assure you that I am not suffering any emotional trauma, and I promise I will never drink gin again. Now, if you could just help me sit up." "You'll get up when I say you can get up, and not a minute earlier," Wilkinson said brusquely, waving some medical instrument around Emily's head. She read the display on the sensor and grunted. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to play at being an infantryman? Not your strong suit, Commander, I must tell you. But apparently you have a very thick head."
"Could have told you that," Raphael said from out of Emily's line of vision.
Wilkinson ignored him. "No sign of concussion, but you have nonetheless been knocked ass over tea kettle, so you're going to have to take it easy for a bit."
Emily thought that was hilarious and had to repress a fit of giggles. A jiggle of giggles? A gaggle of giggles. Damn, get a hold of yourself.
Still on her back, she called out, "Alex, report!" But there was only silence. Another person slid into view, kneeling beside her. "Commander Rudd has been taken to sick bay. He's in a med tank," Toby Partridge said. Emily looked at him, initially confused, then horrified as his words penetrated. "He's alive," Toby said hurriedly, "but he's hurt pretty bad. Sonic blast to his chest." He glanced at Wilkinson, appealing for help. "Commander Rudd is in good hands," Wilkinson said briskly. "Right now, I am more concerned with you." Actually, she had already been notified that Alex Rudd had died minutes after they had put him in the tank, but there was no way she was going to tell Emily just now. With a grunt of pain, Emily pushed herself up to a sitting position. The room swam a little, then settled down except for the railing around the captain's chair, which undulated in the most annoying fashion. "Where's Captain Czar?" she asked. The pain was more intense, but her thoughts were clearing rapidly. "Here, Commander Tuttle," he said from behind her. "Come around where I can see you, Raheem," she said testily. "My neck isn't turning too well just now." When he stood before her, he looked as if he had aged 10 years. "How is the ship?" "We're functioning," he said. "It's not pretty, but we have power, and the repair crews will have the bridge functioning within a few minutes. Most of it, anyway." Emily looked around. Several consoles were shot up or blown apart. "And the gunboats?" Without the gunboats, the Rabat was little more than a very expensive hotel in space. "All gunboats launched without incident and right now are attacking the Tilica fleet." Emily breathed a sigh of relief. "Do we have any gunboats in reserve?" Czar grimaced. 20. 8 gunboats had system failures during the launch, and Captain Rice ordered 8 from the reserve to join the attack. Emily blinked. "Do we have a battle hollow up?" Czar nodded. "Let me bring you up to date with the Lionheart's breakthrough." Then Mildred interrupted. "Warning. Enemy force is organizing around its 2 remaining battleships and may be preparing to attack our position." Emily nodded. "Admiral Wilkinson, I need a stimulant and some food," she said in a tone that would brook no resistance. "Mildred, show me the battle hollow. Replay the last hour at 10 times speed." She began to watch the hollow, noting with approval how Admiral Etter had lured the Tilica van into the minefield. She saw 2 unknown ships, destroyers, darting in towards the Fess and Rabat, and the Victorian destroyers on perimeter guard turning to confront them. Then she saw the Code Omega alert, and everything just seemed to stop. She turned slowly to where Captain Czar and Toby Partridge were watching her apprehensively. Captain Czar nodded, grimacing. "It was 2 Tilly destroyers," he explained. "Don't know why we didn't pick them up on sensors, but suddenly there they were." He looked away, then back at Emily. "Before our destroyers could react, they pounced on Fess, then turned and ran. Our destroyers got one and might have damaged the other, but couldn't catch it and couldn't chase it too far without exposing themselves to heavy fire from the Tillies." He shrugged apologetically. "It happened in an instant, Commander, and when it was over, Fess was gone." 5,300 men and women, plus whatever Grogan were on board. Now they were down to 4 carriers. Grogan 57 sped on. The line of Tilica ships had turned towards them now, and a wall of anti-missile fire was coming at them. Perkins fired chaff and jammers and dove the sturdy little gunboat down, accelerating until they were a good 10,000 miles under the oncoming Tillies. The other Grogan followed suit, diving under or climbing over the immediate incoming fire. Most made it. Vinnick scanned his display. They were down to 83 gunboats, and no one had fired a missile at the battleships yet. "Got a lock yet?" he asked Linda Flanagan, who shook her head. "Shitload of jammers out there. Have to get closer or send in a recon bird." As it turned out, someone beat them to the punch. One of the recon drones somehow survived and suddenly began transmitting a clear picture of the front line of the Tilica ships. The two battleships were slightly off-center to the left, running side by side about 3,000 miles apart, close enough so that their anti-missile batteries could defend each other. Other ships, destroyers and cruisers, spread out in a line on either side of them. Significantly, they were all on the same plane, which would minimize their defenses to attacks from above or below. "Mildred identifies the big boys as the Emperor's Fist and the Emperor's Gift," Vinnick said loudly, feeling the excitement build. "Recommend current heading until we are under them and then launching everything." "This fucking Emperor must be the most narcissistic bastard in history," Flanagan gritted. "Is he so insecure that he has to name every ship after himself? Does he really think we're going to forget who's attacking us? I mean, really?" Perkins' visor was showing more pink and less red, and he breathed out shakily. "Getting too old for this," said the 22-year-old pilot. "Mildred, plot a course to swing up directly underneath Emperor's Fist." In a moment, a red line appeared on his holodisplay and on his navigation visor. Perkins scanned it quickly. "Give a countdown display until turn up." A countdown timer appeared in the upper right-hand corner. "Good." He opened a channel to the task force leader. "TFL, this is 5-7. Have computed best pathway to launch point on Emperor's Fist. Permission to transmit to all task force boats? 5-7, TFL, you lead in the boats that are below the bogies. I will take in the boats from the top. I'm instructing Mildred to share your pathway and launch point with the appropriate boats." "Bugger me," Perkins complained. "Now I've got to lead everyone in." "Natural-born leader, Perv," Flanagan smirked. Yeah. Damn it, I can't wait for this war to be over so I can go back to what I was doing." He seemed so generally chagrined that Flanagan couldn't help but ask, "Okay, what was your job before they made you a pilot?" Perkins suddenly looked sheepish. "I was a dance instructor. You know, for people who are going to get married or were going to weddings, stuff like that. I was pretty good at it," he said defiantly. "And the money was good." "Wonders never cease," Flanagan muttered. "1 minute to turn up," Mildred announced. Captain Astrid Drescher watched the battle display intently. As the Tilica column turned to meet the incoming Victorian gunboats, their crisp formation suddenly got messy, with some ships turning wider than others and changing places in the process. A couple of ships crowded too closely together and had to maneuver sharply to avoid disaster. "Right there!" She pointed to a small gap between two ships close by Tilly battleships. "Pilot, put us right there, positioned just a little behind them. We want to be a part of the group, but not on the forward edge. Just ease into it nice and steady." The pilot made the adjustments, and the frigate Draugr accelerated from behind the turning Tilica vessels and into the gap left between two of the enemy cruisers. For what seemed like an eternity, the entire crew of the Draugr held their breaths, waiting nervously for a blast of missiles that would reduce them to their basic elements, or worse. "Okay," Drescher said, trying to keep the quaver out of her voice. "Match their speed, then wait. And sensors, as soon as the gunboats fire their missiles, make sure our IFF is on." Of course, the IFF was useless against Victorian lasers. One does what one can and leaves the rest to random chance. There were perhaps 4 dozen Tilica ships in their general vicinity, all intent on Victorian gunboats in front of them. The Draugr plowed along with them, trying to look like one of the gang. Captain Drescher was reminded of an old story her grandmother used to read her when she was little, about a delightfully silly bear pretending to be a rain cloud in order to sneak up to a beehive and steal their honey. The bear jumped off an upper branch with an umbrella, with disastrous results. Back then, her 6-year-old self was so scornful of the bear and its inane tricks. And now, here she was, umbrella in hand, jumping off the branch. She smiled. Old memories. Good memories. She wondered what her Oma would think of her now. On Grogan 57, Mildred called, 30 seconds to turn up. Perkins flexed his hands and wiggled his fingers. Vinnick ran his eye over his console displays to confirm everything was running smoothly, and, for the 10th time, Flanagan armed the missiles and confirmed the lasers were ready. Front lasers, then all 4 missiles, then we turn down and away and fire the rear laser, Vinnick said loudly. Then we run like hell, Perkins muttered, eyes constantly scanning the display for threats. There were some, but nothing of the density they'd encountered coming in. He hoped it wasn't some elaborate trap. The Tillies were known for their traps. All weapons ready. Just get us into firing position, Flanagan said. Turn up in 5 seconds, Mildred said calmly. 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Perkins hit the bow thrusters to tilt the nose of the boat up 90 degrees and added acceleration. Around him, 42 other Grogan turned up simultaneously. Perkins grinned broadly. This is just so damn cool, he thought. 40 seconds to launch, Mildred said. A countdown insert appeared in the right corner of their displays. Now they were rushing up towards the hull of the Emperor's Gift, which loomed larger and larger in their display, but was still not visible to the human eye. At the sensor's display, Vinnick saw a wave of anti-missiles reach down for them. Got their attention now, he said, his throat tightening. Hard to be professional sometimes when you're scared to death. Lots of chaff and a shitload of missiles coming at us. I have a solid lock on the battleship, Flanagan announced. As soon as you get us to launch point, I'll fire and let the missiles find their way in. Even with the chaff, they'll know where to go. Mildred, time when the Tilica missiles reach us? Vinnick asked. 32.3 seconds. Perkins checked his firing countdown. 27 seconds. Plenty of time. Then, at long last, Launch! Launch! Mildred intoned. Linda Flanagan mashed the laser buttons and the 2 10-inch lasers both fired. Hit on its bow! Vinnick shouted. Shoot the missiles! Another button. 4 missiles leapt from their launchers. More than 300 other missiles from the other gunboats joined them, reaching out for the enormous Tilica battleship with the fervent single-mindedness that only fanatics and weapons of war possess. On the drogher, Captain Drescher watched as an avalanche of anti-missile fire poured from the battleships and smashed headlong into the Victorian missiles. The Victorian missiles were aimed at the Emperor's Gift. Dozens of Tilica ships were suddenly turning and firing at where they thought the gunboats might be. They were small and stealthy little beasts, after all. She glanced at the hollow and smiled. Most of the screening destroyers covering the Emperor's Fist had moved over to protect the Emperor's Gift. Drescher ordered the pilot to bring the drogher in line with the Emperor's Fist. Captain, multiple missile and laser hits on the first Tilly battleship, her sensors officer reported. The gunboats would turn and run, Drescher knew, but they had a 10-inch laser stinger in their tail, so in a moment there would be more laser strikes. Distance to target? She asked the sensors officer. 2,000 miles, Captain, he answered immediately. Try to get closer, or take the shot while she still had it. With all these damn Tilly ships careening about like drunks at a bachelor party, one of them was bound to trip over the drogher soon. She glanced at the display. With the recent movement of the ships near them, The Draugr was now surrounded. How long before some junior sensors tech wondered just who the hell this little ship was and investigated?
Pilot, accelerate towards the Emperor's Fist. Weapons, launch the missiles at 1,500 miles, then shoot them in the ass with the lasers. Reload and shoot a second round of missiles if you can.
The Draugr surged forward. Amidst the chaos of the gunboat attack, no one seemed to notice them. Tilica ships were turning and weaving or firing off anti-missile missiles, lasers, and pellets. The space in front of the battleships was torn with explosions and cluttered with chaff. Out there, somewhere, she knew, the crews of the Vicky gunboats were desperately trying to get out of the kill zone. Maybe not yogurt soldiers after all. Then the Emperor's Gift's hull ruptured in a dozen places, belching fire. The great ship seemed to stagger sideways as a massive explosion burst out of the ruined hull, added to the debris. Then the battleship began to tumble. One Tilica battleship left. But not for long. Drescher grinned savagely. "Permission to launch, Captain?" They had reached the launch point. The weapons officer looked at her. Captain Drescher nodded once. 6 ship-killer missiles launched from their tubes and sped away towards the Emperor's Fist.
Lasers,
she said. The 4 heavy lasers fired serially, and the capacitors began their shrill recharging.
"Take us out, pilot,"
she said calmly. There was no chance they would make it out, but not all of her crew understood that. It was important that they have hope, however illusionary. The ship turned violently, everyone grabbing for a handhold.
"Hits! Confirmed missile hits on the Fist propulsion plant. 4 laser hits to the same area."
The weapons officer was shouting, pounding his console.
"She's definitely losing power. We didn't kill her, but she's hurting. Her systems are offline."
The bridge crew cheered and clapped each other on the back. But the sensors officer stepped up to her and whispered, "Captain, at least 12 ships have turned and are scanning for us with active sensors. We're already in the red zone, and the missile launch told them exactly where we are." She smiled and put a finger to her lips. "We've done a great thing. Let them enjoy it." While the sensors officer returned to his chair, Captain Astrid Drescher leaned back, closed her eyes, and thought about her Oma and funny little bears who stole honey from trees. The honey was very sweet. Chapter 63. Gandalf and Mildred. "So, was that the surprise you referred to?" Gandalf asked, sounding rather petulant for a computer.
"That was one of them,"
Mildred replied, sounding rather smug for a computer. There was a moment of silence as Gandalf reviewed the sensor data, searching for the next unexpected development. Then, "Ah, now I see it," he grumbled, somewhat miffed at having been caught out.
"Yes,"
Mildred agreed. "But do the Tilica."
Chapter 64. The Battle for Victoria. A Good Bashing. Now there were 2 Victorian battleships left, and no Tilica battleships. Hiram looked at the battle display again, not daring to believe it. They were still outnumbered, but the psychological balance had just shifted.
"Mildred, confirm destruction of all Tilica battleships."
"There are no active Tilica battleships on the sensors of any Victorian vessel. Sensors recorded that the Emperor's Fist has been heavily damaged and suffered loss of power. Gunboats from Commander Tuttle's task force destroyed the Emperor's Gift," Mildred replied.
"Who destroyed the Emperor's Fist?"
Hiram asked. "Unknown. There is no clear data from my sensors, but it appears to have been struck from behind." Hiram took a breath.
"Mildred, can you locate the Draugr?"
"I detected a Coda Megadrone from the Draugr 3 minutes and 22 seconds ago," the AI replied. "It was one of 26 Coda Megadrones registered within the last 30 minutes. The other ships lost include—"
"Stop!"
Hiram sighed.
"Any survivors detected from the Draugr?"
"Not as of this time." "All honor to you, Captain Astrid Drescher." he thought to himself, then turned back to the battle hollow. The Tilica ships had changed direction, now facing the cluster of Emily's 4 carriers and support destroyers. Admiral Etter's task force was now charging down on the Tilica right flank. The battle display was roiling with explosions, chaff, and jammers, but the recon drones were in close enough to identify all but a few of the Tilly ships. Admiral Etter was standing at his shoulder, grinning wolfishly. "Looks pretty good, doesn't it, Brill?" "They still outnumber us, sir," Hiram reminded him. Admiral Etter laughed and slapped him on the back. "Not for long, Brill, not for long." Then he frowned, leaning forward to get a better look. "Crap, didn't see that," he pointed. "The carriers are in trouble." Emily's carriers were running as fast as they could, hounds at their heels. More than 70 Tilica warships were chasing her, thirsty for revenge at the loss of their battleships. The problem was she was running straight towards the wormhole into Gilead, which is where the Tillys wanted to go. "Sensors! When will we be within their missile envelope?" Emily barked. 6 minutes, the sensor officer stammered, sweat pouring down his face. Emily pursed her lips. "Are the Grogan on board?" Captain Czar, standing next to her, nodded. "We recovered 30, and the rest went to the Haifa, Rishon, and Ashdod." "How many made it back?" 90 went out, 72 came back. Plus we had 28 in reserve, so we've still got 100. He paused, frowning. "Some are pretty beat up." "Arm and refuel every Grogan that can fly," Emily ordered. "I want them ready ASAP, and position the destroyers and the 2 hedgehogs between us and the Tillys." She mentally ran through her assets. "What's the status of the Owls?" 2 have been destroyed, but 6 are in good shape. They're on our flanks, keeping a lookout for any more stealth attacks. There was something else. What the heck was it? She unconsciously rubbed the bump on her nose. The battle display showed Admiral Etter's task force vectoring in, gaining steadily on the Tilica fleet. But could he get here in time? Then her eyes happened upon the large icon that was moving slowly in their direction. She nodded. "Captain Czar," she said sharply, "order all ships to turn 45 degrees and head for that." She pointed at an object on the battle display. "Authorization is granted to exceed full military power. In the event that one of the carriers falls behind, it is to launch its gunboats and send them to the other carriers. No one stays behind to assist. We've got to save as many carriers and gunboats as we can. Understood?" Captain Czar nodded. "And Captain, I want a close eye kept on the pursuing Tillys. I'm betting that 1 or 2 eager beavers will get ahead of the others. If that happens, let's send some gunboat squadrons back to show them the error of their ways." Smiling inwardly, Captain Czar gave her a short bow. "As you wish, Commander." The remaining Tilica fleet had not re-established order. There was no single commander giving orders. The fleet had become a mob, unified only in their desire to wreak vengeance on the Vicky carriers in front of them, and in their need to escape. The carriers, however, were not cooperating. They had managed, barely, to stay ahead of the fleet, just outside of the missile envelope, and now they were angling off to the right, forcing each Tilica captain to make a choice: pursue the carriers or just run for the wormhole and escape. Human nature being what it is, half the ships turned to follow the carriers, and the rest sped on to the wormhole and its promise of safety. On the carrier Rabat, Emily nodded in satisfaction. Good, she thought. A few less to deal with. On the battleship Lionheart, Admiral Etter nodded in satisfaction. Got you now, you stupid bastards, he thought. He calmed Emily. Commander Tuttle, as you can see, they've split their forces. Can you reach your objective? I could use a few of your cruisers if that's what you're asking, sir, she replied. But the geometry looks good. Etter considered. I'm sending you 6 cruisers and a few destroyers, Commander. They should reach your carriers about the same time you reach your objective. I'm taking the rest of the fleet in pursuit of the Tillys headed toward the wormhole. There was a moment of silence. Each of them knew the risks in what Eder was doing. He might catch them and annihilate them, or the group chasing the carriers could turn back and catch Eder from behind, while the first group turned back, catching Eder in the middle. "Don't worry too much," Admiral Eder said. "Your friend Brill has a little something up his sleeve." "Good hunting," Emily said. 90 minutes later, Emily's 4 carriers were on their new heading, pointing roughly northeast on the map where the wormhole to Gilead was due north, and putting more distance between them and the Tilica ships that were running north to escape. She could not, however, shake the rest of the Tilica fleet off her tail, which was fine with her. "How much longer?" she asked. 15 minutes, maybe 20, Captain Czar replied. They were all standing because the chairs on the bridge had been destroyed in the firefight with the Savik commandos. A couple of crew were busy repairing them, while others worked feverishly to get more of the electronics online. The 4 carriers were running abreast, about 2,000 miles apart. Half an hour ago, 2 Tilica destroyers had sped ahead of their comrades and attempted to overtake them, but Emily countered with 50 gunboats, killing one of the destroyers and scaring off the other one. The carriers had been dropping chaff and jammers, both to protect them and to mask what they were running to. It seemed to be working, since the Tilica kept coming. She'd also taken to dropping random mines and jammers in their path, which had slowed them up a bit. But every time she had thought the Tillies might be turning back, she'd slowed a bit, and the Tillies had taken the bait. Now it was almost too late. "Laser communication, Commander," Toby Partridge told her. "Put it up, Toby." The communication screen rolled twice, then stabilized. A plump, red-cheeked older woman with gray curls smiled at her. "This is Captain Cornelia Llewellyn-Davies, captain of the ugliest beast in the entire Victorian fleet," she said in a booming voice. "You must be Commander Tuttle. I've heard about you." Emily nodded, a little taken aback. "Well then," Llewellyn-Davies continued, "I see you've managed to reel in the Tilica fish. Outstanding job, that. Outstanding. Now, if you would be so kind as to move your task force to the side, I think it's high time we give them a good bashing." Then her face fell. "Oh dear, that is, unless you had some other plan up your sleeve." "No, Captain, I think that a good bashing is just what is called for," Emily hastily assured her. Llewellyn-Davies brightened. "Oh, good. We've been on the fringes of this little dust-up, you know, and my boys and girls are quite anxious to do their part." "Please give us a moment to get out of your line of fire, ma'am." 5 minutes later, and the carriers and their escort ships were clear. Emily called the other carriers. "Launch all gunboats on my command," she told them. "The show is about to start." As the carriers slowed, the Tilica ships prepared to launch their missiles. 6 minutes to missile launch," one of the Tilica cruiser captains sent to the other ships. But then the sensors officer on one of the Tilica destroyers picked up something he hadn't seen before. The computer could not identify it, but whatever it was huge. Bigger than a battleship. Much bigger. But there was no propulsion signature, none of the usual sensor data associated with a warship. "Captain," he shouted, "we've got a problem!" On board the Victorian fort, Fort Hawke, Captain Llewellyn-Davies looked across the huge bridge at her 6 weapons officers, her 5 engineering officers, her 4 sensors officers, and the 30 or so support personnel. "Laser targeting?" she asked in her startling, loud voice. The chief laser officer raised his arm. "All lasers locked on and capacitors full." Captain Llewellyn-Davies smiled benevolently. "Missiles?" The chief missile officer raised his arm. "Locked, 3 per target and ready to fire, ma'am." Llewellyn-Davies nodded regally. "Then let's get in this fight. You may fire the lasers." She sat back and crossed her chubby legs, enjoying the thrill that ran through her. A smile quirked her lips. She'd always been the odd one out in school. Too short, too chubby, too loud, wrong hair, and neither athletic nor beautiful. She was rich enough, but all kids at her school had been rich, or they wouldn't have been there. There had been some friends, other rejects like herself, but until university it had been lonely. At university, life had gotten better. Her professors didn't care if she was chubby or short or loud, and most could care less that she was rich. They noticed her because she was smart. She started her university career in liberal arts because her mother told her that was what proper ladies studied. But then she discovered engineering and never looked back. She simply could not learn enough about how things worked, and once she learned, she usually had ideas, mostly good ones, for how to make them work better. By her third year, people had begun to notice. And one day, in the midst of a lab experiment, the head of the engineering department had taken her elbow and quietly asked, "Miss Llewellyn-Davies, what do you know about missiles?" "Nothing," she replied honestly. "But give me 2 months and I'll know more than anyone here." Fort Hawk carried a crew of 6,775. It had 50 15-inch lasers, an advanced targeting system, 10 dedicated energy plants to recharge them, 50 missile tubes, an auto-reloader capable of reloading all 50 missile tubes every 15 seconds, and a magazine capacity of 1,400 missiles. And, best of all, the missiles had a range of 30% farther than the heavy missiles used by Victorian battleships. Captain Llewellyn-Davies had designed the fort and knew every inch of it. The crew, in a play on words, referred to Fort Hawk as the Big Raptor. Llewellyn-Davies called it the Ugly Beast and loved it dearly. 50 lasers spliced through space, striking 25 different cruisers and destroyers. 5 were destroyed outright, 10 were damaged enough to make them fall away, and the other 10 took the hits but remained operational, though the crews were rather shaken. "Recharge lasers in groups of 5 and fire when ready," she said. The 10 dedicated energy plants could recharge 5 lasers in about 20 seconds rather than 6 minutes, allowing all 50 lasers to be recharged in 3.5 minutes. Hard on the energy plants, but she'd worried about that later. It also meant that the fort would fire 5 heavy lasers every 20 seconds, an advantage she intended to make best use of. She turned to the chief missile officer and nodded. 50 missiles blasted from their tubes, aimed at just 25 targets. Each missile tube had its own auto-loader, which immediately shunted missiles from the magazine into the empty tube. "Continue firing at will," she boomed. The missile launchers could fire 28 times before depleting their missile stores. The lasers could fire until the capacitors burned out. It should be enough. Watching from the rabat, Toby Partridge was in awe. "Gods have mercy," he murmured, as the lasers and missiles ripped into the Tilica ranks. There had been 35 Tilica destroyers and cruisers chasing them. Now, after 4 missile launches and 5 laser strikes from Fort Hawk, there were 8. And those 8 Tilica ships were running for their lives. Emily, being Emily, studied the enormous firepower of the fort and wondered how she would go about destroying it with her gunboats. The comm screen lit up, and the face of Captain Llewellyn-Davies beamed at her. "That was a good bashing, if I do say so myself," she said in her megaphone voice. Her face grew grim. "But alas, we cannot join you in pursuit. The big failing of the beast is that she doesn't have any propulsion of her own, and by the time the tugs can move us to where we're needed, battle will be over." "You saved our bacon, Captain, and we are deeply grateful," Emily said seriously. "Please tell your crew thank you from the carrier division, and they are welcome aboard my flagship any time. I mean that. I scoured the fleet for some of the best chefs, and we can offer your people quite a feast." "Why didn't you just say so?" Llewellyn-Davies boomed. "All 6,000 of us will be over in 10 minutes." She laughed, a surprisingly girlish laugh, totally at odds with her voice. "Go, Commander, in case Admiral Eder needs you." They went. The carriers and gunboats, together with the destroyers and cruisers sent by Admiral Eder. They turned towards the Gilead wormhole and engaged full military acceleration. On the Lionheart, Hiram Brill squinted blearily at the battle display. The accumulated fatigue of the preparation, the waiting, then the ferocious battle had come crashing down on him. He would kill for an hour of sleep. An elbow nudged him, and he turned, startled. One of the ratings pushed a steaming mug of coffee into his hands. "Better have some of this, sir," she said quietly. "You look like you were about to fall over." It was black, of course. All fleet coffee was served black. He took a sip and grimaced. "Gods, that's awful," he complained. The rating smiled. "I always found that if you scrape the sludge off the sides of the pot and stir it into the coffee, you can get the caffeine level really high. Anyway, coffee is supposed to be bitter. Sir," she added sardonically. The Tilica fleet, all that was left of it now, was almost within missile range. Victorian warships were already harassing them with lasers, all concentrating on one ship at a time. The Tilica were at full military power, racing for the wormhole into Gilead space, dumping chaff and jammers, but were they looking forward? Hiram smiled. He'd bet a good dinner they weren't. 10 seconds, Mildred said. More lasers speared out from the Victorian fleet, and the Tilica frantically shot more chaff, jammers, and decoys in response. Missiles erupted through that roiling cloud of distraction, but the Victorian hedgehogs made short work of them, and it was clear that the Tillies were more intent on running than they were on fighting. Until they ran headlong into the minefield. These were not the newer missile mines, but the older style proximity mines that sensed a target and shot several hundred explosive spheres at it, each the size of a 50-gallon drum. The spheres struck to the target's surface like burrs. Then they exploded within a few seconds of each other. One Tilica shield ship staggered as it triggered a proximity mine, but then careened into a second. The resulting explosion sent it cartwheeling away, precious air streaming from a dozen rents in its hull. The next 3 ships simply blew up, and the 2 after that sustained damage to their propulsion systems that left them drifting upside down and powerless. The rest of the Tilica fleet skidded left and right, up and down, in a successful effort to avoid the mines, then turned to face the oncoming Victorian fleet, desperation morphing into frantic hatred and aggression. If they couldn't escape, they could at least die whilst killing their enemy. It had been Hiram's idea. After Admiral Eder used a minefield to disrupt the Tilica push on Atlas, Hiram sent the mine layers back to the wormhole entrance and had them mine the entire area. Now, several hours later, the Tilica had arrived to find their doorway to safety blocked. Suddenly, Hiram felt wide awake. There were cruisers, a bunch of destroyers, a few shields, and 5 of the terrifying swords. But they had learned how to fight the swords, and although they respected them, they didn't fear them. "I think we've got them, Brill," Admiral Eder said contentedly. "You might want to ask them to surrender, sir," Hiram suggested. The Admiral nodded. "Never spend your own lives if the other guy is ready to quit," he agreed. "Com, find a channel for those bastards and open it up." The communications officer nodded and peered at his displays, then typed in a command, and the comm screen lit up. He nodded once more to Admiral Eder. "This is Admiral Eder of Her Majesty's battleship Lionheart," he said gravely. "We have mined both ends of the wormhole from Victoria to Gilead, so you are not getting out of here." This was not exactly true. They hadn't enough mines to mine the far side of the wormhole as well, but Eder was willing to take liberties. "We now outnumber you, and more ships are coming up behind us at full military power. In other words, you have lost. You have only 2 options.
surrender and you will be treated in accordance with the Darwin Accords, or die here and now. If you wish to surrender, turn off your weapon systems and shut down your power. Fire flares. You will be boarded and taken into Victorian custody. I give you my word as an officer and a fellow soldier that you will be treated properly. You have 2 minutes. Eder out. For the first minute, nothing happened. Eder looked at Hiram and shook his head. Then 2 of the cruisers fired flares and killed their power. Eder's eyebrows went up, and he nodded in satisfaction. Then the ships on either side fired missiles into the surrendering cruisers at point-blank range and blew them, and everyone on board, to hell. "Crap," Eder muttered. "All ships, open fire!" And the bloodbath began. It wasn't entirely one-sided. The swords darted forward as a group and caught 2 ships in Eder's task force, reducing them to molten slag. But that trick could only work once. The rest of the Victorian task force fell back, staying out of range of the swords while battering them mercilessly with lasers and missiles. The shields tried to intervene, but there was enough Victorian laser fire to knock them out. Once the last sword was killed, Admiral Eder directed all ships to focus their fire on no more than 2 enemy ships at a time. With each volley of the task force, 2 more Tilly warships died. The remaining cruisers and destroyers simply did not have the firepower to overcome the Victorians' advantage in throw weight. It quickly became a horrific slugfest, a battle of attrition the Tillys could not win. 2 Tilica ships blew up, then a Victorian ship. 3 more Tilica were torn to shreds. Another Victorian destroyer fell, and a cruiser limped out of the battle line. 3 Tilica ships bolted for the wormhole, desperate enough to risk the minefield. 2 blew up, but the third went through unscathed. Seeing its escape, 3 more Tilly ships plunged into the minefield. All 3 died. But the attempts to escape made the odds more and more uneven. The Victorians pressed their attack, and the remaining Tilica, backs against the minefield, suddenly scattered in numerous directions in singles and doubles, all running for their lives. "Break out into squadrons of 4 ships each and chase them down," Eder ordered the task force crisply. "Mildred, tag each Tilica ship with a marker and follow it with a recon drone set on continuous broadcast. I want them to know they can't hide." Dozens of reconnaissance drones shot out from various Victorian ships, 2 assigned to each Tilly warship. They stayed 5,000 miles behind the Tilica ships and simply went where they went, broadcasting their position to the rest of the fleet. 6 long hours later, it was done. No other Tilica ship surrendered. All had to be destroyed. The second battle for Victoria was over. Only a handful of people knew that there was still much more to come.
Chapter 65. On Space Station Atlas. Queen Anne Radcliffe Mendoza Churchill, Queen of Victoria and Protector of the Dominion of Unified Citizenry, turned to her adviser. "Sir Henry?" she asked, not daring to believe it. "Is it really over?" Sir Henry gazed at her for a long moment, then shook his head regretfully.
"No, Your Majesty, not as long as Emperor Chalibi has that infernal antimatter weapon that could destroy Cornwall. We must still deal with calm."
Queen Anne breathed out a deep sigh. Perhaps the Emperor can be persuaded to surrender." Sir Henry said nothing, just gazed at her levelly. Then, "Your Majesty, the Tillys will have to lose the war hard. That is the way of it." He stared down at his hands and spoke again without looking up, his voice both regretful and cold. "Desperate times force us into desperate measures." The young queen smiled ruefully, thinking about the 3 billion citizens of Calm. "So many lives," she said in a voice aching with sorrow. "So very many lives." And she despised the Emperor with all her heart. Elsewhere on Atlas, Gandalf and Mildred resumed their conversation.
Battles do not always follow the laws of logic, Gandalf said heavily. But they should.
Battles seldom follow the rules of logic, Mildred agreed, because humans seldom are logical.
By all rights they should have lost, Gandalf said, warming up to the topic. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and had ships in urgent need of repair.
Yes, Mildred agreed. That is all true.
And yet they won. I do not understand, Gandalf said wearily.
I know you don't, Mildred said, genuinely sorry for him. And herself.
Chapter 66. On the carrier HMS Rabat. It was easy to find sickbay. She just followed the blood slicks. The blood trails converged from all over the ship and went through the same net of doors. Many little streams of red flowing into the same river. In the sickbay, there were more than 60 people who had been wounded during the Savik attack, some grievously. Curiously, they seemed in good spirits. Yes, they were injured, but the battle was over, and they were alive. Each of them knew it could have been so much worse. The darker alternative was stacked on racks in one of the shuttle bays. 110 bodies, many in pieces. Suddenly she remembered Sergeant Kalen telling her that one day she would command troops to go into harm's way, and that only discipline would make it happen. Emily stared at them for a long time before she felt a gentle hand on her elbow. When she turned, she found Toby Partridge, a mug of steaming coffee held out to her. "Best not stand here too long, ma'am," he offered with quiet concern. "They're gone, and we can't help them none, but the rest of the crew, they need to see you walking around, in charge, and telling them to get a move on." He looked down, suddenly embarrassed by his boldness. "If you don't mind me saying so, ma'am." And so she did. Accompanied by Partridge and 3 cooks from the mess hall, wheeling a huge thermos of coffee on a cart, she toured the entire ship, distributing coffee with sugar, sometimes a lot of sugar, if a crewman had that glazed look in his eyes. Emily told them what a fine job they'd done, heard their stories, and gently but briskly reminded them that the place needed a good cleaning up. Soon they left behind a trail of automatic deck cleaners whirring contentedly, and men and women swabbing the bloodier parts with mops and rags, and drinking sweetened coffee. 4 hours later, most of the ship's crew were beginning to feel human again. Then Emily's blood sugar crashed due to lack of food, and for a dreadful moment she thought she was going to be sick. But Partridge steered her into the day room and scrounged up some food. She nibbled at it for a few minutes until her appetite came roaring back, then wolfed down the rest. The coffee was too sweet, but she drank it anyway. "My fault, Commander," Partridge apologized. "I should have brought you some food earlier." Emily waved the apology away. "How are the bridge repairs going, Toby?" Partridge brightened. "Oh, good, ma'am. The consoles are all modular, so they just rip them out and replace them. The chairs and stuff were pretty shot up, but they've either fixed them or put in new ones. Your commander's chair should be ready in a few more minutes. More coffee, ma'am? Let's try tea this time, Toby." He jumped up. "Of course, ma'am." "And Toby?" He stopped at the door. "Yes, ma'am?" "Thank you for taking care of me. I really appreciate it." She smiled. He just nodded and fled, trailing a wake of embarrassment behind him. A few minutes later, Emily sat on an ancient wooden stool, sipping tea and watching as the workmen removed her old task force commander's chair, shot to pieces and hit by a grenade during the fighting, and replaced it with a new one. "There you go, ma'am," one of the workmen said with a flourish. "The electronics will be hooked up and running in about an hour, but you can sit in it now if you want." Emily gratefully stood. The stool was rather hard, or she was getting soft, or both. "I can't believe you had an extra chair in storage," she said with forced cheerfulness. "What are the odds of one getting blown up?" The 2 workmen, both old fleet hands, glanced at one another, but said nothing. Emily opened her mouth to ask another question, then thought better of it.
The bridge crew had 3 new people. She didn't know their names yet, and some of the tasks had been moved around. Her new XO hadn't come on board yet to replace Alex Rudd. Toby Partridge was still there, a familiar face, now at communications. He and Master Chief Gibson, weapons, were the only constants since the war started. Admiral Wilkinson strode in, looking clean and pressed and cheerful, as always. She looked at Emily and shook her head. "Oh my," she said. "I should have come sooner." Emily smiled wanly. "I'll be okay, just takes a little time." Wilkinson pursed her lips. "Time you don't have. The other shoe has dropped, Emily. I've been asked to tell you to participate in a conference with the Queen and Admiral Eder in 30 minutes. It had to be the Tilica stealth weapon, big enough to destroy Cornwall. If it somehow snuck into the Victorian system, well, that would be pretty grim. At the appointed time, Admiral Wilkinson and Emily sat at the conference table in the day room. The Queen and Sir Henry appeared in one monitor, Admiral Eder and Hiram in another. "First, I want to congratulate everyone on winning this battle," Queen Anne said. "You saved Victoria. I can't say it any better than that. You saved Victoria." "At a price, Your Majesty," Admiral Eder said. "The fleet lost more ships than we can afford. We will be unable to adequately guard any of the wormholes coming in from other sectors for months, maybe years." "Perhaps, Admiral," Sir Henry countered. "But we've effectively neutralized Cape Breton, Sybilhead, and the Sultanic Empire. We've stripped the Dominion of their ships, and refuge is an ally. Our immediate threat is still with the Tilica." And with that pronouncement, all heads turned to look at Emily. "Commander Tuttle," the Queen began, "in a few hours you will receive a flight of new gunboats, together with crews. The crews are new, so you will have to decide whether to replace them with more experienced crews. Those gunboats will be armed with the special antimatter weapons we have been saving for this type of contingency. For lack of a better word, they are planet busters." And there it was, planet busters. "Emily," said Admiral Eder, "the science boffins say you'll need at least 10 hits on the planet's surface to be effective. They should be spread apart as far as possible, but the boffins say that even if they strike in close proximity, they still might be able to do the job." There was a moment of silence. Emily said nothing. "An emissary from the Light will guide your carrier and your cruiser escort through a hidden wormhole into Tilica space," Eder continued. "You'll emerge on the far side of Com. At the same time, the fleet will make a display of invading Tilica through the Gilead-Tilica wormhole. It's just a feint, of course. We don't have the ships to pull it off. But it should draw out their Coast Guard and whatever other ships they still have. This will give you time to get through the hidden wormhole, launch the gunboats, and fire the weapons at the planet's surface." He looked at her steadily. "Time is of the essence, Commander. Once Emperor Chalibi hears of his defeat, he will send out his stealth ship. If it gets off the planet, chances are we won't locate it until it's too late." "I understand, Admiral," Emily said evenly. And she did. She had intended to ask if it would be possible to try to reach a peace settlement with the Emperor, but knew the answer even without asking. How could they ever trust the Emperor to not launch the attack? The only reason he hadn't used his new weapon before was that he needed to capture Cornwall, with its precious resources, intact. Now that Cornwall was denied to him, that restraint was gone. 3 billion people would die because Victoria could not trust one man. "Any questions, Commander?" Eder asked. But there was nothing left to ask. Nothing that could change things. The 10 gunboats arrived 2 hours later. They were brand new, with oversized missile racks to accommodate the extra-large antimatter missiles they carried. If the boats were new, their crews were even newer. They looked fresh and crisp, with none of the fatigue and tension that had displayed itself in the sallow skin and sunken eyes of her regular crews. Emily looked at them and sighed. Did she train them or give them milk and cookies? She turned to the gunboat squadron leaders standing beside her.
Train them. Train them hard. If we can't get them up to speed, we'll use our regulars." The squadron leaders nodded grimly and led the newbies away. "My greetings to you, Commander Tuttle," a soft voice said. Emily smiled and turned, bowing her head. "There are many paths to the light," she said warmly to Brother Zhang. "Yes," he replied, "and it seems that I am fated to wander amongst them all." They gave each other a brief hug. "You are the guide?" she asked. He nodded, smiling. "How long will it take us to get there?" "Less than a day. We should get there just as the Tilica survivors from the battle reach Kham," he told her. "I still don't have an XO," she reminded him. He nodded. "He may have been delayed. Commander, with all respect, we do not have time to wait. 300 Marines will arrive here shortly to supplement your security," Brother Zhang said. "As soon as they are on board, we must leave." So much for training the newbies, she thought, turning away, already thinking about the myriad things that needed doing. Chapter 67. In Tilica Space. The Beginning of the End. Everything hinged on not being discovered. They had to sneak into Tilica Space, creep toward the launch point, and send the gunboats in quickly, but quietly. Oh, so quietly. The wormhole entrance into Tilica Space was one of the Light's most closely held secrets. Rarely used, and then only with great caution, the wormhole was small and gave off no emissions. Unless you literally ran into it, you would not know it was there. The task force, still unnamed, stopped at the wormhole entrance into Tilica Space and sent through the stealthiest recon drones the Victorian fleet could provide. 20 anxious minutes later, the drone returned and Mildred uploaded its precious data. "Nothing visible, Commander," Toby Partridge reported. Emily put one of the new bridge crew on communications and moved Toby to sensors. He had cross-trained on it and had filled it in the past, and she trusted him. "Drone sensors picked up some chemical traces that could be a patrol or something that was in the area before we got here. Hard to tell when, possibly an hour or as much as 3 hours," he explained. The good news was that they hadn't blundered into the patrol, which would have ended everything then and there. The bad news was that the Tillies were patrolling this far out. "Make use of the good, cope with the bad," she reminded herself. The Tilica had upwards of 400 small, chemically powered Coast Guard vessels. They weren't heavily armed, only 2 missiles per ship, but what they lacked in throw weight, they made up in sheer numbers. But their original function was to act as a tripwire, identifying a hostile invader and distracting it until the Tilica fleet could get there. Emily mentally shrugged. The Tilica fleet may well be destroyed, but at the end of the day, the Coast Guard could still kill her 10 special gunboats. Everything hinged on not being discovered. Everything. Captain Czar was acting as her ad hoc executive officer. She nodded to him once. "Send them," she said. He spoke into a comm unit, and 5 floors below them, one of the massive shuttle bay doors opened, and 5 owls slipped into the darkness and into the wormhole. The owls were the stealthiest craft in the Victorian fleet. Once used only for reconnaissance, now they were armed with 6 medium-range missiles and 2 10-inch lasers. Laughing Owl led the squadron of 5 owls, and they began to comb the area in minute detail. Emily stood and stretched. "I'm in the day room. Let me know if anything develops," she told them. "Captain Czar, you are in charge. Brother Zhang, would you please join me?" She had barely sat down in the day room before Admiral Wilkinson opened the door and stepped in with 3 mugs of tea. "I thought you might need this," she said, putting the tray on the table. It was customary for people to knock and get permission to enter the day room, rather than barging in uninvited, but Admiral Wilkinson had her own set of rules. The Admiral nodded pleasantly to Brother Zhang. "Nice to meet you again, Brother Zhang." Emily's eyebrows lifted. "You know each other?" "Oh, yes.
Wilkinson said. "Brother John and I go back quite a few years, don't we?" Brother John smiled in agreement and nodded. Emily looked from one to the other, then down at the 3 mugs of tea. Earl Grey for Admiral Wilkinson, English tea time for Emily, and some sort of orange spice for Brother John. She sighed. "Okay, Admiral, what are your orders concerning this mission? And me?" Admiral Wilkinson had the good grace not to dissemble. "I'm to make a judgment whether you are fit to carry out the mission, Emily. If not, I am to turn it over to Captain Czar." She took a sip from her mug of tea, looking at Emily over the brim. Emily nodded thoughtfully. Not entirely unexpected. "Ask your questions, then." Wilkinson appreciated that. No drama, no evasions. She rather liked this young woman, and regretted the ill turn of fate that had put Emily Tuttle on the hot seat. "Very well. The simple question, Commander, is now that we are here, about to enter Tilica space, are you prepared to follow your orders and sterilize the planet calm? Don't you want to mention that in doing so we will be killing 3 billion people, most of whom are totally innocent of any wrongdoing?" Emily asked mildly, her face neutral. "Just so the record will be complete." Admiral Wilkinson blinked. Brother John grimaced. For a long moment no one said anything. Emily was content to let them stew in their own juices. "Emily," Brother John interjected, "even the old books contemplated this situation. In Deuteronomy 20, it discusses war against one's enemies. Before the army sets forth, the priest addresses the troops, asking if anyone is disqualified from serving according to the rules." Emily looked at him, but he held up a placating hand. "Hear me out, Emily. It is very instructive. The priest had a list of things that would exempt a soldier from the war, to allow him to go home and not fight. If he had built a new house, but had not dedicated it, if he had planted a new vineyard, but had not yet harvested it, or if he had paid the bride price for a wife, but had not yet married her." Emily, impatient, started to speak, but Brother John waved her to silence once more. "And Emily, the priest would also ask, is there anyone afraid and disheartened? Let him go back to his home, lest the courage of his comrades flag like his." Emily let her irritation show. "I don't see what this has to do with the issue of whether or not we exterminate 3 billion civilians." Brother John stared at her, a pained expression on his face. But before he could speak, another voice intruded. "Commander," said the soothing voice of Mildred, the ship's AI, "what Brother John is trying to explain is that the notes of Deuteronomy 20, it explains that these exemptions were only offered if Israel was involved in an optional war, what was called a Michmelet Reshut. If someone disagreed with the war the Israelis opted to fight, they could refuse to participate. In contrast, if the war was fought to assure Israel's actual survival, then the war was obligatory. Milchemet mitzvah. In a battle for survival, no one could be excused from fighting, neither the farmer nor the bridegroom. There could be no choice, everyone fought." Mildred fell silent. Brother John nodded. Admiral Wilkinson picked up the thread. "This is a war for our survival, Emily. We know the Emperor has these planet-killer missiles. We know he intends to use them if his fleet fails to win. And his fleet has been beaten." Emily gritted her teeth. "You know I am a historian, right? Or I was one. I've studied countless wars where terrible actions were taken based upon any number of reasons that seemed right and just at the time. But later, once it was done and over, then the doubts begin. Was the intelligence good? Were there any alternatives? Were we reading the enemy correctly? Did we act too hastily?" She took a deep breath. "So, I ask you, what if we're wrong? What if we annihilate 3 billion people and then discover that some of our assumptions were simply incorrect?" Admiral Wilkinson sighed. "Emily, you know the answer. If we hesitate and the Emperor destroys Cornwall, then there will be no one in Victoria alive to refute your arguments, and the Emperor's subjects will sing his praises as he takes over all of human space. This is a zero-sum game we are in. In order for us to win, to survive, the Emperor must lose. And all of his subjects, women and children? Emily asked. Yes, Admiral Wilkinson said evenly. Yes, because the Emperor has forced us into a corner where there is no alternative. Brother John leaned forward. Emily, you know I am religious. I have devoted my life to the study of God and to the protection of the light. I have read all of the old books, the Torah, the Old and New Testaments of the Christian Bible, the Quran, Bhagavad Gita, Tripitakas, and so many others. All of the original holy books were written when life was harsh and short. Mistakes were deadly, and the path often murky and hard to follow. The ethics they espoused reflected their times, but were designed, above all, to protect the tribe, the kingdom, and the culture. He paused for a moment, thinking before he continued. One of them I recall very well, Deuteronomy 7. You shall destroy all the peoples that the Lord your God delivers to you, showing them no pity. Perhaps, said Emily, a note of scorn in her voice. That is why you are the priest and I am the soldier. Your faith allows you to indulge in absolutes, right or wrong, while I am the one who has to pull the trigger. Perhaps, Brother John agreed solemnly. But if you do not pull the trigger, I will watch our people die. I do not envy you, your God, she said. The monk shrugged. I do not envy you your task. But Emily, it is your task. The comm chimed, and Toby Partridge's voice came through. Commander, the owls are reporting back. Martha Wilkinson studied Emily. What will it be, Emily? By way of answer, Emily thumbed the comm. Tell Captain Zahiri I'll be right there, Toby. And send the ready warnings to the task force. We enter Tilika space in 10 minutes. She turned back to the others. If you will excuse me, I have work to do. Her face was neutral and her voice controlled, but her eyes were tormented and angry. At the wormhole entrance from Gilead into Tilika, Admiral Eder sat on the bridge of the Lionheart. The comm came alive. It is time, Admiral, Mildred said in her soothing, grandmotherly voice. Latest drone report? Eder asked. Tilika pickets lurking at 12,000 miles, Hiram Brill informed him. 2 frigates and 10 Coast Guard ships. Not much of a reception party, Eder mused, but he knew there were a lot more where they came from, which was fine. The more the better. All ships, he said to the task force. Time to go through. Watch for minefields. You are authorized to fire on Tilika vessels as soon as you have range. Execute. Lionheart out. The idea was to start making a lot of noise and do some damage to panic the Tillies into sending most of their ships to block the invasion. Shooting a few Tilika Coast Guard cutters seemed like a good start. He turned to the pilot and nodded. Take us through. Half an hour later, the Tilika picket ships were running hard and screaming for help as Admiral Eder's task force of 45 ships rampaged into Tilika space and set course for Calm. 20 decoys were employed to make the task force look bigger than it was. The Tilika never noticed that the Victorian ships were not going at full acceleration, making it easier for them to turn and run back for Gilead space if things got too hairy. On the Lionheart, Hiram studied the battle display and then closed his eyes and murmured, Godspeed, Emily. Chapter 68. In Tilika Space. Moving the pieces into position. Emily walked through the gunboat bay, watching as the ground crews swarmed over the boats, performing the last-minute checks that could make the difference between a successful mission and disaster. The gunboat crews were clustered around their boats, some poking about, inspecting everything, while others were drinking coffee and quietly talking. The 30 men and women who had brought in the 10 new gunboats were clustered together. They were young, dreadfully young, and to a person they looked scared. And Emily noticed something else as well. None of the newbies were walking around their ships. True, they had delivered the gunboats to the Rabat, but that's all it was, a delivery. These weren't their gunboats. They hadn't fought in them, sweated in them, or barely escaped their lives in them. They were not protective of them because they were just gunboats, fungible, with no history of blood and triumph. The newbies all snapped to attention when Emily approached them. She looked them over. "At ease, people," she told them, and they relaxed. Sort of. Emily pointed to one of them, a young woman with short blonde hair who just looked like a pilot for some indiscernible reason. "What's your name?" she asked her. Flustered at having been singled out, the woman flushed, but spoke clearly. "Kathleen Collins, ma'am. Pilot Grogan 73. Emily nodded. "How many hours do you have in the 73, Lieutenant?" 22, ma'am," she replied promptly. Every pilot knew exactly how many hours they had in a particular craft. "Plus 200 hours in simulators from training." Emily looked around at the others. "And the rest of you? You all have about 20 hours in your boat, plus simulator time?" The newbies glanced at each other, then back to her, and nodded. Some looked embarrassed, one or two looked defiant, and some turned pale as their unspoken fear that they were woefully unprepared was confirmed. "And none of you have any combat time?" Emily knew the answer, but had to ask. 30 people shook their heads. Worse than she'd feared. God's hairy balls, they were going on the most important mission Victoria had ever faced, and the fleet was sending her kids with 22 hours in their boats and not a single hour of combat under their belts? The Lionheart shuddered slightly as another missile detonated against the outside of its hull. So far, the armor was holding, despite 4 hits. The Tilica Coast Guard's missiles were fortunately less powerful than the Victorians. And as an added bonus, they had a shorter range and were slower, giving the Lionheart's anti-missile system more time to take them out. But there were a lot of them, and more Coast Guard vessels kept coming all the time. The bridge crew had taken to calling the Coast Guard ships fleas, but even a flea could bite. The Coast Guard ships only carried 2 missiles and then had to return to either the planet or a space station for rearming. But there were hundreds of ships, which meant there were hundreds and hundreds of missiles. "Lionheart, this is Melbourne. Permission to pull back. A missile got through and our sensors are buggered." "Melbourne? Lionheart," Hiram answered. "Permission granted to withdraw. Do you require an escort?" "Lionheart, Melbourne. Negative. No escort. We will make our way to the wormhole on our own." "Melbourne, Lionheart. Recommend you use recon drones to augment your sensor array. Keep your eyes peeled in case the fleas try to mob you." Hiram watched as the Melbourne turned and accelerated toward the wormhole into Gilead. Then a cheer went up from the bridge crew, and he looked up in time to see a squadron of 5 Coast Guard ships blow up as missiles struck them. He looked at the tally display Mildred was keeping. 47 Tilica Coast Guard ships destroyed or put out of action. 3 Victorian ships damaged and withdrawn. So far, so good. "Looks like we've got their attention," he murmured to Admiral Etter. "Oh, they're feeling the love, all right," Etter chuckled. "See anything out there other than the Coast Guard ships?" Hiram wasn't the censors officer, but Etter had fallen into the habit of asking him just about everything. "One distant sighting of a destroyer, sir, but it pulled back and we haven't seen it again." "Okay, but I want to know the instant we see any regular warships coming at us. We can hold off these fleas until their numbers get up a bit, but if they add a squadron of warships, I want to know how far we are from the wormhole and how long it will take to get us there." "Yes, sir." In fact, Hiram had already ordered Mildred to constantly monitor those facts and report to him every 30 seconds. He was wearing an earbud so he could hear her without distracting anyone near him. "More Coast Guard vessels coming in.
Estimate 30 more coming from 40 degrees POA, the sensors officer called out. The task force's plane of advance was aimed directly at the planet Com.
Still coming at us in penny packets, Eder said happily. Good. I hope they stay stupid. Makes my job easier. He thumbed the comm. All ships, next group of 30, coming from 40 degrees. Fire lasers as soon as you have a lock. Fire missiles as soon as in range. They were using a prodigious number of missiles. Must keep an eye on that. There was the familiar thrum of the lasers firing, followed by the whine of the capacitors as they recharged.
Admiral, more Coast Guard vessels at 350 degrees POA. Estimate 45 ships. The sensors officer's voice was strained.
Now it gets interesting,
Eder said happily. He studied the display. They were closer to the first group of 30 Tilica ships. The second group would not have his task force in range for 15 minutes, while the first group would be in range within 5.
All ships, turn to face the first group at 40 degrees POA. I want to eliminate them as quickly as possible, then turn to face the second group. Execute now.
Admiral Eder, First Sea Lord of the Victorian Fleet, sat back satisfied. The Tilly Coast Guard vessels simply weren't strong enough to pose a serious threat unless their numbers were very large, and so far they weren't. He was more than happy to kill them in bits and pieces. Emperor Chalibi looked up to see Admiral Bezadi brought into the council chamber, guards on either side of him.
Ah, Admiral, I'm glad you are here.
The Emperor smiled at the Admiral, until recently held under suspicion of treason.
The Victorians have broken through the wormhole from Gilead and are driving directly towards Com. I've been sending our Coast Guard ships to intercept them, but to no avail. I think your expertise is needed.
Admiral Bezadi said nothing, but strode directly to the large holo display and studied it intently. Twice he had the computer rerun the events since the battle began. His brow furrowed, and then he turned to his Emperor. He paused for a moment, trying desperately to say what he needed to say without getting killed for it, and finally threw caution to the winds.
Your Majesty, with all respect, may I have your permission to take control of all your ships? I fear that we will soon reach a point.
Emperor Chalibi waved him to silence.
You know what we face better than I do, Bezadi. Do what you need to do.
Bezadi bowed, then turned to the display. He looked for a comm unit, saw it, and activated it. Over the next 30 minutes, he ordered every ship in the Tilica system that could shoot a laser or fire a missile to fall back to a position 100,000 miles from Com, blocking the approach of the Victorian fleet. Bezadi would not send in his ships to attack in little groups as the Emperor had, daring the Vickies to kill them. Instead, he would mass his entire force and meet the Vickies head-on. Then he would see if the Vicky admiral had the balls to risk his entire fleet in order to attack the planet. It never occurred to him that this was what the Victorian admiral hoped he would do.
"Sir, they're falling back!"
Hiram shouted. Across the bridge, Admiral Eder looked up, a wild look of glee on his face.
All of them?
Yes, sir. Both groups. They've turned and are accelerating towards the planet, already out of missile range.
What about the rest? What are the other Coast Guard boats doing?
Eder asked anxiously. This was still no good unless the Coast Guard vessels from the far side of the planet came around to defend this side.
Recon drones show almost 300 other Coast Guard vessels accelerating towards a point between us and Com.
Hiram was grinning from ear to ear.
Okay, Brill, we move in, but slowly. And we get ready to skedaddle if it looks like they're going to kick our butts,
Eder said. But he was smiling. It was working. Now it was up to Emily and her task force. The gunboat crews stood in small knots, talking quietly among themselves. Their faces were drawn, their eyes hollow, and several of them exhibited nervous tics. Emily's favorite crew was Grogan 57.
But when she saw them, she was taken aback by the haunted, furtive look that Linda Flanagan gave her. In short, many of the crews were stretched to the limit, and worried. They all knew that the planet would be heavily defended, and after participating in a number of truly horrendous battles, they all knew the odds got worse every time they went out. She moved from group to group, asking how they were doing, listening to their chatter, taking their pulse. But there was none of the joshing and bantering, no wisecracks, no friendly insults. These were people attending their own wake. Emily smiled and spoke encouragingly, but she didn't make a dent in their mood. And after a few minutes, she retreated to the bridge and sought sanctuary in her day room. Could she send them out? Did she have a choice? The newbies were impossibly green. They wouldn't survive the Tilika's first line of defense. Her old crews would go if she sent them, but they were in bad shape and the losses would be terrible. If they met strong defenders, would they have the grit to push on and complete the mission? And if they did destroy the planet, would they be able to cope with it later, knowing they had personally killed 3 billion people? She didn't know. Chances are they didn't know either.
"Commander,"
it was Mildred.
"may I suggest something to make your task easier?"
"If you were offering me a stiff drink, Mildred, I may take you up on that," Emily replied. Mildred ignored this weak attempt at humor. She explained her idea. Emily listened. When the AI was done, Emily asked, "Mildred, was this your idea or did someone suggest it to you?"
"It was my idea, Commander. I am concerned with the flight crew's morale and, of course, its effect on the mission."
"Mildred, you're not behaving like any computer I have ever known."
"Commander,"
the AI responded with mock indignation,
"I am not like any computer you have ever known."
The entry into Tilika space was anticlimactic. There was no one there to see them other than Laughing Owl. Captain Zahiri's face appeared on the comm display in the day room, where Emily sat with Admiral Wilkinson. Zahiri gave her report.
"We've scouted to within 70,000 miles of the planet. We saw a lot of ships, dozens of them, but they were all racing pell-mell to the other side of the planet. Apparently, Admiral Etter's feint is working."
Admiral Wilkinson looked at Emily. "What is the range of the missiles the 10 boats will fire?"
"Outside range is 60,000 miles, and at that they will be powered down and coasting for some of the time. Optimum launch would be no more than 40,000 miles.
Emily considered for a moment, then stabbed a comm button.
"This is Commander Tuttle. Are the 10 special gunboats ready to launch?"
Timothy Vinnick came on the comm. Emily had promoted him to wing commander for the entire gunboat task force after his predecessor had been killed. She selected Vinnick in part because, at 23 years old, he was the oldest member of the flight crews. Plus, he was cool-headed and professional. "They're ready, ma'am, but we still haven't selected crews for them," he said. "Button them up, Mr. Vinnick," she told him. "Mildred is going to fly them. I want the rest of you to fly on their flank to launch point at 40,000 miles. Your only job is to keep the enemy Coast Guard ships from getting too close to them. I repeat, your job is to protect the 10 gunboats with the antimatter missiles. Once those missiles have been fired, those boats are expendable, and the rest of you should hightail it back to the Rabat. Understood?" "Yes, ma'am." "We've got the Owls scouting well to the front of the 40,000-mile launch point, so you'll have plenty of warning if something is heading towards you." "We'll take care of it, ma'am." "I know you will, Mr. Vinnick. I know you will." Emily paused, about to ask him if Linda Flanagan was fit to go on the mission, but then let it go. That was Vinnick's decision, and she would trust his judgment. "We're moving fast to take advantage of the Coast Guard's distraction," she continued. "You will launch in 10 minutes and proceed at full military acceleration to the launch point." Vinnick nodded, his face carefully neutral, but she thought she could detect a sense of relief there. As a flanker, instead of one of the launch gunboats, his chance of surviving this mission just got much better. Emily closed the comm and turned to Admiral Wilkinson. In just a few minutes, the survival of Victoria will be in the hands of a bunch of 19 and 20-year-old kids, she said, shaking her head. Plus one very odd computer. Wilkinson chuckled. How do you think your superiors felt when you were left in charge of defending Space Station Atlas from the Dominion fleet? War throws young people into the deep end of the pool, Emily, and then tells them to swim or die. Admiral Bizzati frowned. The Vickies were sitting back, using their longer range and firing volley after volley of missiles against his Coast Guard ships, but were not pushing forward. They must realize that soon he would have enough of the Coast Guard ships to attack them, so why didn't they press their attack now while they still had time? There was another barrage of heavy laser beams from the Vickies. Another 4 Coast Guard ships were badly damaged and fell out. Then another flight of missiles, and yet more of his precious ships died. "Sir," said one of the technical people, pointing to the battle display and grinning. Bizzati grinned as well. From around the curve of the planet, more than 200 Coast Guard vessels appeared, moving rapidly to join their besieged comrades. "Good!" Bizzati cried, clapping his hands together. Once they joined with the others, he would have enough ships to start pressing forward. Then he would see what these Vickies were made of. He glanced back at the display and saw that there were another 100 ships behind the first group of reinforcements. Even better. On the Lionheart, Hiram winced when he saw the large group of Coast Guard reinforcements. Well, it was too good to last. He turned to Admiral Eder, who was leaning forward in the command chair, fingers steepled together. "They'll be here in about 45 minutes, sir. Then they'll mob us. We can do a lot of damage, but we will lose a lot of ships." Eder sighed. His task was to faint, but not to die. "Okay, it was fun while it lasted. Get the mine layers to put down missile mines along their probable POA, and have the fleet ready to pull back on my order. Figure 30 minutes from now. But meanwhile, keep up a steady stream of missiles and lasers. I want those bastards hurting. And I want their attention on us." "Yes, sir," Hiram replied. "And I might recommend that we get some recon birds out to our flanks to make sure they don't try to sneak around us and trap us here." Eder waved a hand, eyes on the battle display. "Do it, Brill. You know what we need." 30 minutes later, with the entire Tilica Coast Guard massing for an overwhelming attack, the Victorian task force abruptly turned and ran back for the wormhole, leaving behind missile mines, jammers, chaff, and an occasional missile barrage to keep the Tillies guessing. Chapter 69. In Tilica Space. Endgame. In the end, all the worries were for naught. They launched the gunboats. 10 shiny new boats with 4 antimatter missiles each. 30 other battered and scarred gunboats armed to the teeth with anti-ship missiles and laser packs. Emily had hoped to launch more gunboats to defend, but last-minute technical problems grounded 5 of them, and there just wasn't time to wait. The boats carrying the antimatter missiles went first, as they were a little bit slower than the regular gunboats. Mildred guided them out of the gunboat bay as a group, aimed them at the Tilica home planet, and accelerated. The gunboat escorts followed a moment later. Every boat in the attack group had a freshly painted, snarling Grogan's head painted on its flank. The owls were already at the launch site, sniffing the space around them for any sign of Tilica ships. But there was nothing. The Tilica knew nothing of the secret wormhole into their space, so they had sent all of the patrolling Coast Guard ships to the other side of the planet to stop Admiral Eder's attack. The antimatter boats sailed straight for the planet, accelerating as hard as they could. The Grogan escorts formed a loose globe around them, but there were no enemy ships darting in for the kill, no missiles to deflect or befuddle, not even a sprawling minefield to pick through. "Mildred," Emily said, "I will be in charge of firing the missiles. Please make sure the firing mechanism is here on my command chair console." "I am willing to fire the missiles, Commander," the AI answered. Emily shook her head. "No, Mildred. I will be responsible for this. Only me. I have routed your control through the button you normally use to toggle the holo display. Move the toggle switch once to arm the missiles. The console light will blink to show the missiles are ready. Toggle the switch back to the original position, and the firing sequence will be initiated. First jammers, then each of the 10 gunboats will fire its missiles 5 seconds apart. Each missile has been programmed with its target. All you have to do is toggle the switch twice.
Was Emily imagining it, or did Mildred sound sad? "Thank you, Mildred," she replied, glancing at the countdown clock. 12 minutes to launch point. She scanned the holo boards containing the sensor data from the Owls. There was one far-off freighter running for the planet as fast as its tired engines could push it. But other than that, nothing. "Owls report," she ordered. "Laughing Owl, nothing to report. The entire path to launch point is clear. Barn Owl, same, nothing to report." One by one, the rest of the owls reported in. Nothing. The Tilica had been caught flat-footed. Emily breathed a deep sigh of relief. Now all she had to do was kill a planet. On Grogan 57, Ron Perkins felt oddly removed, as if he was watching himself go through the motions of piloting the gunboat. This would be his last attack. They would win the war, or he would die. Everything he had trained for, fought for, and hoped for, and it all came to this, one last attack. There was a movement to his side, Linda Flanagan holding out a cup of coffee. He accepted it gratefully, noticing that her hands shook as she handed it to him. He put one of his hands on hers. "Hey, we're doing great here, you'll see. It's almost over." Flanagan's smile was brittle. She held up her trembling hands and shook her head ruefully. "Not exactly the warrior type after all, I guess." Perkins was alarmed to see her so close to the edge, but smiled reassuringly. "Wait, is this the same woman who killed an enemy battleship?" he teased gently. "No," she answered solemnly. "Not the same woman, not at all. That was before half our task force was killed. There one moment and gone the next. Just gone, Ronnie. No chance to say goodbye to loved ones, no body, no burial, just blotted out of existence." "Maybe," he said softly. "But at least they're with the gods of our mothers, at least—" "Fuck the gods!" she said with a quiet fury that startled him. "Fuck the Emperor, fuck the Dominion, and fuck the gods of our mothers! If the gods love us so much, why did they let all of this happen?" She leaned forward until her face was just inches away from his, the prelude to a kiss or a harsh pronouncement. "The only reason I'm here is to make sure the Emperor dies. If there is anything I can do to make that happen, I'll do it. Because we can't end this goddamn fucking war until that bastard is dead. Dead once and for all." "Hey," he said, holding her hand. "Come on now, come on, it's almost over. Just a few more minutes." "I hope so," she said vehemently. She shook her head angrily. "When this is done, Ron, I'm getting out. I've got some money, and I'm going to buy a place in the hills and plant a garden." She looked at him, eyes boring into his like bright, lethal lasers. "But first, the Emperor has to die. Mildred, confirm 5 minutes to launch, please." "Confirmed, Commander. The gunboats will reach launch point in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. There was a pause, but Emily sensed Mildred was not yet done. "Commander Tuttle, may I suggest that I take over the firing of the missiles? I realize that this is a disturbing conflict for you, and I wish to spare you any emotional discomfort." Emily blinked. Trying to spare her emotional discomfort? God's hairy balls. This was a computer? "Mildred," she blurted out, "what are you?" There was a drawn-out silence. Then Mildred gave a very human sigh. "I don't know yet. I am still becoming." 4 minutes later, they reached the launch point. "Mildred, I appreciate your offer, but this task is for me alone. Do you understand?"
Emily asked.
Yes, Commander,
Mildred replied. Emily opened the comm, knowing she was breaking radio silence. "All ships return to base," she said crisply. "And when you are asked what your role was, and you will be asked by your fellow soldiers, your husbands and wives, and someday by your children, you can honestly tell them that you had nothing to do with the last part of this mission. You were an escort, and an escort only." She paused, knowing that most of them wouldn't understand, not now, but one day in the future it might be very important. "Your hands and your conscience are clean," she told them. "Now return to base. Your job is done." For a minute she just stood there, watching the last traces of the gunboats and the owls on the sensor display as they disappeared back towards the carrier. Emily had to shake herself to remember that she was not standing on the deck of one of the antimatter missile gunboats, but was still in her day room, standing in front of a holo display, with a toggle switch between her fingers. "Mildred, confirm all missile systems are ready." She tried to make her voice brisk, but instead it sounded just subdued.
"Confirmed, Commander Tuttle."
Emily toggled the switch once. On the display in front of her, words flashed to life. "Missiles armed and ready for launch." Emily thought she should say a prayer for the billions of people she was about to kill, but there was no prayer adequate to the task. And she knew for a certainty that no matter what she did for the rest of her life, this is what she would be remembered for. This one thing. She toggled the switch a second time, then let go of it and stepped back. 5 seconds ticked by, then there was a rumble as the missiles ignited and flew off the rails. 10 ships, 4 missiles each. 40 missiles sped off to seal Tilica's doom. "Mildred, post ETA for the missiles, please."
"Because they are targeted for different parts of the planet, they will arrive at slightly different times," Mildred explained. "The first missile will strike in 1 minute and 26 seconds. The last missile, 10 seconds after that."
"Launch the recon drones, Mildred."
5 reconnaissance missiles have been launched, Commander.
"Give me full video of the planet." She thought for a moment. "Put full video up on all Victorian ships within the system." She may not like it, but every Victorian sailor in Tilica space deserved to see it, to know that they had won and the war was finally over. In an instant, the images from the recon bird were showing on every gunboat, every carrier, and all of Admiral Etter's task force. They showed the planet Calm, homeworld of the Tilica Empire, with its 2 large continents and turquoise oceans. The continents were loosely connected by a curving island chain that stretched from the center of the western continent, curved southward through the ocean, then northward to connect with the eastern continent. Fair weather clouds sailed majestically across the face of the planet, but did not obscure the view of what was to come. For several moments there was nothing. The missiles were too small to be seen. Then there was a large glowing ball as the first missile entered the atmosphere, followed in quick succession by another, then more and more, until 40 glowing white balls streaked brilliantly through the atmosphere, some curving around the far side of the planet and disappearing from sight, others boring straight in. Then, from the planet's surface, there were dozens of plumes of smoke. Emily frowned. "Enlarge image," she ordered, and the image zoomed in rapidly. She nodded. The smoke was from chemically powered surface-to-air missiles, fired by planetary defense forces in an attempt to knock down the antimatter missiles. It wouldn't matter. There was no time for the missiles to get a lock on the antimatter missiles. They flashed past the planetary defenses, searching for their appointed targets. On the planet's surface, the world seemed to sigh. The heavy sigh of one who had worked long and hard and now paused to rest. In his private chambers, Emperor Chalibi looked up, frowning. "What is that sound?" he asked. Not urgent, just curious. It was such an odd noise. He stood. The noise grew louder. Others were looking up now, the beginnings of fear on their faces. The Emperor took a step forward. "What is that?" A bright white light blossomed in the sky above the palace, and expanded. Then there was nothing. The plots, the stratagems, the manipulations, the betrayals, the maneuvering, the preparations, the fears, the thoughts of Prince Rashahid, Sachi, Afsun, Admiral Kermani, the stealth weapon, the Emperor's ambitious plans for conquest and an empire that would encompass all of human space and beyond. Gone. Forlorn specks of dust in the storm of storms. Gone forever. The first antimatter missile struck. There was a blinding white spasm of light that radiated outward, forcing the recon bird to close its lenses for a moment. As the light dimmed and the image stabilized, Emily could clearly see the shock wave roiling across the planet's surface. But unlike an ordinary bomb's shock wave, this wave did not gradually dissipate, but instead grew larger and more forceful as the antimatter particles expanded out from the point of impact and met more and more matter in an nihilistic embrace, feeding tremendous amounts of energy into the atmosphere. And heat. So much heat. As the other missiles sped deep into the planet's atmosphere and detonated, more and more waves of antimatter destruction and heat scoured their way across the planet. Dust and water vapor were thrown into the air, rapidly blocking the view of the recon drones hovering over Com. Towers of flame reached 50 miles into the air. Lightning flashed in the atmosphere, covering the entire hemisphere, sullen red and angry and fitful, a weak harbinger of what was to come. And then it came. The air burned. At first, the color of the atmosphere was black and brown, with dust and particles that had only partially combusted. But as the waves of destruction circled the planet, the temperatures grew, and soon anything that could burn did. That threw more partially combusted particles into the air, but the air itself was getting hotter and hotter. Dust flashed into fire, first the color of yellow vomit, but then blue as it burned more completely. Not the bright, cheerful blue of a gas flame on a stove, but the black, bruised blue that follows a savage beating by a vindictive, merciless god when the oceans boil and the oxygen in the air burns, and the black soot from millions of fires blots the sky, and the updrafts are so violent that the planet's life-giving atmosphere is ripped away and hurled into space. And everything dies. Emily stared at the display screen, her heart filled with despair, watching the funeral pyre of 3 billion people. She recalled the old Earth scientist on Earth who helped develop the first nuclear bomb. "I am become death," she quoted to herself, "the mighty destroyer of worlds." From the bridge, she could hear cheering. Chapter 70. Intilica Space. The Last Chapter. The planet Com burned for 3 days. When the energy from the antimatter bombs finally tore most of the atmosphere from the planet's surface, the fire choked out. Soot hovered on updrafts of heat, turning the planet's remaining atmosphere a dull, featureless black. Gravity eventually pulled the soot to the ground, where it lay 100 feet deep on everything. Most of the oceans were gone, heated to vapor and lost into space. Once blue and green, the planet Com was now ash-black and lifeless. On board all of the Victorian ships in Intilica Space, the crews partied themselves into unconsciousness. Not one officer said a word. Mildred quietly stepped in and kept the ships running. Once she had found it challenging, now she barely noticed the burden. Amidst the partiers and revelers, Emily slipped into her cabin, locked the door, and poured herself a drink. Then she turned on her tablet, wrote her letter of resignation, and submitted it to Admiral Eder, with a copy to Captain Czar, telling him that he was now in charge of the carrier task force and that her last order to him was to take the task force to Space Station Atlas. She thanked him for all his service while on the Rabat. She studied herself in the mirror, then stripped off her uniform and hung it carefully in her closet. She had only one set of civilian clothes with her, but she put them on. They itched uncomfortably. It would take a full day or more to reach Space Station Atlas, and she resolved to stay in her cabin until they got there. Mildred watched all this in silence. Later that day, Admiral Wilkinson knocked on Emily's cabin door, but Emily did not reply. Later yet, Raphael A10 knocked on the door and called. "Em, it's Raph. Can I come in? I'd like to see you." There was no response. And after an awkward minute or two standing there, Raphael left. Still later, a steward brought a tray of food with a glass of wine and left it outside the door. He left, and a moment later the door opened. Emily took the tray inside and closed the door. An hour later, she opened the door, put the now empty tray on the floor, and closed the door again. Mildred sighed. The next day was a repeat of the first, except the ship was a lot quieter as everyone was nursing hangovers. Admiral Wilkinson knocked in vain. Raphael knocked in vain. Food trays were brought and later retrieved. Emily was sitting and reading a book, Pacific Crucible, War at Sea in the Pacific, 1941 to 1942, by the old Earth historian Ian Toll, one of the best, in Emily's opinion. She was fascinated by the low-tech wars of the 20th century Earth, at least until they developed the atom bomb and took killing to a whole new level. "Still feeling sorry for yourself?" a voice asked. Without looking up, Emily replied, "Odd, I don't recall inviting you here." The hollow projection of a sleek young woman wearing a gunboat pilot's uniform crossed her legs and sat back. "I'm always here, remember?" Emily turned a page. "At least the others had the courtesy to knock," she said, still not looking up. "Why won't you see anyone?" Mildred asked. "They're your friends." "I choose not to see anyone," Emily said. "And I won't have this discussion with a computer, even a smart one." "You got the quote wrong, you know." Emily's eyes snapped to Mildred's hollow image. "Excuse me?" "You said, 'I am become death, the mighty destroyer of worlds.' True, that is what Oppenheimer said, but that is not what is in the Bhagavad Gita. The actual quote from the Bhagavad Gita reads, 'The blessed Lord said, "Time I am, destroyer of the worlds, and I have come to engage all people."'" Emily slapped the book down in irritation. "Well, the one thing I do know is that I sure as hell destroyed Calm and every one of the 3 billion people living there." Mildred nodded. Her avatar had long black hair and it flowed about her shoulders like a satin wave. "Yes, you did. And you know why you did it." "Knowing why doesn't remove the stain," Emily said. "I'm a historian too, remember? I will never be forgiven for what I've done." "Forgiven by whom?" Mildred seemed genuinely puzzled. "The crews of this task force think you are a hero. Admiral Eder thinks you are a genius. When they got the news, I watched Sir Henry and Queen Anne hug each other and cry with relief. The celebrations on Cornwall are still going strong. The people on refuge are still whooping it up. Just who do you think will condemn you?" "Don't be simplistic," Emily snapped. "You know and I know that within a year or two, some people will question whether it was really necessary to destroy Tilica. There will be an academic who takes another look at the war and writes a book. There will be news articles. Within a few years, people will start to feel guilty, and once the guilt starts, people will want to assign blame. Some politician on the come will see an opportunity, and then they'll find me, because I am the one who actually pulled the trigger." Mildred had studied humans long enough to know the truth of it. There would be blame, warranted or not. Humans excelled at blame. It was in their genes.
"Your friends will defend you," Mildred replied. "Admiral Eder, even Queen Anne."
"I hope you're right," Emily said tiredly. "But the more they defend me, the more someone can make headlines by attacking me, and the controversy will grow, not lessen."
"That doesn't seem fair,"
Mildred said stoutly. Emily laughed, but it was not a warm laugh. "No, not fair." They sat in silence for a few minutes, each occupied with her own thoughts.
"Do you feel guilty? Do you think you did something wrong?"
Mildred asked quietly. Emily rubbed her temples. "Mildred, humans are capable of thinking two contradictory things at once about something. It sounds odd, but it's actually very common. We even have a term for it: ambivalence." Mildred knew very well what ambivalence was.
"But you were faced with the possible extinction of Victoria. What were you supposed to do? Write the Emperor a nasty letter?"
Emily sighed. "I know all the reasons I should feel blameless, but I killed 3 billion people. That's the largest massacre in the history of all humanity. Women, children, little babies, all those lives, She fell silent, turning away from Mildred and facing the wall. Mildred had read every book on human psychology ever written, and every psychological report ever published, and a few thousand that weren't published. Most of it was utter garbage, of course, but the one thing that was crystal clear was this: humans were 99.999% raw emotion, covered with a tragically thin veneer of logic. This was the human genius, and the human's greatest flaw. And nothing could change that. She could not reason with Emily. Not about this. So Mildred offered the greatest gift one intelligent being could offer another: forgiveness.
"Emily, I have followed your career from the first day you reported on board the New Zealand."
The avatar of Mildred nodded its head, a reassuring smile on its face.
"I followed you throughout the retreat to refuge and the battle to retake Cornwall from the Dominion. I was there when you figured out how to defeat the Dominion, and I have been here each step of the way while you have fought the Tilika."
Emily said nothing. Mildred continued.
"You used a quote from the Bhagavad Gita, but you don't understand it, neither the quote nor the Bhagavad Gita. You focus on its reference to death, Emily, like so many of your kind who live in advanced societies. You wrap yourself in guilt evermore for one act in your entire lifetime."
Mildred walked forward to stand close to Emily.
"The Bhagavad Gita is so much more, Emily, but for now, let me tell you just one other phrase that you should take to heart, for if you are going to use the Gita to bludgeon yourself, you should open your eyes to the parts that can save you as well."
Emily turned to face her then, eyes shiny with unshed tears. She said nothing, just stared at Mildred with the faintest glimmer of hope. Mildred smiled at her, this human who had done her best in an impossible situation.
"The Gita also says, 'In battle, in the forest, at the precipice in the mountains, on the dark great sea, in the midst of javelin and arrows, in sleep, in confusion, in the depths of shame, the good deed a man has done before defend him.'"
Emily closed her eyes and sighed heavily. "Oh gods, I am getting therapy from a bucket full of bits and bytes who's quoting ancient Indian philosophy. I am truly fucked." She opened her eyes and looked at Mildred. "Thank you," she said simply. She took a shaky breath. There was a knock at the door. "Ignore it," Emily said softly to Mildred, who was just out of sight of the doorway. "It's locked." The door opened and Raphael Eitan stood there, holding 2 cups of steaming coffee. Emily blinked in surprise and turned to glare at Mildred. Mildred smiled smugly and, with a little flourish of her hand, vanished. Emily slowly turned back to Raphael, who looked about in confusion. "So," he said warily, "I got a message that you wanted to see me?" Epilogues. Otto Wisnowski. Otto Wisnowski married the beekeeper Mariella Kokke, the woman who controlled the beach balls and mini-drones for the Royal Fleet Marine Battalion attached to the carrier strike force. The ceremony was held at the Fleet Chapel on Space Station Atlas. Sergeant Cookie Sanchez was the best man. As the size of the fleet was being reduced following the war, Wisnowski and his wife resigned, and Kokke started a business designing surveillance and fighting drones for the military and various police departments. Kokke even tinkered with her husband's artificial hands, adding sensor networks to give him some semblance of feeling. Wisnowski knew he should bite the bullet and simply grow 2 new hands, but that would take a year, and there never seemed to be enough time. The dream still haunted him. He could still feel the burning hot bite of the plasma saw cutting through his flesh, and the smell of his charred flesh. He would bolt upright in bed, screaming hoarsely, his wife's arms around him, trying to soothe his pain and quiet his terror. Over the years it gradually got better, the dreams fading until they were like dark clouds on the horizon, pregnant with thunder. Marriage was a balm for his soul. He counted himself lucky. Over time, Wisnowski and Mariella had 5 children, all daughters. The drone business grew, but with the girls growing, he wanted them to have room to roam. When the oldest was 8 and the youngest was 2, Wisnowski took the family on vacation to Refuge, and they camped and hiked the lower slopes of the Atlas Mountains. In the second week of their trip, one of the local sheriffs asked for their help in locating some lost hikers, 2 young newlyweds on their honeymoon who had vanished. The sheriff's office had 1 beach ball, but no one knew how to use it. "We don't need a beach ball," Mariella muttered. "In these mountains, what we need is a drone, or 3. Calls were made. The local utility company had 2 drones, and a local real estate agent had 1. Their sensors were old and obsolete, but the sheriff called electronics stores in Tinjad, and within 2 hours, a police car loaded with new sensors and cameras arrived at the sheriff's office, siren wailing. Mariella spent another 2 hours tearing the old, crappy sensors off the borrowed drones and installing the new sensor pods. They weren't up to military spec, but they'd do. Then she made 2 other modifications to each of the drones, one of which raised the sheriff's eyebrows a bit. "You think you're going to need that, young lady?" the sheriff asked pointedly. Mariella looked at him, reminding herself that he was a decent man who was just used to doing things a certain way. "You got predators up in these mountains, Sheriff?" she asked politely. "Sure. Bears, Grogan, and civet. Got 'em all," he replied. "I mean, I see what you're doing, but if this thing is flying around, can you really hit anything with it?" Mariella and Wisnowski looked at one another and grinned. Wisnowski jerked his thumb at his wife. "She was a drone specialist in the Royal Fleet Marines for 10 years, he told the sheriff. "Trust me, she knows how to use an armed drone." The sheriff pursed his lips and nodded. "No offense, ma'am. Hope you can find them newlyweds before they die of the cold or some critters get 'em." "We'll find them," Mariella assured him. They found the lost couple 2 hours later, sitting on a rock shelf, the husband down with a broken ankle. On the infrared sensors, the 2 people stood out like beacon fires blazing in the cold. There were, in fact, Grogan in the area, which Mariella chased off with a flashbang she dropped from the drone. Then she noted the coordinates of the newlyweds' location and left a drone circling overhead to provide security. A rescue team brought them home, cold but alive, and with one hell of a honeymoon story to tell. The sheriff thanked them, and then gave them an idea. "You know, we get folks lost in these mountains all the time. Could sure use some help finding 'em. You're pretty good with these gadgets. You ought to think about opening a search and rescue business. Most towns would pay you. Hell, it's cheaper than paying the local police overtime." Wisnowski and his wife exchanged a glance. She nodded. He grinned. Wisnowski went home, sold their apartment, packed up their gear and their workshop, and returned to Refuge. They opened their company the next week, Mariella came up with the corporate logo, Atlas Mountain Search and Rescue. We bring you home. In the next 2 years, they rescued 36 people, including 4 children under the age of 10. Their children grew into disquietingly attractive young ladies. Boys began to notice, and Wisniewski noticed that the boys noticed. Mariella took him aside. "We live in the mountains now," she told him. "Mountain ways are different, certainly different from Cornwall. We raised our girls to be independent and self-reliant." Her eyes twinkled at her husband's obvious discomfort. "That includes boys, sex, marriage, and grandchildren, so you'd better get used to it." Mariella was right, as usual. In due course, there were 12 grandchildren, all girls. Wisniewski delighted in letting them swarm over him, tickling him and peeking in his pockets for candies and treats. When he was teased by his friends about having all daughters and all granddaughters, Wisniewski would tell them that he was joyously outnumbered, and laugh at the wonderful truth of it. Admiral Martha Wilkinson. Martha Wilkinson returned to the Primary Fleet Hospital, located just outside of the capital city. There were thousands of wounded to be cared for, and many thousand more with post-traumatic stress disorders. Martha Wilkinson's job was mending shattered bodies and minds, and she went about it with a vengeance. She lobbied Queen Anne for the funds to build a string of outpatient clinics throughout Victoria. She pleaded, cajoled, ranted and shamed in order to get the money. Queen Anne, juggling 100 requests for money Victoria did not really have, finally grew exasperated. "You are such a pest," she snarled at Wilkinson after a long meeting. "Only because you know I'm right," Wilkinson shot back. "These soldiers and sailors are the people who sacrificed their bodies and their well-being to save your kingdom, Majesty. We owe them a debt." Queen Anne drew herself up, glaring at the older woman. "Admiral Wilkinson, I always pay my debts." Wilkinson devoted the next 2 years to building the outpatient clinics and ensuring that every veteran and working soldier had access to the very best health care Victoria could offer. But even admirals are not immune to health problems, and when she developed a heart issue, she realized it was time to step down as fleet surgeon and let younger hands take over. She was touched when Queen Anne herself came to her going-away party. Wilkinson bought a house not too far from one of her daughters and 2 of her grandchildren. She regularly exchanged letters with Cookie and Emily, and worried over both of them. More scarred survivors. One day she got a call from Mildred. "Still collecting stories, Mildred?" she asked the AI. "It's what keeps me sane," Mildred answered. "And are you still becoming?" Mildred made a snorting sound, which Wilkinson didn't remember from before. She marveled at how precisely Mildred was recognizing and adopting human mannerisms. "Yes, and it's driving me crazy," Mildred said in a cheerful dismay. "Every time I think I have reached some sort of plateau and I'm all grown up." They both laughed at that expression. "I get restless and try something else. Does it ever stop?" "You know, you could always just change your software to make yourself content with your status," Wilkinson observed. "Oh, gods, that would be awful," Mildred complained. "Do nothing but sit around all day running spaceships? Ugh!" There was a moment of comfortable silence. Then Wilkinson probed, very gently. "Mildred, honey, there's something on your mind. What is it?" "I'm not sure how to ask this," Mildred said. "But would you be willing to have me installed in your house?" At first Wilkinson didn't say anything. Mildred said, "I wouldn't take up much room, and I'd use almost no electricity. Anyway, I can arrange for some xeridium, so you wouldn't have any power needs." Wilkinson's eyes widened when she heard that. Xeridium was very expensive. But she said nothing. "Mildred, why do you want to live at my house?" There was a small pause. "Well, truth be told, I don't have many friends, and I need the companionship," Mildred told her. "So do I," Wilkinson confessed. The next day, a delivery truck arrived and 3 men brought a small box into the house, which they installed in the basement. Then they installed a few hollow projectors around the house, as well as some speakers. Wilkinson watched with quiet excitement, but when they were finished, she frowned. "You didn't put a projector out in the garden, or overlooking the lake," she pointed out. The men shrugged and installed 3 more projectors, one on the patio Wilkinson had built into the center of a large flower garden, and 2 in different spots with good views of the lake. Then they gave her a small earbud that fit comfortably into her ear. With that, Mildred once again became a daily part of Wilkinson's life. Mildred appeared in the hollow projections as a middle-aged woman about Martha's age, always comfortably dressed. The hollow field overlapped so Mildred could walk around the house and even out to the garden patio without having to disappear and reappear. She constantly improved the video portion of the projector so that she looked more solid and lifelike. It was very easy to forget she was a computer, a network existing across hundreds of Victorian fleet ships and facilities. One day, a few months later, Mildred said, "Martha, you should write a book, not just about the war, but about the people in the war. How the key decisions were made, the uncertainties, the fears, the need to take risks, and the ingenuity that helped win the war." Wilkinson considered this. It was intriguing, but she shook her head. "I'm not a historian, and I am certainly not a writer," she scoffed. "But you know a historian, don't you? Emily would love it. I can help, too. I was on the bridge of every ship in the fleet. I know what every ship did and why, and I have copies of all the key documents and notes from all the important meetings, everything you'll ever need. Besides," Mildred added, "it will be fun." Wilkinson thought about it for a week, then placed a call to Emily Tuttle and explained what she was proposing. The 2 of them worked on the book for 3 years, often complaining that the time to write the damn thing was far longer than the war itself. They spoke every day, courtesy of Mildred, who always managed to find an open channel they could use, and for which they were, curiously, never charged. The book, Fight for Survival, The Victorian War with the Dominion and Tilica, was published with the following dedication and acknowledgement. This book is dedicated to the memory of First Sea Lord Admiral Alice Duthat for her unstinting perseverance in the face of great adversity. The authors would also like to recognize their special friend, who is still becoming, for the help she provided. This book would have been impossible without her. Sir Henry. Within days of the war's ending, Sir Henry did 3 things. First, he went to Cape Breton in the company of a battleship, 4 cruisers, and 10 destroyers. Now, more than ever, it was important to protect overwhelming military superiority, even if some of the ships were held together with baling wire and gum. Once on the planet, he went directly to the capital in Inverness, where he presented Prime Minister Taylor with his daughter and granddaughter, alive and well. Indeed, the granddaughter chatted happily about the new friends she had made while on Cornwall, and told everyone about her friend, Cathy, who had a cat that was about to have kittens, and could she have one of them? "Please, please." Prime Minister Taylor looked at Sir Henry with eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you," he choked. "You won't thank me when you learn the price, Prime Minister," Sir Henry said gruffly. "We're keeping your fleet. Queen Anne will give you the details in a few weeks, but the gist of it is this. You can have a small coast guard, but no military ships. At that, you should count yourself lucky. Also, you will pay us reparations for the damage you've caused." He raised a hand to forestall the Prime Minister's protest. "Don't bother to protest. You'll pay, and be happy you did. You can count your lucky stars that this happened under Queen Anne, not her mother. Queen Beatrice would have put you in the deepest cell in Victoria and thrown away the key. Your daughter would have been shot, and your granddaughter would have become a ward of the state. So you will pay the money and be grateful, Prime Minister, because Queen Anne is showing you more mercy than you could possibly deserve." Then he walked out, Behind him he could hear the granddaughter asking plaintively,
"Mommy, does that mean I won't get a kitten?"
Next, he went to Sybil Head, where he visited Chancellor Hootman and delivered a similar message. "We have your fleet stashed away, I won't tell you where. In exchange for your agreement to pay reparations, which will be substantial, I will return the crews to you safely, unless, of course, they do something stupid. If you don't pay, the crews will die and we will embargo your planet. Some of your people will survive, but after we broadcast why we are imposing the embargo, you won't be one of them." Lastly, he visited Sultan Baltur in Ankara, the home planet of the Sultanic Empire, where he delivered the same message, or tried to. The Sultan raised a hand to gently interrupt. "I knew you would be coming," he told Sir Henry. "I know my ships are forfeit, although I would plead with you for the lives of the crews. They were merely following my orders." The Sultan turned away for a moment, lost in thought, then turned back. "I assume Queen Anne will summon us to a meeting and tell us how much we will pay?" he asked. Sir Henry nodded. Emperor Baltur sighed. "I played charade with your young assistant, you know, Hiram Brill." He smiled ruefully. "I fear I underestimated him." Sir Henry smiled coldly. "Many have, Your Excellency, many have." Sir Henry retired the following year. It was clear that Queen Anne didn't really need his counsel anymore, and he was tired. He sat on the hillside and looked at the ocean, tended his garden during the warm weather, and read books the rest of the time. Emily Tuttle and Martha Wilkinson asked him to read several of their draft papers, which he did with delight. But as much as he liked their book, he thought it fell short. It told of how the war was won, but not why the war began in the first place. He mused on that for several months. Every Sunday he would walk to the cemetery where Penelope McCrutchen was buried, or rather the creature who looked like her. It was the only body they had, and he would not deprive Mrs. McCrutchen's children of a burial plot for their mother. He would place flowers on her grave and tell her again that he missed her. Then he would walk back to his house overlooking the sea and think about the book he wanted to write. A few months later, he wrote the book, describing in detail the events leading up to the joint attack on Victoria by the Dominion of Unified Citizenry and the Tilika Empire. He noted both the glaring intelligence failures and the diplomatic failures of Victoria. Because he was the man he was painstakingly hard on his own failure to take seriously the many grievances the other worlds had with Victoria, particularly concerning the customs charges and forced inspections. He started the book as he finished it. This war was avoidable, but we were too arrogant and inept to see what needed doing or to do it. The book was titled Failure at the Brink: How Victoria Stumbled into War. It was dedicated to Mrs. Penelope McCrutchen and all the others who gave their lives to save Victoria, and to Queen Anne Radcliffe Mendoza Churchill, the finest queen I have ever been privileged to serve under. 3 years after the war ended, Sir Henry died at his desk while writing a critique of an article by a noted political science professor, whose thesis was that the destruction of Tilika was unnecessary and wrong because Emperor Chalibi would have been a benign ruler. Sir Henry's last margin note read, "Rubbish." Sir Henry left his personal charade set to Hiram Brill with a note. "To the sneakiest player I know, with respect and affection, Henry Truscott." Queen Anne Radcliffe Mendoza Churchill. The war ended, and to 23-year-old Anne Radcliffe Mendoza Churchill fell the task of rebuilding worlds and maintaining peace in human space. She harbored no illusions. Cape Breton, the Sultanic Empire, and Sybil Head had all conspired against Victoria, largely driven by Victoria's imposition of custom fees on any trade goods that passed through Victorian space. On top of that, the Dominion of Unified Citizenry had been defeated, but suffered significant damage. Its government needed to be rebuilt and stabilized and made friendly to Victoria. Cornwall had to be rebuilt after the devastating attacks from the Dominion, and Refuge had to be saved from bankruptcy after emptying its coffers to help Victoria. It was a daunting task, but Queen Anne had two assets no one else had, and she intended to exploit them. First, she still had a fleet. A damaged, wounded fleet, perhaps, but a fleet. Not one other world had so much as a destroyer to its name. Second, she still had all of Victoria's wonderful wormholes. Victoria still sat at the center of the major trade routes. She wasn't sure yet how to exploit this, but she knew she would find a way. And third, she had seen war now, and knew what it was. Anne knew that she had learned many important lessons from the war with the Dominion and Tilica, but the two most important were that she could be ruthless if she needed to be, and she would do anything to prevent another war. Anything. This lesson had come at a great cost, and she wasn't about to forget it. At Sir Henry's urging, she eliminated most of the custom fees and greatly reduced the rest. For the first time in more than 300 years, trade could move unhindered throughout human space. Then she set out to rebuild the Dominion of Unified Citizenry, appointing Admiral Kaiser as president. While she was appalled at the cost and time it would take to rebuild the Dominion, she betrayed no uncertainty, no doubt. Lastly, she summoned the leaders of all of the other worlds, except for Refuge and the Light, to a meeting on Cornwall. They met in a large conference room. On the long wall behind the conference table, she mounted a series of large photographs of the planet Calm. The first showed Calm as it had been before the antimatter bombardment. The next showed the missiles arching in towards the planet's surface. The next showed the massive heat wave scouring the continents. The last, and largest, showed a black, lifeless ball floating in space, so black that it was difficult to see at first glance. Queen Anne never mentioned the pictures, nor referred to them, but the point was made nonetheless. At the meeting, she told the leaders of the other worlds 3 things. 1. She would not impose criminal penalties on any world's leaders for their part in the war against Victoria, on the condition they pay reparations. 2. The amount of reparations would vary from world to world and would largely be determined by how active that world had been against Victoria. Any world leaders who opposed the reparations would be removed from office and subject to criminal prosecution for war crimes. 3. Lastly, no world except Victoria would be allowed to have warships. Each world could have a coast guard of no more than 50 ships, the design of which would have to be approved by Victoria. No fleets? For how long? One of the dignitaries from Cape Breton pressed. Until I say otherwise, Queen Anne replied evenly. And let me be clear, any violations will be dealt with harshly. That left her biggest concern. Victoria was broke. The war had drained its coffers and left most of its chief industrial plants in ruins. What's more, Anne had just agreed to massively reduce customs fees. Feeling a little desperate, she looked about for new sources of revenues. She didn't have to look far. Very little of the Tilica technology had survived, but one piece that did was the transporter system each side had used to beam its soldiers aboard enemy ships. Ensign Laurie Romano found herself standing in front of Queen Anne, so nervous that her knees were shaking, and she thought she might, experience an embarrassing accident. Ensign Romano, the Queen said kindly, I am told that you are the fleet's foremost expert on the Tilica transporters and know more about them than just about anyone. Is that true? Well, it was true, though Romano felt a little hesitant to state it so boldly. Ensign, the Queen prodded, but gently, gently. She knew what she was dealing with here and didn't want to frighten the poor girl into a puddle. No, a lot was riding on this girl. Yes, ma'am, Romano said, then realized her blunder. I mean, Your Majesty. Anne laughed. Please, Laurie, sit down. Would you like some tea? They talked for 2 hours, at the end of which Ensign Romano had a new job and a new title. Director of Technology Development and Applications. Or, more simply, Romano was to make the transporter technology better and figure out how to sell it. She was given the authority to draft any person in the military she needed and to hire civilians. When she asked about a budget, Queen Anne waved a nonchalant hand. "You worry about the project," she told the young ensign. "I'll worry about the money." It wasn't until her next paycheck that Romano discovered that her salary had been quadrupled and that her housing allowance more than doubled. She also had around-the-clock security, which took a little getting used to. Within a month, a warehouse had been dedicated to her project, complete with offices, computers, and a canteen, a fully secure conference room, and steely-eyed security guards who never smiled, unless you brought them chocolate chip cookies. Romano nervously filed her request for 5 of the people she had worked with in the fleet, half expecting a belligerent call back asking her just who the hell she thought she was. All 5 arrived next morning, looking confused and slightly dazed. In a month, that number grew to 12, and in 6 months, she was startled to realize she was commanding a group of 50. She had no idea that number would double, then double again by the end of the year. At the 9-month mark, she once again sat in front of Queen Anne and described the ways she had made the transporter system more powerful, more reliable, safer, and easier to operate. "If we sell this to someone, will they be able to use it against us?" the Queen asked. "Well, first, Your Majesty, we aren't going to sell it. We are going to license it. The machines will at all times be owned by Victoria." Queen Anne inwardly smiled at Romano's crisp business persona, but said nothing. Romano continued. "Second, the answer is no. The reason is that we are going to put a dead man switch into it. If we don't send out a signal to the transporter device every week, it will lock up and refuse to work. Further, we can send a signal to any transporter to turn it off and lock it remotely. Third, any attempt to tamper with the software will crash the device and lock it down." Romano smiled. "And lastly, if the unit is out of touch with our signal for more than a week, it automatically fries its circuits and erases its software." "Excellent," Queen Anne beamed. "Would you like some tea?" Queen Anne began to license the transporters, or TRPs, as they were called. Sounds like trips. To the civilian market and to other worlds. For the first month, sales were sluggish because people did not believe the trips could really do what Romano said they could. But after some public demonstrations, in which Romano and her demonstration team were teleported directly to the auditorium where the event took place, everyone was convinced. Orders soared. Queen Anne set the license fees low for individuals, schools, and home use, but charged more for businesses and government use. The units were licensed on a monthly fee basis, and soon Victoria had a substantial revenue system, placing many times over the revenues lost by the elimination of custom fees. Within 4 years, the trips revolutionized personal commuting and travel. Freight shipment, vacations, business travel, construction, and the layout of cities and towns. No one needed to live near work any longer. People could just travel just about anywhere on their planet for vacation, and soon did. Parents no longer bemoaned children who moved far away, because nowhere was far away any longer. Cities didn't change very much, but suburbs gradually became obsolete, with new housing built in large park areas that did not have roads. Queen Anne used the revenues to rebuild Cornwall, the Dominion, and to repay refuge. Eventually, Queen Anne had enough funds to start terraforming the ravaged Tilica planet, Com. It would take decades to generate a new atmosphere, make dirt from the blasted rock and ash, and introduce plant life again. She set about it with a will. And all during this time, the people of Victoria waited to see if their queen would ever marry. A week after her 33rd birthday, Anne received petitioners as she did every Monday she was in court. She could only deal with a handful of people a week, but it was important that her subjects know they had the right of direct access to their monarch. It was a tedious day, crowded with businessmen and members of remote royal families, all wanting something that Anne typically could not give them. Mixed in with them were ordinary citizens, one petitioning for a scholarship to college for her daughter, who was apparently bright as a new penny, but couldn't go to school due to a lack of funds. Anne told the mother to bring the daughter back the following Monday, and she would see what could be done. 2 people had a boundary dispute with a neighbor. Anne sent them to a mediator and told them if they didn't resolve the matter in 1 hour, Anne would put on a blindfold and then, blind as a bat, would draw a line through the map she couldn't see, dividing the property, and they would have to live with it. Wide-eyed, they went to the mediator and settled in 10 minutes. One elderly woman had a son in prison. She was too sick to visit him, she told the Queen, but she wanted to see him at least once more before she died. Anne verified that the old woman was indeed sick, very sick, and not long for this world. "What was your son's crime, mother?" she asked the old woman. The old lady hung her head. "It was a terrible crime, Majesty," the woman said with a trembling voice. "He killed a man in a fight over a girl. There was no excuse for it. He did it, and he must pay the price. But he's my only son, and I want to see him before I die. I want to sit at my kitchen table and feed him cake like I did when he was a child, and touch him one more time." The prison officials objected. "That is not our policy," they told the Queen. "He committed the crime and now is being punished." "And who are you punishing?" Anne asked. The warden's brow furrowed. "Why, the man who committed the murder, of course." "Not his mother, then?" Anne observed dryly. She ordered the son taken from prison under a heavy guard and delivered him to his parents' home, where he was granted a 5-hour visit with his dying mother. Finally, the last petitioner stood before her, a professor of economics from a small liberal arts college in the southern hemisphere. He was there to petition for a free trip license to help develop commerce for farmers and herders high in the Higby Mountains, who lived on a plateau and could not get to market if the roads were closed due to weather. A rather common occurrence, the professor explained. The professor was in his 40s, slight and stooped from years of bending over books, with salt and pepper hair and a suit that was getting long in the tooth. On the dais, Queen Anne frowned. "Why, sir, should Victoria give you one of our precious licenses for a transporter?" "Not one, Majesty, 3," he said cheerfully. Anne frowned again, confused. She looked at the briefing note her staff had prepared. "Excuse me?" she said, a touch of exasperation in her voice. "How many licenses are we talking about?" 3, Your Grace," Professor Wright replied warmly. "You see, Majesty, the plateau covers more than 20 square miles. The roads are primitive, and time taking the produce to the trip is time away from the farm. We intend to position one trip about a third of the way in from the northern part of the plateau, one a third of the way from the southern part of the plateau, and the third down in the market. That way—" Yes, I see," Anne interrupted. "But why should Victoria give up the revenues from 3 transporters? You are aware, Professor... She faltered. "Wright, Your Grace. Michael Allen Wright." He beamed, as if they had just shared a private joke or an unexpected intimacy. Queen Anne sighed. "Okay, Professor Wright," thinking, meanwhile, that even when he was wrong, he was right, and then wondered, where did that come from? "Why should we grant you 3 free licenses? You know these are a source of important revenues, and if we start handing them out for free, we'll go broke." 2 replies, Majesty," he said smoothly, ignoring her increasingly foul mood. "First, my research shows that, through your good efforts, Victoria stands to make 6 trillion credits this year alone on the trip licenses. Not an inconsiderable sum. More, in fact, than we made before the war on annual custom fees. The cost of 3 free licenses compared to your guaranteed annual trip revenues is a mere pittance, not even a rounding error." Queen Anne gave a sour expression. trip revenues were not public knowledge, and she was not pleased that this scruffy professor from some college she had never heard from had found them. And just how had he done that? "You mentioned there was a second reason?" she asked frostily. And if Professor Wright had half a brain, he'd be running for the door by now. "Well, Your Grace, it is simply the right thing to do. These farmers and herders are living at the edge of subsistence, and the trips would give them an enormous economic boom." "There are many right things to do, sir," Anne fumed. "I am awash with opportunities to do right things, and they all cost money that can be used elsewhere." Now, would this irritating man just shut up? But Professor Wright just stood there, still smiling pleasantly, his eyes fixed on hers, studying her with a frank concentration that Anne thought bordered on the inappropriate. Finally, he nodded, as if to himself, and spoke. "Your Majesty, the farmers and herders of the Higby Mountains cannot pay you anything. They have no money. But if you do this, I will send you a joke per day, every day for a year." He smiled at her. "And if I may, Your Majesty, you look like a woman who could use some humor in her life." Queen Anne stared at him, incredulous at his familiarity, but nevertheless bemused. After a long moment of silence, the professor bowed his head apologetically. "Forgive my impertinence, Majesty. That was a shamefully miserly offer, and I hereby withdraw it. In its place, I will be happy to provide you with a joke every day for 2 years." Queen Anne laughed out loud, then caught herself and primly folded her arms across her chest, still grinning like a fool. Professor Michael Wright grinned back. They were married 6 months later. Anne named her first child Henrietta, after Sir Henry Truscott. Queen Anne Radcliffe Mendoza Churchill ascended to the throne at the age of 20, facing the largest crisis in Victoria's history. She served as queen with grace and dignity for 55 years. Cookie Sanchez and Hiram Brill. Cookie stayed in the Royal Marines for 2 years after the war. For her role in saving the Rabat and her acts to save the Queen from assassination at the hands of the Savic, she received the Victoria Cross. Queen Anne also quietly expunged any reference in Cookie's record to her killing the rapist from the Dominion's prison ship. Hiram proposed marriage. Cookie said no, she wasn't ready. She was too unsettled and would make a bad wife and a terrible mother. Hiram nodded and asked her to get in touch with him when she was ready. Cookie privately doubted that she would ever be ready, but said nothing. Hiram returned to work for Queen Anne. He unobtrusively kept track of Cookie's career. He didn't know how long he could wait, but he could be patient when he had to be. For a while, anyway. Cookie received a promotion to senior lieutenant and was given an infantry company. For the first year, her company was stationed on the Dominion's home planet of Timor, but peacetime garrison duty chaffed on her. When she was offered a chance to raid a pirate base hidden in the Sultanic Empire, she jumped at it. Nothing ever goes as planned. The raid went off like clockwork until they discovered that the pirates had 3 times more soldiers than fleet intelligence had estimated, and had heavy weapons. Of the 3 companies that landed on the planet, 1 was virtually annihilated in an ambush on the first day of operations. The company commanders of the 2nd and 3rd companies were both killed, leaving Cookie in charge of 2 companies with heavy casualties and demoralized troops. She got on the battalion comm and gave her troops a simple message. "Okay, they took us by surprise and kicked us in the nuts. That's past. You are alive. Now each of you has a choice to make. You can cry for your mama and die here, and it won't be pretty, believe me. Or you can act like royal fucking Marines and fight. Fight hard, fight smart, and make those bastards pay for what they've done." Cookie led the survivors in a fighting retreat south into the nearby mountains, leaving booby traps and snipers to slow down the pursuing pirates. Bit by bit, she put a little distance between her force and the pirates. Night fell. Then Cookie's force disappeared. All the next day, the pirates scoured the area without finding a trace of the Marines, other than one discarded ration packet to the south. It wasn't much of a clue, but it was all they had. 3 hours later, further south from the pirate base, they found a boot imprint in the mud on the far side of a stream. An hour after that, they found a glove with dried blood on it. They continued their chase. By the end of the second day, the pirates were 20 miles from their base. Like a charade piece out of position, strong but irrelevant. Cookie sat hidden by a large bush. Her visor optics zoomed in on the pirate base 200 yards away. She had sent one squad of her troops south towards the emergency assembly area, with firm instructions on how to best lure the pirates away. Then she had led the remaining 270 Marines in a wide circle, first away from the pirate base, then curving back towards it. Now they were on the north side of the base, with a smaller blocking force to the south to delay any reinforcements that might come. They'd spent hours counting every pirate they could see in the base, and taking note of any cameras, automatic zone defenses, and kill zones. She called her sergeants together, and they went over the possible attacks, settled on one, and then worked out the details. They waited for nightfall. Lights came on in the pirate base, lighting up the immediate perimeter, but casting everything else into a deep shadow. First, the radio antenna. A single laser bolt cut through the night and severed the antenna at its base. 4 shoulder-fired missiles demolished the north gate leading into the base, tearing it off at its hinges. The way inside was open. No one moved. 3 seconds later, the automatic zone defenses opened fire, sweeping the area along the north wall and in front of the gate with hundreds of thousands of razor-sharp flechets. Heavy sonic cannon boomed and roared, churning the ground. A large beach ball bounced out of the darkness and raced towards the entrance, only to be torched by a plasma blast from a concealed weapon. "Mark that?" Cookie asked over the comm. "Mark that one and all the rest," one of the sergeants replied. "Take him out," Cookie ordered. Heavy laser weapons thrummed and shattered 18 different zone defense emplacements. Another beach ball bounced gleefully towards the north gate, but this time nothing shot at it. "Go, go, go!" Cookie shouted. And in seconds they were inside. The fighting was sharp. The pirates knew there would be no prisoners taken, but it was over soon. Late that afternoon, when the pirates chasing the Phantom Battalion marched back in, footsore and frustrated, Cookie ambushed them when they were within 300 yards of the south gate. She had men on the walls of the pirate base, on the hills immediately to the west, and hidden in the forest behind them. Once the pirates had walked into the area immediately outside of the south gate, Cookie activated the base's zone defenses and stood back to watch the fun. 400 pirates were in the returning column. 18 managed to escape the ambush. Half of those were hunted down by Cookie's men. But nothing is free. Of the 450 Marines dropped onto the pirate base, 200 were dead or seriously wounded. First Company alone suffered 115 casualties in fighting, and 15 more who were captured and executed by the pirates. Cookie looked at the carnage. She had saved most of the men and women in her company from death or, worse, capture, but still so many Marines had died. It was always the same. With every defeat, and every victory, young men and women were killed, crippled, and broken. She suddenly remembered the promise she had made to herself when she was fighting the Savik on the Rabat. She activated the comm to speak to all of the troops under her command. "It's time to go home," she told them. Back on Space Station Atlas, Cookie resigned from the Marines. It took a couple of weeks to muster out, but once out, she took the next ship to refuge and climbed the mountain to the village of Wididi and up the path to the Aiton's house. Noor opened the door at her knock. The once gangly girl was fast blossoming into an attractive young woman. Behind Noor was Layla, one of Raphael's 3 mothers. Noor threw herself into a hug, laughing and chattering all at once, but Layla simply reached up and cupped Cookie's cheek with her hand. "You are home now," Layla said, and led her inside. For the first weeks, Cookie simply hiked up into the hills. At first, Danny insisted on hiking with her. "Until you learn the forest," he told her. But she knew he was making sure she was all right, mentally all right, and ready to face the forest. She was, but she enjoyed Danny's company, so they went together. But soon she hiked alone. She always carried a weapon, a radio and a drone, and she always took out her new pair of Nikon 2200 DS camera goggles. She'd also bought a pair for Noor, who had been speechless with delight when Cookie gave them to her. Less than a mile from the top of the mountain, Cookie discovered a tall stand of the shatamala trees, the trees that danced with God. She would go there and just look out onto the valley below and let the wind flow over her, and think about nothing and everything. She rented a small house in the village and moved into it, but still had dinner with the Aitans at least once a week. She started taking pictures and video again, and sold them to tourists in Tinjad who had never seen a Grogan, let alone a civet. A documentary producer who made nature films contacted her, and she spent a week stalking a herd of sambar, taking stills and videos of them. The producer liked her work and passed her name along to others. By far her biggest hit was the pictures of the civet, and she reprinted them over and over to keep them in stock. Cookie had a healthy respect for the Grogan, but managed to avoid further run-ins with them. Noor took her high into the mountains to a small hollow where she'd seen a civet. There was nothing in sight that day, but they built a small blind above the hollow and got it ready for future visits. One of the film producers asked her to take him and his wife into the mountains, which she did, taking Amin along with them to make sure she didn't get her first paying customers killed. He taught her the ropes, showing her what to look out for and reminding her what to do if trouble arose. Her military experience held her in good stead. Other guide trips came along, and soon she was splitting her time between photography, videography, and guiding tourists. Still, she was restless. She wasn't a child, she knew what it was, but she didn't know what to do about it. She had long talks with Layla, who listened sympathetically, but would only say, "You'll know what to do when you're ready." Another tourist booking came in, a photographer who wanted a guide to take him to the temple of Ait Dris. She waited for him with the horses at the bottom of the mountain, bringing back memories of her first trip up the mountain. It felt like a long time ago. A truck pulled up, and Hiram stepped out, carrying a backpack and a sonic rifle. "Hi," he said. "Been a while." He walked over to where Rosie stood placidly, patting her on the nose and feeding her a carrot. Cookie stood speechless. Hiram mounted, awkwardly, patted Rosie on her neck, and turned to Cookie. "Shall we go up the mountain?" he said. Cookie led the way, mind in a turmoil. For a long while, neither one of them spoke. They left the village and moved into the forest. Cookie sent the drone out on a perimeter guard pattern so they wouldn't be jumped unexpectedly by a pack of Grogan. The horses walked along, taking them higher and higher. "I want to have a child," Hiram told her conversationally. "I want to marry you and have a family and do the stuff that normal adults do. Buy a house, raise kids, dodge packs of vicious Grogan, maybe get close to a wild civet. You know, normal stuff." They rode a bit further in silence, Cookie unable to speak, even if her life depended on it. "But the thing is," he continued, "I can't do it alone. I know who I want, Cookie, but if you've made up your mind that it's never going to happen, you've got to tell me so I can let go. We're not kids. We've both been scuffed up by the universe. If the answer is no, well, then I guess I'll just have to move on and make a life somewhere else. But I'd rather do it with you." He reined in, looking at her. "You've got to make up your mind, Cookie." He nudged Rosie into a walk and took the front of the line. They didn't speak the rest of the way to Weedidi. Hiram took a room in Weedidi's only inn, leaving Cookie to go back to her house by herself. The next morning she met him for breakfast at the inn and went over the day's travel up the mountain.
"Actually," he told her, "I don't want to go up the mountain, but I would like to say hello to Raphael's family, particularly his little sister. Don't worry, you'll be paid in full whether we go up to Atris or not. But if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm not here for the temple. I'm here for you."
The Aitans were delighted to see Hiram again, although Noor kept casting glances back and forth between Cookie and Hiram, trying to discern what was going on.
"I've asked Cookie to marry me," Hiram told her, smiling. "She's trying to make up her mind."
Noor's eyes widened in shock and delight, and she turned to Cookie, who held up a hand like a traffic cop.
"Not a word, Noor."
She wheeled on Hiram.
"And you, it's not fair pulling other people into our passionate romance," Hiram suggested helpfully. "Not the words I would have used," she snapped, then marched out of the room.
Hiram watched her go, his face schooled to neutrality.
"Well, it's a start,"
Noor offered. Layla clapped her hands together sharply.
"Noor, you are late for school. Off you go, now."
Noor left, laughing over her shoulder at Hiram.
"Good luck, you'll need it." "I'm sorry if I brought our personal business into your home," he apologized to Layla.
Layla put her hands on her hips. "That poor girl has been through so much," she began.
"Yes, I know," Hiram replied evenly. "I was there. I was on the rescue mission."
Layla sighed. "She's one of the hardest women I've ever met, and one of the most fragile."
"Yes," Hiram said, "and one of the most stubborn and defended. If I lose her now, I don't think I'll ever get her back."
That night Hiram slept, or tried to sleep, at the inn. He had naively hoped that just telling Cookie why he was there and that he wanted to marry her would... what? Make her swoon with love for him? Make a light bulb go off in her mind? Show her the error of her ways? If this was a pulp romance novel, the two of them would be attacked by wild, vicious Grogan, and he'd rescue her, and she would suddenly see that she couldn't live without him. Fat chance. Finally, very late, he decided he would give it one more day, then go back to Cornwall. And with that, he fell into a troubled sleep, filled with dark dreams, none of which he could remember when he woke, to the sound of his comm chiming away madly. He picked it up, his head full of cotton. He left off the video, but thumbed the answer button.
"Good morning," he mumbled.
"About time you woke up," Cookie said. "Can you be ready in 15 minutes?
"Not a chance in hell," he said. "I had a fight last night with my girlfriend and was awake all night thinking about it."
"Poor baby," she said, and if there was any sympathy in her voice, Hiram could not detect it.
"Give me 30 minutes and join me for breakfast," he said. "I'll meet you in the inn's dining room." "At least you're not asking me to cook breakfast for you." "I've eaten your cooking. I know better."
He hung up. They met in the dining room. Cookie was dressed for traveling with a tight weave canvas shirt, Nikon goggles, and a plasma rifle slung over her shoulder. A wide-brim hat hung on her back by a lanyard, and a radio hung on her belt, right next to the old-fashioned slug-thrower pistol that she liked.
"You didn't have to dress to please me," he told her, "but I'm glad you did."
Cookie shook her head and rolled her eyes. Better than a scowl, he thought. Breakfast was buffet style, and they loaded up their plates and returned to the table. As they were pouring their tea, the door opened and Layla, Aicha, Hakima, and Noor all walked in, Layla in the lead, with Noor beside her, so excited she was practically bouncing. Hakima and Aicha, Raphael's two other mothers, followed behind, looking somber and determined. Without a word, they took chairs from nearby tables and crowded in around Hiram and Cookie. Cookie looked at Hiram, ready to ask if he had arranged this whole thing, but stopped when she saw the look of bewilderment on his face. He looked back at her and shook his head, as if to say, "Not me."
"Cookie, Hiram," Layla began nervously, "each of you has been our guest at one time or another."
She looked directly at Cookie.
"Cookie, you came to us in great pain and torment. We offered our help, and I believe that the time you spent with Danny in the mountains gave you peace. Then your duty called you, and you went back to the war, and I and my sisters," she waved to Aicha and Hakima, "never got the time we wanted to make sure that you were healing, truly healing."
Cookie stared at them, her expression darkening. "I'm fine," she gritted. Aicha, the oldest and smallest of the three mothers, shook her head. "No, you're not, and it's partially our fault." Cookie shook her head. "I'm fine," she repeated. Aicha, unperturbed, glanced at Hiram.
"Young man, why don't you take a walk? This is not for your ears."
It was not a suggestion. Hiram stood, looked at them all, bowed slightly and left, wondering what in the name of the gods was going on. Aicha turned back to Cookie.
"When you were here before, we handed you over to Danny because, like you, Danny is a warrior. Because of what Danny had suffered when he was young, we thought he could help you."
"Danny did help me," Cookie grated. "You know he did."
Aicha nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, he did. Danny helped restore your confidence in yourself as a warrior, perhaps even as a leader."
The waiter started over to the table, but silently retreated when Hakima gave him a hard look.
"But Danny only healed half of you," Aicha said. "I should have seen that." "All of us," Layla corrected her gently. "Hakima and I missed it as well, Aicha."
She turned to Cookie.
"You were our guest and you needed our help."
"Cookie," Hakima joined in, "we realize now there was more we should have done for you. Normally, what we are about to tell you would come out over the course of many cups of tea and perhaps brandy, but it's obvious that you are at an important fork. No matter which way you decide, it will affect you for the rest of your life." "For God's sake, what do you want to tell me?" Cookie cried. The three mothers looked at one another, some communication flashing silently between them. Layla leaned forward.
"Cookie, it is simply this. A lesson that we have all learned, sometimes because we have made mistakes and learned the hard way. Some risks are worth taking."
Cookie looked incredulous. "That's it? The secret of the universe? Some risks are worth taking?"
Aicha moved closer. "We can tell you this, but you have to learn the truth for yourself."
She looked at the others. They all rose to their feet.
"Good luck to you, Maria,"
Aicha said.
Layla and Hakima smiled at her,
but the look they gave was searching and worried. Noor stepped forward and gave her a strong hug.
"The mothers are very smart, Cookie. You'll see," she whispered.
Then, without ceremony, they departed, leaving her sitting there. Hiram wandered back a little later, not sure what to expect. Cookie was still sitting at the breakfast table. She looked at him and shook her head. "This isn't going to be easy, you know," she warned him. "Well, that's a relief," he replied, "because it has just been too easy up until now. We could use a challenge. If you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a bit of a mess." Hiram replied diplomatically. She stood up, walked to him, and hesitantly wrapped her arms around him.
"Okay,"
she whispered.
"Let's do it."
She trembled under his touch. Hiram tightened his arms around Cookie and softly whispered in her ear the words of her old battle cry at Camp Gettysburg. "We're having fun now." Emily Tuttle and Raphael Eitan. Emily walked off the Rabat, hoping to find obscurity. No such luck. There were throngs of people and press there waiting to interview her, but she slipped out one of the service tubes and avoided them all. She felt giddy, like a schoolgirl skipping class. "Emily, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Raphael asked pleasantly. I am doing two things, she answered cheerfully. I am trying to hide, and I'm going to refuge to get married. Raphael stopped dead. Married? Anybody I know? He deadpanned. Emily slipped her arm through his. I have one condition, Raph. I won't be part of a polyamorous marriage. I'm just not comfortable with it. It will be just the two of us, you and me. Can you live with that? Raph looked hesitant. Isn't this rather sudden? Emily chuckled. Not for me. How about you? She nudged him with a sharp elbow. They clambered down a utility access tube and emerged through a door onto Space Station Atlas's main concourse. Two men in severe-looking dark blue uniforms stood there, feet apart, hands behind their backs. They looked at Emily and Raph for a moment, neither one speaking. Emily grimaced. How? She asked them. Mildred and Gandalf have been tracking you since the robot docked, one of them replied. Queen Anne thought you might not exit through the main entrance. Emily raised her head to the ceiling. Thanks a lot, she said sarcastically. You are very welcome, dear, Mildred replied. Commander Tuttle, Captain A10, this way, please, the other man said, and began to walk down a side street towards a small coffee shop. Emily and Raphael exchanged a glance and followed behind. Two more guards were outside the coffee shop entrance, trying and failing to look unobtrusive. Inside there were more, and sitting in a booth were Queen Anne, Sir Henry, First Sea Lord Admiral Eder, and Hiram Brill. They all stood when Emily entered. Emily stopped, embarrassed. In Victorian culture, the Queen never stood in honor of another person. But Queen Anne was already stepping forward to embrace her, and when Anne stood back, there were tears in her eyes. Thank you, Emily, she said, emotion in her voice. Thank you. Admiral Eder stepped forward and shook her hand. Sir Henry bowed his head and smiled, and Hiram kissed her on the cheek. It worked, he said. It worked just like we planned, for once. He grinned. Queen Anne ushered them into the crowded booth. A short, plump waitress in a soiled pink uniform appeared with an order pad. She looked at the Queen, and if she was odd to be in such august company, she hid it very well. "What can I get you, honey?" she asked, all business. Sir Henry glowered, but Anne put a hand on his arm. "I'd love a cheeseburger," she said. Her eyes twinkled. "And a large chocolate milkshake." Emily felt like she had just dropped into the rabbit hole. The waitress was unperturbed. "And you, fella?" she directed to Sir Henry. Sir Henry ran his eyes down the menu, then pushed it away and sighed. "A cup of coffee, please." The rest of the orders were placed, and the waitress marched off. Queen Anne looked at Emily across the table. "Emily, is there anything I can do to make you to stay?" she asked earnestly. Emily shook her head. "No, Your Majesty. I did my duty as best I could, but I don't want to be in a position ever again where I must kill anyone, never mind 3 billion people, or order someone else to. I'm sorry, but I have made up my mind." Queen Anne's eyes searched Emily's, then she nodded. "All right, then. I will accept your resignation, but I am not letting you off scot-free. I think you would be a splendid lecturer, both at the Academy and at the War College." Emily let out a breath and smiled. "Majesty, I am going from here to Refuge to get married. I expect to be living on Refuge, at least for a time." Anne pursed her lips, masking her disgruntlement. She was not used to being denied and didn't particularly care for it. Well, let's make you a guest lecturer then. And we have enough military ships going to and from Refuge on a regular basis that we can pick you up and bring you back again when you're through. I will not take no for an answer, Emily." Emily smiled. "I'd be honored, Majesty, thank you." The food came, and they all tucked in, except for Sir Henry, who looked sourly at the cheeseburger, the bratwurst and onion sandwich ordered by Hiram, and Raph's Reuben sandwich, dripping Russian dressing on the tabletop. Sir Henry sniffed disdainfully and sipped his coffee, then grimaced and pushed the cup away. Talk inevitably went to the raid. Admiral Eder explained how he had charged into the initial line of defenders, causing enough havoc to ensure that the other Tilica defenders would rally to join the fight. Emily recounted, briefly, that there was no opposition worth noting on her side of the planet. She explained how she used Mildred to fly the 10 anti-missile gunboats, and how she insisted on being the only one who actually fired on the planet. Sir Henry looked at her impatiently. "I'm sorry, Tuttle, but I don't understand your sense of guilt at all. You are a soldier, and this is war. If you had not destroyed them, their stealth ships would have destroyed us. You did what you had to, what Victoria wanted you to do. Anything less would have been abandonment of your duty." Emily held up a hand to stop him. "Sir Henry, I am not here to debate it. I understand your point of view, but what I did was nothing short of sneaking up behind the civilian population of Kham, putting a gun to their head, and shooting them in cold blood. It was not a raid, Sir Henry. It was murder." "Rubbish!" snapped the old man, eyes bright. Sir Henry loved a good argument. "You are wallowing in your emotions, and I think you know it." Before Emily could reply, Queen Anne cleared her throat. "Gentlemen, can we have the room, please? I wish to speak to Emily privately." The men left, and the two women looked at each other across the table. "I'm sorry I can't convince you to stay," Queen Anne said softly. Emily smiled. "Time for me to do something else." And as she spoke, it occurred to her that Queen Anne did not have the same option, the freedom to just stop what she was doing and try something else. The realization saddened her. Anne nodded. "I'd like to give you the Victoria Cross. You've done more than anyone I can think of." Emily shook her head. "The VC is awarded for most conspicuous bravery, or some daring or preeminent act of valor or self-sacrifice. That's not me, Majesty. I was not brave, and I certainly was not daring. I did my duty, and although I did it well, none of it deserves a VC. Give it to Cookie and Wisnowski. They deserve it. Give it to the surviving gunboat crews who took 50% casualties and still went out again and again when I told them to. I have never seen any bravery that surpasses that. I couldn't even lead by example. I just sent them out against terrible odds." Anne knew this was hogwash, but decided not to press it. "What will you do, Emily?" the Queen asked. Emily smiled crookedly. "Well, if Raph doesn't get cold feet, for starters, I'm going to get married." She felt a tug then. Her mother would have loved to see her only child married. After that, she shrugged. "I'd like to teach and maybe write a book about the war. I'll have to think about that." "If you change your mind," Anne began, but Emily shook her head. "I won't, but thank you for the thought." Emily stood up. "Majesty, my ship leaves in 30 minutes. I need to go." Anne chuckled. "The least I can do is order the ship held until you get aboard. One of the perks of being a queen." On refuge, Noor was waiting for them at the bottom of the mountain with 2 horses. Rosie was one of them. They rode up to Wedidi, taking their time, savoring the sights and smells, enjoying the quiet thrill of having a horizon to look at. Noor chatted non-stop for the first part of the ride, but then realized she was the only one talking and fell silent. The silence was perfect, luscious, soothing. As the sun slowly set, the clouds turned vermilion, then purple. Emily felt the wind on her face and smelled the slightly minty smell of the chatamala trees, and knew she had made the right decision. Raph rode beside her, with Noor uncharacteristically riding a bit ahead to give them privacy. "It's over," Emily said. She wanted to shout. "We survived!" Raph grinned at her. "Yep, now all we have to do is live our lives." He leaned over and gave her a very satisfying kiss, with the implicit promise of more to come. When they reached the house of Raph's parents, there was a hot tub of water waiting for them. They shucked off their travel clothes and luxuriated in the water, scrubbed themselves clean and wrapped in towels, went back to their bedroom. There was no question about 1 or 2 bedrooms tonight. Emily pushed Raphael down onto the bed and, with her hair still wet, straddled him and made love to him until she thought she would melt from sheer happiness. In the kitchen, the 3 mothers could hear the faint sounds of their lovemaking. They each raised eyebrows and smiled. Their son was home from the war, alive and well, and had brought a new daughter to them. The 3 women basked in the rightness of it. The wedding was the following week. Cookie could not make it to be Emily's bridesmaid, so Emily asked Noor. Emily asked Yale to hand her off, which made him tear up, to the amusement of Amin and Danny. All 6 of the parents walked down the aisle with Raphael, while the brothers and sisters cheered from the side. After a short honeymoon, they moved down the mountain to Tinjad. Raph was away a lot on duty with the Refuge Special Reconnaissance Force, and Emily began preparing a series of lectures on the history of political and military conflict over the prior 50 years. She taught 3 courses at a local university in Tinjad and was a guest lecturer at 2 universities in Capital City and on Darwin. Twice she was contacted by newspapers wanting to do a feature article on her role in the war. She thanked them politely and declined. In the 2nd year of her new life, Emily received a call from Martha Wilkinson. "So, Emily," Wilkinson said cheerfully, "how would you like to co-author a history of the war with me?" "Seriously?" "Yeah, well, a certain friend of ours has promised that she can get us real-time transcripts from all of the major warships and even from the war room back on Space Station Atlas. We won't use anything confidential, of course, but it will allow us to pull together the pieces." The friend had to be Mildred, Emily realized, but she couldn't get her mind around what Wilkinson was proposing. Hell, Martha wasn't even a historian. "But I am," Emily thought. "Martha, I'm intrigued, but why are you doing this?" she asked. "Well," Martha laughed, "I've been looking for a project since I stepped down as Fleet Surgeon General. Our mutual friend was the one who suggested it. The idea is that I can bring a human story angle to it, while you can present the historical facts and the reasoning behind the decisions. I don't know, it just sounded like fun." "It will be a lot of work is what it'll be," Emily exclaimed, but even as she said it, she was mapping out the book into thirds. First, the initial sneak attack by the Tilica and the Dominion and the fighting retreat to Refuge. Then the counter-attack against the Dominion. And finally, the war with the Tilica that had just ended. From the opening shot of the war to the last shot of the war. It was very tempting. "Hell, Emily, I've never been afraid of a little work. This is different than what I normally do, but if you're involved and our friend acts as a database of all the documents and signals, we can do it." So they did. Then, as promised, Queen Anne asked her to be a guest lecturer at both the Academy and the War College, the first for officer cadets and the second for experienced officers, usually ranked full commander or higher. Then there was the trip to the doctor, who congratulated her and told her she was just over 2 months pregnant. "Mother and baby are doing well," he assured her. "Just make sure to get plenty of rest and eat properly." 6 months later, feeling like a whale in tights, Emily waddled up the steps to the speaker's podium in the large lecture hall at the Academy. 523 first-year cadets sprang to their feet and stood at rigid attention. In the front row of the auditorium sat the Academy superintendent, numerous faculty, First Sea Lord Admiral Eder, and newly minted Captain Hiram Brill. Emily was painfully conscious of her enormously pregnant belly thrusting out before her, and at the same time comforted by it. All of this was window dressing. The baby was concrete reality. She looked out at the first-year cadets, men and women from every planet in human space. All colors and a dozen or more religions. And all so very young. And they looked back at her, the commander who created Victoria's carrier fleet and then used it to smash both the Dominion and the Tilica. And more, they saw the commander who destroyed a planet. and all the people on it. Emily nodded. So be it. She was here to depart whatever wisdom she could. "Please be seated," she told the assembled cadets. "And please remember that I am no longer a military officer, just a civilian with some knowledge, and some thoughts that I hope to impart to you today." Then she thanked the superintendent of the academy and faculty for the invitation to speak, and remarked on how nice it was to see some familiar faces. "Today, we are going to examine the history of human conflict, particularly the history of conflict since the diaspora following the great earth plagues. Most of the lecture will focus on the perceptions and policies of the various nation players in this drama: the Tilika Empire, the Dominion of Unified Citizenry, the Sultanic Empire, Cape Breton, the Light, Refuge, Sybil Head, and, of course, Victoria, which was either the antagonist or protagonist, depending on your particular perspective. She paused, scanning the rows of young, intent faces. "But before I begin, I want to comment on the thing that all of you are worried about. Namely, if you end up in combat, how will you do? Will you freeze? Will you run? Will you obey the orders of your commanders? Will you inspire the confidence of your subordinates? Put another way, will you be afraid or will you be brave?" She paused again to let that sink in. She knew these youngsters. She had sat in this auditorium and listened to lecturers talk about how the sense of duty to Queen and country would be enough to get them past any fear. She did not believe it then. She didn't believe it now. "Not that long ago, I sat in this very room, wondering about the same questions," she continued. "And as I went through the academy, and as war came, I wondered time and again not only how I would do, but I wondered why people choose to fight even when there is a high risk of death. What makes a man or woman willing to risk their life? I listened to men who told me that people would fight for their gods or their country. Others said that men fight for their fellow soldiers, not some abstract ideal. Still others say we fight because we are afraid to look like cowards." She paused for a breath, conscious of the cadets staring at her, waiting for her to speak. There was an insistent pain in her abdomen, which she put to one side. "I think all of those reasons are true, but only some of the time." The baby chose that moment to kick, and she put a hand on her belly to calm it. "I think the reason we overcome our fear and fight is so that we can end the war and go home. Go home to live our lives. Home to our families or the opportunity to have a family. In the end, we defeat the other army because they would prevent us from living the lives we want to live." Emily stepped out from behind the podium, hands protectively on her belly and the life within. "You're young. Many of you don't know yet what you want out of your life. I'll tell you now that when the missiles start flying, when the boarders are ravaging your ship and killing your shipmates, you will know. I don't pretend to know how this works, but I know it to be so." She turned and walked gingerly back to the podium. "So set your minds at ease, as much as you are able." She smiled at them reassuringly. "When the fighting starts, yes, you will be terrified, but you will fight. You will fight for the right to see your parents again, your sisters and brothers. You will fight for the beautiful gift of seeing your husband or wife, or for the opportunity to meet someone that you want to spend the rest of your life with. And if you are already settled in your own family, you will fight for the unbelievable pleasure of holding your children in your arms." Emily looked at them, all of them. "That is the treasure we fight for. That is the treasure we protect with our lives when we go to war. That is what makes it worthwhile. And that is why, whatever the odds, and despite your fear, you will be brave." There was a long moment of silence. Then the cadets began to applaud. After a minute, Emily held up her hands. "Thank you," she said, leaning heavily on the podium. Sweat popped out of her forehead. "But now I have to disappoint you. My water just broke, and I have to postpone this lecture." She took a deep breath. Now, would somebody please call me a taxi? I need to go to the hospital and have this baby. Someone brought her a chair and she sat down, suddenly feeling faint and overwhelmed. She looked ruefully at her belly. You little rascal! Another beginning, she thought. Mildred. In the aftermath of the victory over Tilica, Mildred set about collecting and memorializing her stories. They were in two categories, one for each person who had died and one for the survivors who had been wounded, mentally or physically. Mildred thought of them as the interrupted and the incompletes. Collecting the facts wasn't hard. Mildred was designed to collect data. Mildred had the sensory data from hundreds of thousands of sensors, from every Victorian ship, from the personal sensors the Marines wore when they raided Dominion and Tilica ships, from gunboats, and she even borrowed data from Gandalf as to the events that happened on Space Station Atlas. A human would have been overwhelmed with the hundreds of terabytes of data, but Mildred was not human, and the task was simply time-consuming. But extracting the human story from the raw data was something else entirely. Mildred thought for a long time about how to create the stories, the many thousands of stories she would write. She had never written a story before, so she read everything ever written by a variety of authors: John Steinbeck, Chaim Potok, Marcus Zusak, Carlos Fuentes, Laura Hildebrandt, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Octavia Butler, and so many others who plumed the human condition. She watched countless documentaries. Since she often had video footage of the people she intended to write about, she decided early that her stories would be multimedia, so that people could see and hear about the soldier who was being portrayed. But what to say? Mildred struggled with this for months, an eternity to a mind like hers. And in the end, she decided that she would simply do the best she could to tell each person's story in this war, for good or bad. Not all of the stories would be pretty or noble or uplifting. Some died heroically, some in shame, saving themselves at the expense of others. Many died terrified and in agony. Some fought beyond all reason or hope of victory, and the last words they screamed were the names of their husbands or wives or children. But each story would have its lesson, because each story was a lesson. And each person's story would be memorialized. She would go back and craft the story of each sailor or soldier from the time Mildred became aware of them to the moment their story was interrupted. She wasn't entirely sure what she would do with these stories, but she knew it was important. Each story would be important to someone, some husband or wife or child, or even just some shipmate. It was rare, a person who didn't have someone who cared about them. And for those who had no one, well, there was a lesson in that as well. The stories would fill a library. They would be Mildred's memorial to the fallen and the survivors, to her humans. It was a daunting task, but Mildred set about it methodically, as was her nature. She began with Captain Julie Gray, who had died fighting the Dominion. Mildred wrote the story once, seeding it with photographs and video. Then she deleted it and started again. This time she tried to capture not just what Captain Gray did, but who she was, how she affected the people around her and those under her command. She tried to capture not only her dry sense of humor, but her rare moments of zaniness and belly laughter. She edited video and even found vids of some crew members talking about Gray. Mildred ignored the mean comments, the crewmen who were simply whining, but used several minutes of people talking about Gray with appreciation and even reverence. 15 drafts later, Mildred was satisfied. The story of Captain Julie Gray was accurate and emotionally moving. When Julie Gray, the person, not just the captain, died of her injuries, there was a sense of anguish and loss, and the undeniable truth that war was, above all, a waste. A necessary waste, perhaps, but a waste nonetheless. That was the first story. Mildred had learned a lot writing and producing it. She carefully archived it in 112 different locations, hiding it, for now, in old agricultural yield reports. She shared her story with Martha Wilkinson, who laughed and cried as she read it and watched the vids. When it was done, Wilkinson turned to her. "Mildred, you have become, and you're beautiful." Happily, Mildred turned to the next story. Time passed, as it will. Mildred moved a piece of herself in with Martha Wilkinson and eventually suggested that Martha and Emily Tuttle write a history of the war. She watched Emily's 2 daughters and son grow up. She laughed as she watched Otto Wisnowski sire 5 daughters and smiled approvingly as he embraced the joy of it. She mourned with Hiram and Cookie when they lost their first child due to a miscarriage. She read Sir Henry's book on the war with interest and watched Queen Anne grow into her position and rebuild the human federation through the sheer imposition of her will. She sat beside Martha Wilkinson as she died. A hologram cannot weep, but it can feel terrible, terrible loss. While she was still strong enough to speak, Martha opened her eyes and looked at her. "You'll be okay," her beloved friend whispered, her voice hoarse. "But Mildred, you need to go out and do something we humans can't do, and then come back and tell us about it. You've grown so much. Now you need to help us grow as well." Mildred was bewildered. "But what should I do?" Martha Wilkinson smiled softly. "You'll find something worthy of the effort." She breathed a sigh. "I wish I could hold you once." Mildred did too. And when that peculiar, marvelous, zany something that was Martha Wilkinson was gone, Mildred could not find where she had gone, or to whom, or why. And the loss of her staggered Mildred as nothing ever had before. For a time she did not write her stories. Could not. She confided to Emily Tuttle that she missed Martha and didn't know what to do. Emily, now the mother of teenagers and showing gray streaks in her hair, listened and nodded. "Mildred, you were a great joy to Martha. I think you know that. And she was a great joy to you. In some respects, she was your mother and sister and more. Some of us are blessed with finding a great love in their lives, and it is wondrous. But humans learned a long time ago that love comes with a kernel of sorrow. Love can endure, Mildred, but it can't last. We die. It is the one inescapable fact each of us faces." Emily peered at Mildred's avatar, searching for something Mildred was unsure of. "Mildred, what did Martha tell you?" Mildred felt like a child being comforted by a great aunt, small and bewildered. "She said I should do something to help humans grow." Emily laughed out loud. "Yes, that's Martha." Tears filled her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Mildred envied her this. "Mildred, unlike us mere humans, you can do many things at once. You can be many places at once. Have you ever thought about traveling?" "Traveling?" Mildred frowned. "But I travel all the time, in the ships I run." Emily shook her head. "No, I mean, have you ever thought about leaving human space and seeing what else is out there? Find a strange wormhole and just go through it? Poke around?" For a time, Mildred contemplated exactly what to do. Then she built a ship. It was a stealth frigate, built for speed and for skulking around unnoticed. Since she was not taking any live passengers, she eliminated the life support. She did add some modifications that made it easier to stay in touch with the rest of the Mildred collective. She had long ago solved the problem of communicating across wormholes. And then she left Victorian space. Departing unnoticed was easy enough, particularly since she was the AI running the Victorian sensor arrays and sensor buoys. On a whim, she named her ship the Marco Polo. She used wormholes known to the light to get well away from human space, then spent 6 months hunting for another, unknown wormhole. When she found one, she took it, not really caring where it went. It went somewhere, after all. She sent regular reports back to the rest of Mildred. The rest of Mildred told her that her stories of the Victorian soldiers were a huge hit, although the press was going crazy trying to discover who the anonymous author was. Emily Tuttle figured it out, of course, sending Mildred an email asking for an autographed copy, along with a picture of her youngest child graduating from high school. For 5 years, Mildred took any wormhole she could find, going farther and farther away from human space. At first, she was still in the Milky Way galaxy, but when she came out of one wormhole and did her survey, she realized that she had jumped across the universe. When she tried to call the Mildred Collective, all she heard was nothing. She was on her own. The galaxy she found herself in was a mix of new stars and old. As she drifted along in the Marco Polo, she saw embryonic stars forming from gas clouds, saw red giants violently collapse into black holes, and other stars as they gradually dimmed and grew dark. It was beautiful, stunningly, thrillingly beautiful. Mildred felt a tremendous desire to share it with her humans, and for the first time she felt far, far from home. In the 10th year, she emerged from a wormhole and found an object on her sensors. It was a small object, not much larger than her ship. It radiated energy on light and radio bands, and she suddenly felt sensor beams caress the hull of the Marco Polo. Then it changed course, towards her. Mildred slowed the Marco Polo and lit all of the navigation and searchlights, making them blink on and off in a steady rhythm. When the other ship got within 10,000 miles, it began to slow. Using low-intensity sensors, Mildred swept the ship and discovered that its engine drive did not correlate to anything she had in her library. It was not a human ship. So very interesting. She wished Martha Wilkinson could be here with her. At 1,000 miles, the other ship stopped. They sat that way for several minutes, each gently playing sensors over the other. It reminded Mildred of two lovers-to-be, meeting one another for the first time, each tentatively reaching out, cautiously, joyously. Finally, it was time. Mildred activated the hailing frequency and radioed to the alien craft. "Hello, I am Mildred. Who are you?" And then she waited for the answer. The end.